Morning, welcome to Tuesday, welcome to July the 12th. I mean, is it not patently obvious by now that with all the candidates who are now standing for leadership of the Conservative Party, there is not one who is likeable? Every single one of them, we sit there and we go, oh, God, let's hope it's not you. There's none of them who've got that, oh, let's vote for them because they're funny, they're witty, they're this, they're nothing. Absolutely, it's the worst lineup I've ever seen in my entire life. People just don't like these people. It's as simple as that. There's nothing we can do about it. They're just not likeable. They're either filthy, stinking rich, in which case they've got nothing in common with you, or they're lying through their teeth by promising you tax cuts, which you're not going to be getting. I promise you, you'll not be getting tax. I mean, I think people go, oh, we'll vote you in, and the following day they'll go, OK, we're going to halve your tax. And it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Truss has said, back me or it'll be Rishi. We don't want either of you. We don't want any of you. We really don't. But it's not our decision. It's the Conservative Party, 200,000 of them will sit there and vote, and they obviously don't like them either.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
You can't imagine who they're going to whittle that 11 down to, can you? But I tell you, I'm bored witless with it. Pretty's been told not to run and split the right. I mean, you know, the woman who's the ultimate failure. Mo Farah. Apparently turns out his name's Hussein. He was trafficked as an 8-year-old boy so that he could be a nanny. And strangely, there's a document. They must have known about this for ages because there's a documentary coming up on the BBC. So they must have filmed it already. So now they've released it. You know, the BBC spending loads and loads of money on a documentary about somebody who we know as Mo Farah, but his real name's Hussein, and he's been knighted and everything else. But he shouldn't have been here in the first place. But he was trafficked at the age of 8 or 9. Very odd. Happy birthday to Gabby Roslin. I had to send a letter of sympathy to her some years ago. Her husband appeared in the musical Hair. Hair was a musical from the 60s where it featured a song called Let the Sun Shine. You know, let the sun shine by the Fifth Dimension. It was very big. They didn't feature in the show, of course. And it was very interesting because there's a nude scene in the middle of Hair. And what they did when it appeared in London, there's the Old Vic, the cast all disappear under a sheet, take all their clothes off, and then the sheet comes off, and it's a big sheet, as you can well imagine, to get all the cast underneath it, and they're all standing there stark naked. But what they had to do, because certain pervy people were going and buying a seat and watching the same spot so that they could see their favourite actor or actress stark naked. So they had to move the cast around every night. Every night the cast were moved around so nobody could. And Gabby's husband was in it. As I say, I sent a letter of sympathy immediately saying, I'm so sorry. Yes, I was in the wrong seat. I also sent a letter of sympathy to Maggie Philbin when she was married to Keith Chegwin after he did his nude game show. That was another bit of embarrassment, I'm afraid. Naked Jungle, it was called. Oh, goodness me, I mean, honestly, it's almost as bad as Naked Attraction. I'm sending cards left, right and centre. I'm so sorry you can't find anybody, but having seen you on the television, I'm not at all surprised. Britain's heading for the hottest day in history. Doesn't affect me. I get everything done in the morning. That's the trick. And then I go back in, and I'm back in by about 12:30, just when the sun reaches, you know, and then down it comes. Today, 31 degrees. Double it, 62, 92 today. 92 today. And that's what it's going to be. Just make sure you've got loads of water in, which I have. I've always got 2 bottles chilling in the fridge. Always 2 bottles chilling in the fridge. And it's very nice. The court wrangle over Rwanda will continue for weeks because they're not going to get anybody over there. Nobody wants to go to Rwanda. Why would you want to go to Rwanda? Most of the people in Rwanda are trying to come here. They're not interested. They're not interested. And it won't happen because they've got all these lawyers now. You can find a lawyer to defend you on just about everything. Diana's favourite designer, Bruce Oldfield, reveals the secret to looking elegant. I mean, I always think that the Queen always looks elegant. She never, ever looks anything less than elegant, mainly because she wears these dresses with these coats over the top, and they always look absolutely lovely and brilliant. And that's obviously the secret to it. She never looks, you know, creased. There's lots of colour going on. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Hollywood legend Richard Burton's grave has been restored. You know why? Because some bloke went to the cemetery and went, it's all overgrown. The family have basically given up on it. I think that's outrageous. That's why I don't want to be buried. Nobody's going to tend the grave. It's a case of, be cremated, and then, they can pop you in an egg timer. And you see loads of old, forgotten graves. Go into any cemetery and there'll be loads of graves, some of them looking even modern, and nothing. And this particular one, some bloke went there and looked at it and went, this is absolutely awful. Where's the bloody family? Where's his family? What are they doing? The answer is they're not doing anything. So he's tidied it all up. Because if you remember, Elizabeth Taylor used to go there. After he died, she would go there under cover of darkness, shielded by minders, and I'm just a drama queen she was, really, and with a big umbrella swathed in black with a veil. Seriously, you've never seen anything like it. I'd have turned up in a pair of jeans, going, yay, the reason you're dead is because you drank yourself to death. He was a hellraiser. They were both hellraisers. That's why they got on so well together. I remember when they had a yacht moored on the Thames. And, I mean, you could hear the breaking china, three bridges down. They were constantly rowing and everything else. But after he died, they sort of... Because I think she married him twice. I think that's the only time. She was married 8 times, but twice to the same person, and that was Richard Burton, who was sort of a fiery actor. But it was good, which was good. But fancy not visiting the grave. Somebody like that. There were lots of graves down in Chiswick Cemetery. And... some of those are not, from famous people. They're not looked after. Nobody goes back to cemeteries and looks after the grave, which I think is a great shame, isn't it? Hence, as I say, I'm going to be cremated. It's in my will. It's in my will, Just pop me into a crematorium and I'll be fairly happy about the whole thing. What else we got? Andrew Ridgeley finding love again. Love again. Charles Bronson warns he's coming home. It's not his real name, as you know. We're so bored with this man. Every so often they put out some rubbish statement. He's going to fight to come out of prison again, but then he gets into a fight and goes back in prison again. It kind of defeats the object. His real name we can't remember. It's nothing very interesting. Michael Peterson, but he wants to call himself Charles Bronson. In fact, he's been called all sorts of different names. He's been married a couple of times in prison, mainly to people who sort of turned him over. When I say turned him over, I don't mean literally, because you can get married even if you're in prison. He spent most of his time in prison. I don't know why he wants to come out. He obviously likes it in there, which is lovely. And the mum bombarded with sexual messages from the Co-op delivery driver. The Co-op delivery driver, obviously very common people driving for the Co-op. He was commenting on how he liked her large bum and her big boobs. And I've seen a picture of her in the paper. I mean, the best thing you can say about her is her tattoos are all spelt properly. That's about it, really. I mean, what a funny thing to say from a Co-op delivery driver. Perhaps he's obviously delivering to the wrong place. And the charity boss who helped 3 million in Africa has died in a car crash. And as I predicted yesterday, I predicted that because it was going to be hot, you were going to get people who were jumping off bridges into the water. What did we get yesterday? 2 deaths. 2 young boys, both killed. One dived into off a bridge and was killed instantly. The other one got himself caught up in weed and everything else. Not weed, but the stuff that grows in one of these. It was weeds. And he got caught up in that, which happens quite a lot, actually, quite a lot, and he died as well. And I've said to you before, don't go anywhere near these places. The danger is lurking under the water. So 2 deaths yesterday because it was hot. Well, don't go out. Don't go out. But I did see... This schoolgirl yesterday. I see schoolgirls on a regular basis, but this one was very, very clever because she had a water bottle, and I remember looking at it, and she was running to get the bus, and run to get the bus, and she dropped her water bottle, and I thought, oh God. But anyway, what she'd done is she'd followed the Steve Allen advice, which is get your water bottle, empty about 2 inches away, stick it in the freezer, it freezes overnight, you take it out in the morning, and you take your water bottle to school, and as you hold it in your hot little hand, and with the rays of the sun beating down on you, the water will slowly melt, and you have a drink, a little sip every so often, it'll be nicely cold, and it's the best way to do it. And it's cheap. It doesn't cost you anything. Absolutely doesn't. Dave says you're absolutely right about... Of course, what do you mean I'm absolutely right? Have you heard James O'Brien? Don't argue with Steve Allen. He's always right. They will promise you everything. They will promise you everything, the MPs. Yet you're going to get... we're going to bring down taxes. No, they're not. Of course they're not. Where do you think the money's going to come from? Oh, just print some more. Just print some more money. We'll photocopy it. And then we can have extra money, can't we, for sort of spending on things like your bills. Your electricity and gas bill are going up £400 a month, they reckon, in the winter, which is more than they were predicting in the first place. And they're going to bring tax bills down. The hell they are. They'll promise you anything to get themselves in, but as I say, not one of these candidates has got likability factor. Not one of them. Seriously. Mr. Neil sent me a lovely picture yesterday. In fact, actually, we had a couple of nice pictures. And he was holding a glass of, it looked like orange squash or juice, and it was full of ice cubes. It looked delicious. Really did. And Noreen sent a lovely picture of one of our shows. And we had all the people there, Chris and Steve and Uncle Rob and me and Paul Savoury and Alan Dodgen and Darren and John Warrington, and all pictured there. I think it might have been taken at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch, but it was a very nice picture. I was very delighted. How old? Oh, dear, I can't remember when we started doing these shows. Noreen will have to tell you, because the very first show that we did, I think, was out at... it's near Costco. I can't remember where it is now. Noreen will tell me. She knows these things. Pete the Pool Man says, I look after Sir Mo Farah's swimming pool. Nice guy. Not keen on the pool, though. Well, his real name's... What do we say his real name is? I can't remember what... Hussein, that's right. His real name's Hussein. He's not Mo Farah at all. That's made up. Made up. Be interesting, isn't it, really? And Kim says, Larry, the Downing Street cat for Prime Minister, smart and likeable. First theatre show was in 2006. Was it really? God blimey. 2000. That's when I told you I went out for the day. The guy who put together Nick shows, or he was selling Nick shows, had said, do you want to do one as well? And I said, yeah, why not? We'll have a go at doing it. We've never done one before. I did do the first one with O'Brien, yes. He was the warm-up, and which was quite nice. And I kind of outgrew him, so in fact we didn't need him after that, because you had to split the money, and I thought, no, I sod that for soldiers. But we did the first show. Well, the first show was booked in. It was only a small theatre. It only holds 300. And so that was okay. And then I was going out for lunch with the mother of my godchildren, and I got a phone call, and he said, you've sold out. And I said, oh, that's quite nice. Yeah, we'd sold out really quickly. So they put another one on in the same theatre for a later date. In the meanwhile, we sold out every single theatre that was booked. In fact, by the time we got to the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, we sold out 2,000 seats. People were paying to sit on the aisles. They didn't even have seats. They were sitting on the aisles. I've never seen anything like it. It was fantastic. Lovely. Josephine says, I was just about to say about freezing a small bottle of water and taking it out with you. And why are supermarket bags of ice so big, can't fit in my freezer? I don't know, go to Iceland. They're only £1 or something like that. But just remember, put it in the freezer quickly, because otherwise you bought a bag of water. OK, which seems a bit of a pointless exercise. And Sidcup Julie says, I've been awake since 12:30. Between then and now, I've hoovered, ironed, cleaned the home, cleaned my bath, now sitting in the garden on my 5th Cola ice pop. Ooh, see how ice pops. They've got a picture of 2 women on the television, and they're sucking Zoom lollies, which look like rockets. And I thought, if you were an ice cream manufacturer, this is your time to shine. This is your time. So you have a good time as well. Peter, the Toastmaster, says, it's 4 a.m. and you're on. I can't sleep in the heat. See, I have no trouble sleeping in the heat. Oh, look at those Zooms. Look at those Zooms. Oh, very nice indeed. I don't know why we were sort of interested in sort of rocket-shaped ice lollies. I could be just as happy with, those little, you get them, what do they call them? You buy a box of about 50 of them for about £2 in Iceland, and then you freeze them, and then you cut the plastic, and then you're sucking basically a piece of ice with fruit juice in it. Have you not seen those? Yes, you have. Don't sit there saying you haven't. You blooming well have. Come around there and slap the back of your legs in a minute. I know you don't know these things. It's those, you give them to kids, and you freeze it. It looks like water with coloured liquid in it. No, not Calippo, but it's the same sort of thing. But you buy a box of these things and you freeze them, and you sort of then you cut the thing and put of course you know what I mean. Sitting here telling me it's like being another. I don't know what they're called. I don't know. You'll find them in Iceland. It's 17 minutes past 4.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m. only on LBC.
What a broiling day it's been in the primeval marshlands of Westminster. Alligators slithering down committee corridors and Conservative MPs dividing themselves into gangs and going hunting, mainly for each other. Most people think Rishi Sunak is ahead so far, but nobody knows for sure. You think you understand what's going on, and then there's a sudden thrashing out in the mangroves, and a croc waddles past with a bleeding stump of someone's career wedged between its teeth.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
Collect a double welcome bonus of 50,000 Avios with the new Barclaycard Avios Plus credit card when you spend £3,000 in your first 3 months.
Cappuccino.
That could whisk you from everyday to getaway. Our 50,000 Avios offer ends 18th July 2022. Check your eligibility now. Search Barclaycard Avios Plus. Representative example, 72.4% APR representative variable. Purchase rate per annum 23.9% variable, based on a credit limit of £1,200. £20 monthly fee, subject to application and financial status. Eligibility and conditions apply. Double welcome bonus for new customers only. Usually 25,000 Avios.
Pizza.
Food's here.
Oh, great. I'm starving.
Right, you lot, come on in. One at a time. That's it. Pile the pieces over there. Careful, Shaz, don't drop them.
Stop.
You next, they'll stack them up.
Stop.
That's it. Pile those pieces.
Stop! What's all this?
The pieces you rang for. Where's the rest of you?
What do you mean?
You said bring enough for 200 people.
Hungry. I said 2 hungry people.
Oh.
Need a hearing test? Should have gone to Specsavers. Book online today.
Where do you want the garlic bread?
When I pick up picnic food from Co-op, I'm not just buying quiche Lorraine and mozzarella and pesto pinwheels. I'm also raising funds for
local projects like community fridges, a space where local people just like me can get together, share food and learn new skills.
Buying Co-op food raises funds that lift up your community. Co-op, it's what we do. Subject to availability. Participate in store. See in store for full picnic range. 2p for every £1 spent by Co-op members on selected Co-op products goes to communities. T&Cs apply. Visit coop.co.uk/membership.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Ice Pops. They're called Ice Pops. And you buy a box of them, and they're all different colour. And kids love them because they're cheap. God knows they're cheap. Ice Pop. There you go. Large Ice Pops. And, oh, blimey, these ones are quite expensive, aren't they? But they're generally cheap. There's Mr. Freeze giant freeze pops. And so they come defrosted, and then you stick them in the freezer. And, you know, and for kids, they don't know the difference. You know, there's no point in giving a kid a Cornetto. That's a dreadful waste of an ice cream, and they're too expensive. Even though in Iceland you get 4 for £1. But, you know, to give them Ice Pops, they'll happily sit there, you know, and it's just nice because it's like having a Calippo or having a, you know, there's a cardboard box kind of thing, triangular, and you rip the corner off and you sort of suck it out. And that's quite nice as well, because it's just ice. Or failing that, just freeze water and suck an ice cube. Yeah, it's the same sort of thing, isn't it, really? Yeah, hard times. Hard times, really. I love it. I like the idea that Pete, the pool man, looks after Mo Farah's swimming pool. So he says, nice guy, but not keen on the pool. Is it one of those shaped ones? Did you see that bloke who won the lottery years ago, and he had the amount he'd won put in tiles on the bottom of his pool, which, of course, makes it an absolute problem when you come to selling the house. Who the God's name wants somebody else's prize-winning amount of money on the bottom of your pool? Ron says it's ice popsicles. Well, ice pops, as Brenda says, ice pops. A great tip to keep cool at night is place a frozen bottle of water in front of a fan, says Neil. No, that doesn't work. No. I mean, I don't get hot, actually. I mean, I really don't. I have had fans in the bedroom. Make up your own jokes. And it's a case of, you know, as long as you don't stress out over it, it's fine. But if you climb into bed and pull the duvet over the top of you, you're going to sweat like a pig, aren't you? So don't lie on the top of the duvet. Drew in Chester says frozen drink in plastic tube. They were called Tip Tops in the 60s. God, how old are you? Tip Tops. See, why hasn't Boris just gone, says James? Because I've told you before, he's not going till September. You won't know till September the 5th who the 2 candidates are. It's as simple as that. He says, but please tell people not to take the idiots out in the heat of the afternoon. Well, listen, you can't tell people to do that. People are stupid. You know, we'll find the top 2 in the next couple of weeks, and the Tories vote over the summer. It's going to take for ages. And I say, you won't like them. Whoever it is, you will not like, because you don't like any of them at the moment. I can't think of any one of them that's got the redeemable factor. factor. If I had to I couldn't choose. I mean, I don't know. Well, let's have a look. I'm trying to think, actually. Who would I go for? If I was going for anybody at all, mind you, the one that I was going to go for is not standing anymore. I don't think I'm going for any of them, actually. The leadership race heats up, you know. There's all sorts of people on there. The lefties love to talk about diversity, so why are they silent on the Prime Minister's candidates? I mean, at the end of the day, we'll go, oh, maybe they're all right, but they won't be. They won't be. I'm going to vote for Jason Donovan. Makes it much easier, or Mo Farah. But I love the trucker, Leon Gleed. He's a bit stupid. Why? Because he became the butt of jokes. He mistook Tesco toilet cleaning wipes for loo roll. And so now he's got a badly burnt bottom. He developed a painful rash after using the antibacterial chemical sheets for days. His girlfriend had left the pack next to the toilet and burst out laughing. I mean, seriously, you know, did they not sting? Yes. Yes, absolutely did they sting. They're antibacterial. You know, you use them for sort of cleaning under the rim and round the top of the toilet. It's an antibacterial thing. It's like sort of, I can remember a story. Well, I don't know if I can tell you this one, actually. Anyway, I will tell you. It was some people that I knew, actually, years ago. And it was a hot August night. And they decided to have a little bit of rumpy-bumpy. You know, as people do in the heat, they get sort of the throes of passion and all the rest of it. And they decided to have... okay, and unfortunately, they didn't put the bedroom lights on. And they wanted to use... Because now you go into chemists and it's all become a little bit more, you know, people go, so do you have any lube? Seriously. I remember going in a chemist in Epping and they've got a whole shelf full of condoms and lube and all sorts of things. And because I didn't get what I wanted because I wanted toothpaste. And so anyway, he sort of reached out to use lube. Unfortunately, it wasn't lube. It was Vic Vapor Rub. She nearly went through the roof. Apparently, it was the most awful thing ever. You can imagine, can't you? Vic Vapor Rub is... I don't know if you've ever had Vic Vapor Rub. They generally rub it on your chest when you're sort of not feeling very well as a child. But makes the Tesco toilet cleaning wipes look a bit tame. Vic Vapor Rub is like, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Really bad. Really bad. So the Olympic medal hero reveals his true identity. I don't know why he's done it now, actually, because he's obviously known for years and years and years. So he's seen in this documentary. It's called The Real Mo Farah. But they must have filmed it ages ago. But why has he decided now to come out? He's been reunited with his mum after decades apart. Again, why? And he says, now I'm starting to understand me, the real me, not Mohammed. So he was forced to work as a family servant, smuggled to the UK at 8 and given a fake name. How do you smuggle a child in at 8? And that's what I don't understand. The other story I don't understand as well is Wayne and Colleen Rooney, oceans apart. He's flown to America for a managerial job. Wayne Rooney. A managerial job. You're having a laugh, aren't you, really? But she's going to remain here with the 4 children. Can somebody explain to me whether or not the Rebecca Vardy thing is still ongoing? Why are we still waiting for that? We had the Amber Heard thing with Johnny Depp that was over and done with, and yet you're still faffing around with Colleen, who hit the shops again the other day. She's obviously never heard of Ocado or anything else. Perhaps they can't afford it. Perhaps they're struggling, really. And apparently the children are settled in school. They don't want to go back to America, so they're going to stay in Cheshire with their mum. Well, you know, that's fine, because you remember the couple married in 2008. They've got 4 sons, Kai, Cass, Clay and Kit. They found life difficult, moved to Washington. Rooney was arrested in December 2018 for being drunk at an airport. In February 2019, he had a boozy night out with a barmaid whilst on a training camp in Florida, also pictured outside a Hooters bar, famed for their sexy waitresses. And he basically likes sort of, you know, people a little bit older. I suppose after a while, after you've sort of sat down and listened to Colleen droning on, I suppose anything is a bit of a change, isn't it, really? And then there were all these other bits and pieces that went on. It's £1 million a year role as boss of his old MLS club, DC United. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, really? So she's over here and he's in America. How's that going to work? How's that going to work? I've got no idea. But I want to know about the Rebecca Vardy thing. Is that still going on? Have they settled it? You know, has somebody won? Has somebody lost? It can't still be going on this amount of time. Otherwise, they're still paying for it. I'm surprised you can afford Waitrose. You should go to Lidl, dear. You could save a lot of money. James Bond theme composer Monty Norman has died at the age of 94. He did writing for Cliff Richard, Tommy Steele. He scored Dr. No, writing the theme which has recurred throughout the movies. Great man, great man. I can't remember if I ever interviewed Monty Norman. I think I might have done, actually. But he appeared on a variety show alongside comedy acts like Tony Hancock and Spike Milligan. He and Benny Hill later took a joint variety show on the road, taking turns in the headlines slot. And he's best known, though, for scoring the first James Bond film. 94, it's not bad, is it? 94. Steve, buy a thing called Crazy Daisy from B&M, just £4. You attach the garden hose and it squirts a fine spray in all directions. Well, I've got that on the end of my Z hose or whatever they call it. Do you mean Dancing Daisy? It's a thing where you sort of, it's £24 or £24.99. And it dances around with the water pressure. Hours of summertime fun. Can't think of anything worse. Why would you want something like that? That's for kids, isn't it, really? I think in Kingston, down the road from me, and they've also got it in Twickenham, opposite the station, they've got this water that shoots up out of the pavement, like different things. And they've got the one in Kingston, which is quite big, and kids run, you know, in and out of it, because that's what kids do. Yeah, and the Bellagio have got it, slightly bigger version at the Bellagio. But it's quite nice, I don't mind it. But on the end of my hose, I just turn the dial and I can get a fine mist out, which is nice. So you just connect the hose and watch the daisy dance with gentle foam flowers. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? For people with no life at all. And you just sort of sit there and watch the children getting soaking wet and burning to pieces, because that's what happens. Oh, here she is again, dreary old Christine McGuinness. I get the whole feeling this whole baloney about her and Paddy McGuinness is just designed to try and sort of boost her very low celebrity profile. It's not her fault. She had a try at a reality show, The Real Housewives of Cheshire, and she was a dismal failure on that. And Bernie Ecclestone is to be charged with fraud, apparently allegedly hiding more than £400 million worth of... How'd you hide £400 million? I can barely hide about £300 in the bathroom. Oh, giving it away. So sorry. Mr. Ecclestone, 91 and mad as a barrel load of frogs, I'm afraid, after his Putin comments, is due to appear at London's Westminster Magistrates Court. Good Lord. Apparently it's all a bit... If you've got loads and loads of money, people take offshore accounts and they do different things. He apparently... This HMN Revenue and Customs investigation, codenamed Operation Gallic, is alleging that he funneled funds from a Bambino Trust. I don't even know what these things are. It's only if you've got lots and lots of money. For his daughters, Tamara and Petra, a tax haven, Liechtenstein, into his own pocket. If convicted, he faces up to 10 years in jail. He's not going to spend 10 years in jail. He's 91, for God's sake. You know, it's amazing. 32 degrees centigrade, the heat wave, and pictures of in Yorkshire, the parched Lindley Wood Reservoir near Otley. It is bone dry, so we need a bit of water, please, soon. Today would be nice, but it's not going to happen. It's 4:30.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, oh my goodness me, it's another boiling hot day. We're all going to moan about it. Apparently, my friend Ian says, is it true that the trains have to go very slowly because the lines are melting? Well, in fact, I think it was, which bridge was it? Was it Battersea Bridge that it burst into flames, actually? I don't think the track will buckle. Isn't it funny? Every other country around the world, deals with this heat, regular temperatures like this, and nothing changes. And I've said before, people were going, oh, it's terrible, isn't it? And I've said, listen, if you get hot, drink a cup of tea. Don't have a nice lolly. That doesn't calm you down or, cool you down at all. Train tracks have caught fire. This spark ignited timber beams amid soaring temperatures, because underneath all the train tracks, there's all the wooden beams that go across. Some are concrete, but the majority of them are old wooden ones. And so they do catch fire. I don't think it makes any difference, does it? I mean, who cares? So you've got a nice little bit of action going on. They were showing a thing the other day of people who are very stupid, limited intelligence people, we call them, and they were jumping over barriers to cross at the train crossings when the barrier had come down, and because a train was coming. And some of them, I mean, they are so thick. You can't believe how dim some people are. You're almost expecting them to be killed. And, of course, many of them are. Shame, says Ron, that Ben Wallace pulled out. He was my choice too. Yeah, I was surprised he pulled out, but he said it was for the family, actually. And Doreen says, the reason why Boris hasn't left town Downing Street is because, 1, he doesn't want to go, and 2, he's got nowhere else to go. Oh, he has. Oh, he has. He's rich as Croesus. Seriously, Doreen, there's no shortage of money. No shortage. Lee in Canterbury says, everybody likes you, Steve. Why don't you put your name down for Prime Minister? What rules? I mean, I couldn't take the salary cut. I seriously couldn't. People say to me, oh, you know, it's like I remember years ago, Nick Ferrari was going to throw his hat into the ring for London Mayor, and then he said, I can't afford to take the decrease in salary. What's the point? Because I remember somebody some years ago, it always used to make me laugh, somebody was saying, because you get questions on the internet. Nobody ever asks you directly because you wouldn't tell them anyway. The only person who knows how much I earn is my boss, my producer, every other producer who's ever worked on the programme, the bank manager, people like that, my agent, thank you very much indeed, still in the same cemetery. And it's a case of, you just don't tell people what you earn. I don't know why. It was always one of those odd things. Nobody knew what people earned. So somebody wrote on the internet, how much do radio presenters earn? And somebody said, between £20,000 and £30,000. And I thought, you can't be that stupid, surely. Listen, 20 years ago, Chris Tarrant was on £1 million a year. £1 million a year on the Capital Breakfast Show. Serious. Kim says, I used to love the... Steve Allen. Here we go. Steve Allen, net worth, parents, wife, salary and children. There you go. Spouse, partner, net worth $1 to $2 million. That's what they've said. Last updated this year. It's amazing, actually. And, they've lifted this, haven't they, from Wikipedia? It's almost word for word. Isn't it funny? So net worth $1 to $2 million. Pfft, way out on that one. Way out on that one. I mean, goodness sake, as I say, I could have retired about 13 years ago. Not. Kim says, I can't remember who made these Orbit ice lollies. They were lovely jubblies, Steve. Well, jubblies, I remember. Jubblies were very famous. When the money was tight, Mum used to make her own with orange and lemon squash in the old Tupperware ice lolly mould. Oh, we did that as well. She used to make them and hand them out. And you used to get a plastic mould, and you'd put the thing in there, and you'd stick the stick in the middle, plastic stick, and then you'd freeze them. Then you'd take them out, and then it would fall off the stick. We had to be a bit dramatic about the whole thing, but they were lovely, actually. John says, be sure to be behind an ice cream van on a motorway. Yeah, when you look at them, an ice cream van turned a profit on the M62 because they got stuck. And so he actually sort of opened up for business on the motorway, and people got out their cars and were queuing up. I mean, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's got 12 people queuing for ice creams on the M62. Isn't that brilliant? Sell your ice creams. Why not? All he's got to do, he doesn't have to turn anything on. It's all running anyway. And he's got the fridge, which is full of ice lollies. And somebody's... Oh, who's that? Who's that? Bodyguards of celebrity. Look at the side. That's got to be somebody inflated, haven't they? No bodyguards look like that. I mean, look, that's Photoshop beyond belief to make him look a bit Neanderthal. What? Yeah. I wouldn't mind, but doesn't work. So be behind an ice cream van on the motorway just in case. Piers says, I live in Vietnam, and when the temperature drops to 30 degrees Celsius, the girls in the office turn up in sweaters. Yeah, it's because everybody's got aircon. I mean, I was talking to my neighbour the other day, Massa, and he said it was really hot yesterday. I said, well, it didn't bother me in the slightest. I said, because if I get too hot, which I don't at home, but I just go and get in the car and drive around for 5 minutes because it's ice cold. Ice cold. That's why I feel very sorry for people who can't afford air conditioning in their cars. But it's in most cars now. It's not like it's and years ago it was, it's like somebody said, have you got sat-nav or hands-free? Every car's got it. You buy a cheap little old car and it's got hands-free, sat-nav, electric windows. Remember having to turn the handle? I've got electric windows and I've got another button you push and it brings up screens on the backside windows. Yeah. just to sort of, well, I don't know, protect the innocent, I suppose. Although I thought of something the other day, because, you know, I told you I got done for speeding. I must sort out that thing. I'll do that today, actually. But anyway, this car passes me the other day, and it was a Rolls Royce, but it was it was a Bentley. Or was it Rolls? Anyway, it came right up behind me on the 316, which is 40 miles an hour. He must have been doing 60. And obviously, I wasn't going to move. There was no way, because it's 40 miles an hour, and I've been done for speeding because I was doing 47. And then all of a sudden he decided to quickly overtake me, and he put his foot down, and I'm thinking, cameras. And then I suddenly thought, he's got blacked out windows all the way around, far too dark. Mainly the police make you take these things off. You know why? It's because they write to you and go, who was driving your car? We think it was you. And they go, well, you can't tell. And so, well, it's on the windscreen, they aren't blackened out. But the cameras that we've got on the 316, they don't do a front picture. They just do the picture of the number plate. And then they say, who was driving? You go, I don't know, lots of people drive my car. I'd say you can get away with it. You know, that's why people put that. But the worst thing is when you see these little boy racers, you know, the ones who don't have a girlfriend, and there's a reason. They sort of have these cheap little cars done up with sort of tinted back windows and lights under the back number plate and everything else, and underneath the exhaust. It's all a bit sad and tragic, really. But, you know, that's the way it goes. People like things like that. Do you know, yesterday people were so dumb they were jumping off Tower Bridge. They jumped 30 feet into the Thames from the London landmark, flipping before hitting the water. Apparently, urban explorer, here we go, another thicko, Adam Slowski, 18, said we were all buzzing. Yes, dear, I'm sure you were. Buzzing until you jump over and then go, oh dear, a boat. There you go. I mean, seriously, I've never done anything so stupid in my entire life. But there you go, you know, it only takes somebody to die and eventually they kind of get the message. So they were somersaulting. I mean, these people do that in the bath, do you think, as well? Are they sort of like that? Very worrying, isn't it? Nicki Minaj's stunt backfired on her the other day. She caused chaos in Camden. Hundreds of fans mobbed her car after she announced an impromptu event at a bar. She was going to do a chat thing. She turned up 5 hours late. That's how ignorant she is. And eventually she couldn't do it, so she'd be escorted by the police. But she got the coverage, but basically screwed everybody's afternoon up. Well done, love. Well done. Lovely. And parents pack an average of 50 baby items for a week's holiday. Well, the trouble is, if you've got babies, you've got to take loads of things. Loads and loads of things. You have to take bottles, nappies, changing mat, bibs, wipes, towels, clothes, milk, toys, cotton wool, plasters, first aid kit, hat, umbrella, snacks and a dummy. That's just for me. Can you imagine? Oh, look. Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan together. Whatever happened to Scott, a.k.a. Jason Donovan? And still good friends, because they filmed they filmed it a little while ago now, actually. And it's been done, so you get to see them on Neighbours, which is lovely, isn't it? 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I bought a neck fan, Steve, from Robert Dyers. It's really good. Yeah. And it's got 62 ventilation holes, USB rechargeable, $12.99. Whether this is the same one, I don't know. And you put it round your neck and it blows air out. I mean, how to look like a complete prat sitting on the bus. Can you imagine sitting on the bus or the train with this? You could always pretend it was headphones, can't you? Just sort of hum along to the tune like la 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 la. I'll tell you what I watched. It was a very good thing I've watched it a couple of times. Never fails to reduce me to tears. Never fails to reduce, but I mean, that's about most things on YouTube that I watch. But this particular one, if you saw the film Jesus Christ Superstar, there was a guy in it who played Jesus, because that's what it's based on. And, of course, at the time, people picketed because they said it was blasphemy and everything else. It wasn't. Of course, it was fantastic and the show was brilliant. But at the film version, the guy who played Jesus, I can't remember what his name was, but anyway, he came back a short while ago, well, quite a few years ago, and he did the final tour, a bit like Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. He's not here. And he comes back and he recreates the role of Jesus. And he's absolutely sensational. His name is Ted Neely. And he does this thing. You'll find him on YouTube, Ted Neely, this theatre appearance. And at one point, somebody collapses on stage and all the rest of it. And then he appears with the music. And just as he appears in the doorway, it goes, dun, 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 and he's bathed in a white spotlight. It's the most moving thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's absolutely fantastic. And he hits the notes, and all the cast are standing at the side of the stage watching him perform, and they're clapping and whooping, and it's really moving, but it's when he appears, when they play Jesus Christ Superstar, and it's an epiphany. It's an epiphany, and it's really, really lovely. And he sings this song, and he hits these high notes, but he was the original Jesus in the film Jesus Christ Superstar. And for a lot of people, it was just amazing. But to watch all the cast standing off stage, and they're so overwhelmed by his appearance. Go back a little bit, and you'll see him back. Wait a minute, so I'm trying to find the bit for the producer where he comes through a doorway. Back. Oh, you probably got the wrong bit. Yeah, he's sort of. You have to do it. There's one particular. Yeah, you can watch the whole thing later, but it's when he walks through this doorway, which obviously, the music reaches this crescendo and goes in to the Jesus Christ Superstar bit, and the crowd go crackers. It really is. It's a very, very moving moment. I think anybody who plays Jesus is phenomenally clever, because people just. I remember going to see Jesus Christ Superstar in London, and when they do the crucifixion, he's sort of taken away, and then the cross rises out of the stage. Blows your socks off. It really does. Steve, I remember an ice lolly called Funny Feet. Yes, it was an ice cream, actually, Alison. Funny Feet. You can still buy it, I believe. You can still buy it. They're on sale in Iceland. Iceland seem to do all of these things. But I don't know if this is the same Funny Feet. Is it the same sort of thing? Lovely, isn't it? But, made by Lion's Made. It was, I like stuff like that. I like feasts. They're actually quite nice. Well, failing that, we're just like a little tub, don't we, of Haagen-Dazs. It's 14 to 5.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 12 minutes to 5 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I see the Conservative MP, Jamie Wallis, fled the scene of a late-night car crash. This was he's the MP for Bridgend. He was found guilty the other day of failing to stop, failing to report an accident and leaving a vehicle. He's obviously a bit stupid, but in fact he was wearing a black leather miniskirt and high heels when he was involved. He hit a lamppost and a telegraph pole in his Mercedes in South Wales last November. He said he crashed after swerving to avoid a cat. Well, how many cats do you see on the road? Anyway, the judge decided to fine him £2,500 and ban him for 6 months. He told the court he's transgender. Well, nobody has a problem with that. You do what you want. Do what you want. Nobody's got, put it this way, it doesn't excuse bad driving. Crashing into a lamppost, love. Rich, my friend Rich, says to me, Jesus gets crucified. Spoiler alert. You've got to watch this guy Ted, because it's seriously, I watched it. I was crying my eyes out watching him appear. It's very good. It's on YouTube. It's very nice. But anyway, this Wallace bloke, Jamie Wallis, he said he crashed after swerving to avoid a cat and fled out of fear he'd be raped, killed or kidnapped due to PTSD. Resident Adrian Watson went to help and saw in the car a white male wearing a white long-sleeve top, which was tight to the body, a black leather PVC miniskirt, tights, dark shoes with high heels and a pearl necklace. Well, the pearl necklace, I mean, nobody wears leather skirts with pearl necklaces. I mean, come on, it's a fashion faux pas. But anyway, he got fined for it. guilty of legging it. Because it doesn't matter what you're wearing or anything else like that. You legged from the scene of an accident, and that's a criminal offence. So you paid for it, which is very good. Very pleased about that. A domestic abuse charity has issued a warning to Love Island bosses after the return of the controversial contestant Adam Collard. I told you about this before. Women's Aid said it was alarmed that he was back in the villa despite the distress he caused in 2018. It pointed out he was accused of gaslighting and emotionally abusing female contestants in the first stint on the show. The charity's head of communications, Theresa Parker, says Love Island is watched by many young people and we know what a huge influence. But in 2018, Adam coupled up with 4 different girls. Each time he moved on, he was accused of gaslighting. I don't even know what gaslighting is. Is that abuse? It's emotional abuse. But, ITV says it has an extensive duty of care, including a dedicated welfare team. Doesn't stop somebody abusing, though, does it, really? And that's their excuse, because all they'll be concentrating on is, can we get publicity? That's all it is. They're after publicity, for a show. I didn't like him at all. But mind you, I don't like anybody on Love Island. I've never met such a bunch of dingbats in your entire life. Listening to the controversial things. It's like I was listening to LBC the other day, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before. And every time you get somebody coming on who goes, I'm going to say something controversial now, they never do. It's always the most pathetic thing you've ever heard in your life. And you think, really, where do you come from that you think that's controversial? I'm going to say something controversial, Nick. And you think, and then you listen to what they've said and you go, no, that wasn't controversial, dear. That was just a little bit sad. During the hot weather, said Steve, keep your home nice and cool by making sure all internal doors are left open and make sure curtains and blinds are kept closed. And if using public transport, I carry a small battery-operated fan, says Sarah. Oh, I couldn't sit on her. Because all the public transport I've been on, they've got air conditioning. Sat on the train the other day, air conditioning. The bus, no, but all the windows were open. A few years ago, says Jules in Chelmsford, we saw a production of Jesus Christ Superstar at the Open Air Theatre in Regent's Park. It was the most powerful and incredible show I've ever seen. It's always current and never dates. Yes, I agree with you. I've been to Regent's Park Open Air Theatre, yeah, many times. You should go. It's very interesting. You can get barbecues there and bars and all the rest of it. They're doing 101 Dalmatians at the moment. It's well worth going to. It's lovely. And it's a stage adaptation based on the book, of course, by Dodie Smith. And it runs all the way through August, and all their productions are excellent. It's a lovely theatre, and it's in Regent's Park. Strangely, the 22nd of July, it's sold out after all of them, which is the oddest ever. But it's a big auditorium, and then the lights go down and all these floodlights come on. Not cheap. Cheapest £25, most expensive £65. But actually, it's not the most expensive seat in a London theatre. The most expensive we found is £303. Some are very, very expensive. Excuse me. Love a good slurp. Makes my day. Makes my day. Hats off to the Real Housewives of Cheshire, who are bravely sharing their experience of the menopause for a new TV special. As I say, you don't know anybody in the Real Housewives of Cheshire. They're total nobodies. And what else have we got? ITV bosses are already looking at new projects for Oti Mabuse after confirming her dating show won't be returning. Yeah, because it was garbage. Utter garbage. And so they're looking for new projects for her. I have to ask the question, why? It wasn't a hit, which was particularly galling for the host, as it was her first solo presenting gig. I love the way that people think they can just go on and present. It was ghastly. It really was. Olivia Attwood, another one who's plumbed the new depths of the toilet to bring you the biggest pile of doggy-doos you've ever seen, Getting Filthy Rich, which explores the world of selling sexual content. It's about her standard, I think, really. And Scarlett Moffat's ready to take on the giants of the documentary world with her new programme. She's doing a programme about Tourette's. Lovely. They must be running out of ideas, actually, on the television at the moment. They've sort of got somebody and they're saying, what can we get them to do? Oh, let's do Tourette's. Why not find somebody who's actually got Tourette's to do it? Make it a lot easier. Pete What's-It, who was on Celebrity Big Brother. He was a very famous one with Tourette's. Went out with that girl who died, sadly. Do you remember Nikki? Little Nikki. We used to like Nikki Graham a lot. We really did. Graham Norton has reportedly married his long-term mystery partner, which, to be honest with you, I thought he was already married to his partner. I didn't know he was getting married twice. The BBC have lost 2,500 years' worth of experience in just 2 years due to staff leaving. Of course, Andrew Marr, Emily Maitlis come to LBC. And they're set to axe a further 1,000 employees in response to a 2-year licence to freeze. They're still woefully overmanned. Woefully overmanned. I mean, radio programmes in particular. I've never known a station that's got so many people working on programmes that turn out so little. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but it is commercial radio. And, you know, we do it better and certainly a lot cheaper. They need to bring somebody in. Mind you, as somebody said the other day, why don't they just axe the BBC? Nobody'd miss it. I was watching the other day. I was watching the lunchtime news on the BBC because I flicked between them to see what they're doing as their news stories. And the BBC have got a big newsroom, 3/4 empty. 3/4 empty. Nobody in there, obviously working from home. And if you go round the back, you'll see them asleep as well at night time. They fall asleep at their desks. They were exposed a short while ago because it takes about 5 seconds to turn out a news bulletin at the BBC. But I was looking at the lunchtime news and they went, the news from the BBC, blah, blah, blah. And the camera pans across and there are all these empty desks. Empty desks. And I remember thinking, and we're paying for this. Not for much longer with a bit of luck. Gemma Oten has been forced to sign on for benefits. She was Rachel Breckle in Emmerdale. She'd been touring in a theatre production and she's gone on to Universal Credit because a lot of people, especially in show business, they can't make ends meet because there's no work. You know, if you actually get yourself into a job, you cling on to it for grim death. And I don't remember who Rachel Breckle is in Emmerdale, so that doesn't really help, actually. But actors in particular have been hard hit. Very hard hit. Even people you think that would be managing, unless they get a production to work in, what are they supposed to do? Nothing. It's very difficult to you know, have a job. So if you're in a soap and they drop you, blimey, you know, you really do struggle because you've been used to having regular thing, and then they go, well, actually, we don't think the character's going anywhere. And so, you know, loads of people that you never hear of again. Seriously. I find it really, really difficult, especially because I know a lot of people in the business, and you sort of think, are you working? Are you not working? You know, when was the last time you got a job? I was reading some obituaries of people who've died who were very, very big in the 60s and the 70s, and how after their careers finished, they didn't work ever again. One of them, a very famous person called Barry Evans, was reduced to being a minicab driver, and he was an alcoholic as well, and he had his car nicked, and he was a good-looking boy. He featured in a couple of movies and everything else. No, not that Barry Evans. That's Barry Evans in EastEnders. He's a singer as well. No, this was the actor Evans. Was it Barry Evans? I can't remember now. Getting me confused, but it was very sad to see of his demise. Police went round there to tell him that they found his car and he was dead on the sofa. It was as simple as that. Connie says, I remember when I was living in Austria, we always had severe thunderstorms at the end of a hot day. I'd like to know why it's not the same in this country, because I saw other countries really had massive and severe weather conditions. Yeah, I mean, according to the Met Office, whether you believe it or, you know, thunderstorms develop when the atmosphere is unstable and there's moisture. That's when the warm air exists underneath much colder air. So they develop in the afternoon after the heating during the early part of the day. So thunderstorms develop when the warm air is closer to the surface of the earth and the cooling air is above it. The warmer air rises and that mixes with the cooler air, and that causes the instability and the water droplets form. Then you get rain. But by God, we need it. By God, we need it. Oh, look, another picture of dreary old Christine McGuinness legging it to the hairdresser in denim shorts. Can't you do your own hair, dear? So is it difficult getting those roots done, isn't it, really? But she admitted the pair are having a difficult time. I couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. Makes me a hard person. But as far as I just see this as sort of she's desperate for some sort of attention, which is not so good. I like this story of the drug dealer. Yeah, in the paper today. This one was nabbed with 127 pairs of trainers, 3.2 kilos of cannabis and £33,000 at his home. Stuart Lewis made $108,000 selling the drug, but blew a lot of the cash because they're generally a bit dim. You know, they've got no. Oh, I think I'll go out and buy trainers. Why don't you invest it, love? Oh, drug dealer. Of course you are, love. Of course you are. But anyway, he was jailed for 3 years. He admitted possession of cannabis with intent to supply, and £32,000 of assets will be seen under the proceeds of crime laws. What God's name are we going to do with 127 pairs of trainers? I've got no idea. I should give them to a charity shop. Oh, look, here's Liz Truss looking chipper. Yeah, she came out of her house, went the wrong way, and the cab driver went, "Oi, love, down here." So she had to turn round, and they all keep doing it. Very naughty, isn't it? But again, not particularly likeable.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's another sweltering hot day. I mean, listen, it's hot day for the weather. It's a hot day in politics. It's a hot day for just about everything, actually. It's too much. Nobody likes it. Do you know that Ed Sheeran, whenever he's doing a gig, he has the football scores fed through his earpiece? It can't be permanently, because I remember Dale used to hate wearing an earpiece on television. Most television presenters wear an earpiece. Oh, and yesterday I turned on This Morning to watch another dreary interview by Dermot O'Dreary and poor Alison Hammond, both sitting there reading their scripts. Obviously, Dermot doesn't do any rehearsal for the programme at all. I don't think any of them do. Whereas in Five's Company, we would walk through the programme. We would do, and they would tell you what you were doing. Nobody sat there with a script. They must be very amateurish. Because he's sitting there while they've got a guest sitting in the studio, and he's reading this page full of... And I'm thinking to myself, this is just dreadful. And he's turning over the pages. And I'm thinking, you amateur, really bad. Barry Evans from Mind Your Language, yes, definitely. Must be difficult for people on the telly to get a job in a supermarket. Oh, look, there's Gail from Corrie on the tills. Well, I mean, yeah, but they do that, don't they? When they move people into Coronation Street who've been in EastEnders or something, and they did that with Michelle Collins, and I was nobody recognised her in The Rover's Return, and I'm thinking, you must know who she is. She's on television. It's Cindy. But they appeared not to know, which always used to make me laugh, actually. But it is difficult. I think they're trying that in Australia, aren't they? People who've been in Neighbours, they're going to try and get them into... I think Toadie's going to go into something else. There you go. Here we go. This is Neighbours star Alan Fletcher. And there's Dermot O'Dreary holding his script. Holding the script! You know, what shoddy presentation. It obviously goes to prove they don't either rehearse it, and don't give me this old baloney that you can't rehearse a show like this. Of course you can. They should be told, look, they're both sitting there holding their scripts. Don't they know what they're doing? Now, look, he's reading it. He's reading his script while she's doing an interview. He's obviously trying to find a question. Perhaps he doesn't know anything. It's really embarrassing. I've never seen such amateur presentation in my entire life. But, you know, that's the way it goes, I suppose, isn't it, on television now? They'll just take anybody. I reckon they turn up at the last minute, go into makeup, throw a bit of powder on or something like that, and then they give them the script. Occasionally puts it on the table, which makes it look even worse. Because you know he's going to pick it up again. And he sits there with his finger in his mouth like he's sucking his thumb. You know, obviously trying to... So, I mean, what was the question he came up the other day? They had some woman on, a doctor, and he said, oh, so you're talking about so-and-so. Tell us about it. And I thought, that's the best you can come up with, is it? God in heaven. Really embarrassing. Really embarrassing. You watch it. It'll drive you insane. I promise you, really. You don't get that with old Pip Schofield. Look, he doesn't know what to do with himself, doesn't know what to do with his hands. He sits there, he looks like he's fed up, he's a bit bored. And then occasionally, obviously, somebody... I mean, why doesn't the gallery say to him, you're on camera, pal? You know, yeah. I mean, I remember seeing him when he was co-presenting dancing and stuff like that. He didn't know what to do with his hands, didn't know how to stand, didn't know how to do anything. All a bit embarrassing. He sort of does everything as if it's a radio program. I'm only assuming his radio program is scripted. You know, perhaps that's why he's used to holding a script in his hand. But, I mean, on television, it looks dreadful. Even Eamon Holmes never sat there holding a script in his hand. And Ruth, they're professional presenters. When you get amateurs on there, it's very embarrassing. What have we got here? A deputy town clerk, likened to a mini Hitler, was sacked after starting World War III at a council employment tribunal. Martin Bond subjected colleagues to condescending blasts which reduced them to tears. Oh, people are such wusses now. It was claimed he sparked rows over market stalls and ladies' rounders teams during his 4-month stint in the post. He also clashed with the town clerk, Robert Robinson, and then they got... I mean, he earned £30,000 a year, and he's been put on gardening leave. I mean, that's what you do with people nowadays. Put them on gardening leave. Steve, when you did your programme for Channel 5, did you have to do all that and LBC? Yes? Yes, we did both. I can't remember what time it was on. I just know I used to finish and then change and take my makeup off quickly with wet wipes. Can't remember the year either. 2007 might have been. No, perhaps not. And late 90s. Okay, that's what the producer says. And then literally go down into the car park in Stephen Street, get the car out, drive to ITN, which is where we were based at the time, and then do my programme. Sometimes it was really cutting it fine. Really cutting it fine. But it was okay. But very exhausting. 1997. So, and I can't remember what time I did on LBC. I might have, because our show, I think, was on in the afternoon. And so you'd sort of do it. But we had to rehearse it. I don't think Dermot O'Dreary rehearses anything at all, judging by his lame presentation. Sitting there with a script in your hand, you know, with questions on it. And the best he come up with, oh, so you're in a new film. Tell us about it. I mean, not even been to the screening, I shouldn't imagine. Obviously far too busy. Roger says, I lived in Fort Lauderdale in the 90s, and every day at around 4 p.m, a short, sharp thunderstorm cooled things down. We like a short, sharp thunderstorm. They're always very good, aren't they? Things like that. That's what we can do with at the moment. You know, something to sort of, you know, clear the atmosphere and also to sort of put a bit of colour back. Because it's amazing, actually, when you get a sort of, you know, the brown grass all of a sudden turns green momentarily. Joe says the late Barry Evans worked as a taxi driver in the East Midlands. He was one of the faces of the 70s. Yes, he was. And he did a couple of films, took his clothes off and stuff like that. And but he died, you know, he was broke and he was just making ends meet driving. He was a one-man taxi business, but he had a drink problem as well. And I think he was gay. Because there was somebody coming round to see him, I think on a regular basis. Then this person said, I'm not going to come and see you anymore. And I think then he took to the bottle and they found him. He had a bang on his head or something like that. But great shame. Perdita says, you'll know the world's population is more than 7.5 billion. According to National Geographic, if they all stood shoulder to shoulder, every person on the planet could fit within the 500 square miles of Los Angeles. That's an amazing fact. That's like, yes, and that's like the other one, isn't it? If you laid all the girls in Essex end to end, you know, that one. That's a very good one, actually. I like that's one of my favourites, actually. I'm sure you know the answer. EastEnders star Louisa Lytton giggled with joy whilst tying the knot at her glamorous 3-day wedding in Italy. She played Ruby Allen in the soap, and she's got hitched to her partner in romantic Tuscany. Is Tuscany romantic? I don't think it was particular. Oh, it's not. What's romantic about Tuscany? Show me pictures of Tuscany. I bet it's not that romantic. I mean, to be honest with you, Biggleswade, I think, is a bit more romantic. They're sort of Tuscany. Blimey, there's nobody around. Just a lot of very tall trees and sort of things like that. Must be loads of old ruins you can get married in, mustn't there, really? But quite nice. And then they've got Tuscany, the guide, what you need to know before you go there. Don't. Well, it's very pretty. Of course, everything looks pretty in a pic. We all look pretty in pictures. Here's a luxury villa with a pool. Villa Signano, which is quite nice. I quite like things like that. But it's a bit too remote for me. I don't like remote places. Yeah, no, because you imagine at night time all the snakes will be out and everything else. You couldn't walk barefoot to the pool because you'd be attacked by an anaconda and then it would sort of drag you into the bushes. I was watching a bloke or a bear or something like that, and he was in the Arctic Circle and he used to have to go out to try and find food. And at one point he was trying to track a porcupine. He said, this is a porcupine. And I'm thinking, he said, because the meat's really good. I thought, oh, God, I could never do that. I mean, I'd just have to go to the local supermarket and somebody would do it for you. But he had to cut down trees to cut logs down. He said, because if I'm ill, he said, I've got to make sure in the winter, and their winters go for about 6 to 8 months. He said, my place has got to be warm for a month because I might not be able to go outside. So he has to have a month's worth of logs. And he's got, you know, the dogs and all the rest of it on the sleigh. And it was really, really, really nice. Really nice. If you like living that solitary existence, I couldn't manage. Drive me mad. Imagine. Here's a dad who says he found a tooth in his pie. Is sticking to salads. Adam Young was eating a Fray Bentos minced beef pie when he says he found the chomper. He said it was like crunching a stone. When I spat it out, I could see it was a tooth. So Fray Bentos, you know what they do? Human tooth, yeah. Fray Bentos, whoever the manufacturer is of the pie, say send it to us because they can do tests to find out whether or not he's lied. Because a lot of people tell lies saying, oh, I've just found this dead mouse in my pie. And they go, it's not possible. So they will know if this thing has been through the cooking process. Because all of these pies are cooked in the tin with the lids on. It's as simple as that. So they will know if something was there. But he said, I'm going to stick to salads. The amount of people who try and hoodwink the manufacturers of these things saying, oh, I've just found, you know, this body in my latest Ginster's pasty or something like that. And they go, no, it is not possible. You know, because of the process. It's money. They're looking for money. That's what most people. So if he sends the tooth back, they will know if it's been through the cooking process because they can examine it under electron microscopes and stuff like that. Talking of finding things, there's a dinosaur fossil which is coming up for sale if you were looking for buying me a present for Christmas or something like that. Don't want to sort of make too much of a big deal about it, but it would be appreciated. This one's going under the hammer for about 7 million. 7 million quid for a dinosaur fossil. What would you do with it? What would you do with it? It's like, have you seen that film, Night at the Museum? That's very good. I hadn't seen it before. And then I ended up buying 2 of them. 2 nights at the museum. And I thought it was really good, where all the exhibits come to life. And have you ever seen it? It's very good. I think Ricky Gervais is in it, yeah. And there's loads of other... It's really good. It's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I was a little bit worried that it might have sort of been one of those films. Oh, no. But all the exhibits in the museum come to life, and there's animals that are running through and Indians. And it's really good. It really is very, very clever. Little tiny creatures or figures who feature in a tableau all of a sudden are coming to life. It's like Gulliver's Travels. I've spoiled it. Well, it's been out for donkey's years. Blimey, if you haven't seen it, it's like Mary Poppins. She leaves at the end, OK? She basically sticks a finger up to the kids and goes, yeah, you're on your own now, while your father's off singing Let's Go Fly a Kite. You know, you can fly a kite. You won't leave us, Mary Poppins. Of course she's going to leave you. What do you mean? That's what the kids say. You won't leave us, Mary Poppins, will you? And then the next minute, the father goes, I've repaired your kite. It's a bit bad, admittedly, because we're so poor, we can't afford to buy you one. So he's repaired it with newspaper and a bit of string and everything else. And they immediately stop crying and go out and fly this kite. And their father gets a seat on the... They're very shallow and fickle, the children. Very shallow and fickle, but I do like them. What have we got? We got 5:15. You know what 5:15 means? LBC Travel.
LBC with Steve
Allen. Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Tuesday, July the 12th, or as we say in this country, it's another hot day. But, you know, other people live with this every single day of their lives. You know, you go to Dubai, it's nothing to have 30 degrees, and yet they seem to be surviving. Vegas, boiling hot, boiling hot. And yet they seem to survive. Over here, you know, we go to pieces, don't we, really? Holly Willoughby spending her summer break surrounded by crystals and gems. She's quite mad now. She's lost the plot completely. In Las Vegas today, would you like to know what the temperature is? 45 degrees. 45, because you're in the middle of the desert, so double it, 90. You're looking at 120 degrees in Vegas. That's why not many people go out and start wandering the streets. And they still have the same things that we have over here. You know, the living statues. It's where somebody turns up and they've sprayed their body silver. And they're sort of posing and doing stuff like that. Because we still get them in Covent Garden. Right load of old rubbish it is too, I tell you. It really is. You know, if I see another, you know, Yoda sitting on a pole, I shall lose the will to live, I'm afraid. And somebody, Chris from Hertford, who's currently in Bath, or in the Bath, says, I've taken you to Cardiff and Bath so far this week. I definitely picked the right week for a UK road trip, staying in lovely air-conditioned hotels. I mean, can you imagine if we didn't have air conditioning? I can't even remember what year air conditioning came in, but years ago when we lived in Hong Kong, and it was hot. All we had was a ceiling fan, and it didn't even sort of go round at such a speed you'd sit underneath it. Not in every room, no. Not in every room. It was sort of, it just slowly turned just to keep the room chilled, I suppose, but it was never properly chilled. That film had Robin Williams in it. It's very good. I've seen it several times. Says Alison, who might also be called John, which is quite interesting. Thank you. Did you know there's a blue plaque commemorating Barry Evans situated at Buckland Terrace in Belsize Park? Yeah, he ended his days in a pokey, run-down little bungalow. And as I say, that's where he was. That's where he was found dead. There were also something odd. I think he was buried, and then I think they dug him up and cremated him, and nobody knows where the ashes are now. We don't know where they are. So he lived at this 8 Buckland Terrace, but then he also had another place. And when the acting work dried up, he suffered depression. He'd been huge. I mean, I promise you, Barry Evans, good-looking boy. And for the last 4 or 5 years, he lived in London, worked very little, lived alone in a village of Claybrook in Leicestershire, where he worked as this taxi driver. And police discovered his body after going to the house to tell him they'd recovered his stolen car. It was very sad. He had no money at all, apart from what he was bringing in, his one-man taxi firm. But because he was drunk most of the time, he couldn't go out and do it. Because when you've been big, and he had been big, they were trying to get him a part in EastEnders. That's what they were trying. His agent said at the time they were in negotiation, because that's what happens sometimes. I mean, I think Shane Ritchie's going back into EastEnders, because Shane will be working, you know, doing pantomime and stuff like that, but you can't survive on that. You really can't. It was very difficult. But, yeah, there is a blue plaque. What happened to the other house, I don't know. But Shane's going to reprise his Alfie Moon role. And that's basically been his saving grace. I mean, he was last seen at, about 2019, wasn't he? I think, really, when he fled Walford after stealing money from Phil Mitchell. But he said it was an honour and a privilege to be asked back. Daniela Westbrook didn't say the same, I gather. And also, who was the other one who's in there? He used to have the dog Wellard. He's disappeared now, hasn't he, completely? Dean Gaffney, what does he do for a living now? Nothing. How do they survive financially? Answer, no idea. No idea, but it must be incredibly difficult if you've been big in a certain... Because what happens is nobody prepares all these people. You get loads of coverage in the newspapers. Oh, I did this, I did that, and all the rest of it. Then, you know, they decide to rewrite the story, and they write you out, and you don't have the protection of the PR at EastEnders. There's a whole department there that will look after people and feed stories out to the press. The moment you leave there, you're by yourself. The only stories you've got are the ones that you sort of generate yourself. So Dean Gaffney doesn't get any publicity. Why would he? You know, Daniela Westbrook will have to do something spectacular to get anything in the papers, and it's generally to do with either surgery or she's thinking of going back into this or going, and that's it. And at the end of the day, you know, it's a load of old huff and puff. Because there isn't anything. There isn't anything out there. What on earth can you put her in? They actually tried her in a couple of things, and she was unreliable. So once you get a reputation, they can't afford to hold this up. I mean, EastEnders, you ask anybody who's in EastEnders, it's a fast turnaround. You know, so if you're standing there going to the director, so what's my motivation? And they go, to read your lines. That's all you've got to do. Read the lines, we'll edit it, that's it. You know, Coronation Street, exactly the same. And, yeah, we've spoken to people... in Coronation Street, and you will go in the morning and you could be filming 6 scenes, all for different programmes. Liz McDonald, if you remember, I mean, she had a breakdown. She didn't know where she was some of the time. She said to me, she said, I'd stand there behind the bar and think, where am I? She had no idea, and they'd say, OK, you do. So she might change her outfit, and they'll film a bit, and then they put it on ice, and then they'll move it into another episode. So she's not necessarily filming anything, so they don't know where they are half the time. So that's the problem. And in Emmerdale, exactly the same. But I remember there used to be an actor in Emmerdale, and they wanted to change the character and make him gay. And he was only young, and he went, I'm not playing a gay part. Because in those days, it was considered, you know, it might be bad for your career. I mean, I've never heard of anybody whose career has been affected by it. But anyway, and so they said, well, that's what's going to happen to the character. And so he said, well, I'll leave. And so he left. He left. I remember the first gay kiss in EastEnders. I know, because I know both the people involved. Both the people involved. And you think, God, the amount of controversy that went on with these things. But it's a case of, listen, you're doing something. It's very difficult. Because as an actor, you leave, you know, your acting school and everything else, and you hope to get something on a soap, because that's regular money, or a theatre tour, or a musical. It's very rare that people stick in the West End. You might only appear in the West End every 10 years. And then it might only be, if it's any of Cameron Mackintosh's, it's only going to go 2 years. They recast. every 2 years. This gay kiss was between Colin and Guido, screened in the early evening, and Piers Morgan wrote a piece in the paper saying scrap EastEnders call over gay kiss. I mean, and so they actually used to have, a vote yes or no, call this premium rate number now, as to whether or not we should have the gay kiss. Do you think TV should show scenes of men kissing each other? Ring one of the following numbers today with your verdict. That's how bad it was. That was written by Piers Morgan. God help him if one of his sons turns out to be gay. I mean, it is absolutely amazing, isn't it? The Tory MP, Terry Dix, says it's absolutely disgraceful that this revolting scene went out at 7:30. Is he still alive, Terry Dix? I seem to remember him vaguely. Tory MP Geoffrey Dickens says, I think the time has come to reconsider the whole future of EastEnders. That's how homophobic they were, But somebody says, Michael Cashman, of course, gay rights campaigner, he lives with his boyfriend, says, we showed two people in a loving relationship who just kissed. It was not a sexual kiss. But, of course, Tory Geoffrey Dickens and the other one, Terry Dix. So aptly named, do you not think? It's a case of, this is disgusting, we shouldn't have it on the television. They'd be horrified now if they were living. Mind you, they might be living, I don't know. I'd love to find out, actually. How many? You think are they both dead? Are they both dead? Terry Dix is definitely dead. And Geoffrey Dickens? I mean, if he isn't, he must be fairly ancient. He died in 2020. Yeah. I'm almost tempted to say good. Because, to actually get people to write that in a newspaper to say this is disgusting and it shouldn't be shown on the television shows how backwards they were. Mind you, when you looked at a picture of those two bloated MPs, there they were, fat and bloated, and they were predicting, we don't want stuff like this. I think there's a call now to axe EastEnders. What? You always feel like resurrecting them, bringing them back and go, have you seen television recently? God, you'd love it. You'd love it. There's lesbian kissing, and there's this, and people holding hands, and gay dating, and two men dancing on Strictly. By God, I tell you, dreadful. Danny says, new scam to be aware of. You get a text saying you've come into contact with somebody with COVID. Click the link to order your COVID test. When you click the link, payment details are requested. They simply take the money. Well, they only take the money if you give them the details of your credit card. And anybody, I mean, if your nan was taken for 400 quid, she gets it free. You just order it online. The COVID test arrives free. It comes in the post. You don't need to pay for anything. But also, she must have literally handed over her credit card details. And all they'd be doing is, it's not a scam. It's a case of they just pick her number at random. It doesn't matter whether you're young or old. They work on the assumption a lot of people might be elderly. And they say, you need to order your COVID test. It's free. You get it for free. They send you the boxes. I've still got mine. They send you the boxes through the post. You do it yourself. You don't have to worry about anything at all. But you never give your details out. Surely you must have said to your nan, don't hand out your credit card details. That would be the safest thing because you don't need to pay for stuff like that. Apparently, Patrick says air conditioning was invented in 1902 for a printing plant in Brooklyn. I love it. I love it. I mean, having it in the car is just, it's a godsend. Absolutely a godsend. I mean, it just, you sort of sit there. I love sitting at traffic lights with a jumper on and gloves. And I make sure the car next door to me can see that. And I've got the windows all done up. And it's like, and I sit there and I go, like that, just to really annoy them because they're sitting there with all the windows done and the sweat's pouring off them, Nan, the dog and everything else. I saw a couple the other day on the bus. In fact, this morning. A huge Doberman type thing, sitting on a seat on a bus. Dirty people. Don't let dogs sit on seats. Other people have to do it. It's like people who put their feet on the seats. I would be on the bus going, get your feet off the seats and off the bus. No, you're not going. I've taken photos before of people putting their seat. Dirty people they are. Dirty. 1984, Steve, I bought my first car with air conditioning and everybody said you'll never use it. I have mine on all the time. Middle of winter, I've got the air conditioning on. Just to really annoy people sitting next to me at the traffic, because I can. I was talking to Mr. Bazzino, a friend of mine, and we were talking about air conditioning. And I said, to be honest with you, I said, even though it drinks petrol, I don't care. I'm seriously, because I don't use the car every single day, so it doesn't make any difference to me. I just like having the air conditioning on to make sure that I'm kept cool. Because as diabetic, who's on levothyroxine, because my thyroid doesn't work, so I can't control my body temperature. Oh, there they are. Look at them. The Tory leadership raised. Boo! Sorry, I do beg your pardon. I try to be fairly political on this because it doesn't affect us. We're not voting for these people. It's, only if you're a Conservative Party member, of which there are 200,000. I'd love to know what the turnout is. That would interest me greatly. Out of 200,000 people, you would think they would all want to vote, but I bet you anything the turnout will be like 40%, if that. And we will find out. They will actually tell us. Colleen Rooney wearing an air boot again. These are these boots when you've sort of done something to your feet. But we want to know what's happened with her in the old Vardy case, because that seems to have disappeared now. Have they not come up with a verdict? Why is it taking so long? Has anybody won, or have they just decided to call it a day and Colleen's gone about her business? At least she doesn't have to put up with dreary old Wayne. He's going to America, Perhaps he might stay there.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
30, let's get...
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So air conditioning everywhere. Well, in cars it is. I can't think of it. Mind you, there might be some of you listening at the moment who are sort of saying, well, actually, Steve, I've got a car which I've had for ages and we don't have air conditioning. And we didn't when we were younger. You just open the window. But, of course, all you were doing, bringing in the hot air. And, of course, in those days, it was very easy in the hot weather, if you were driving, for a car to boil over. You would see cars by the side of the motorway with steam coming out of the engine because the water had boiled over. I remember driving down the motorway with the heater on to take away the heat out of the engine. It was a nightmare. Nowadays, you could sit there, all day and it wouldn't make any difference at all. Number of churches being forced to close is not a priority for the Church of England. They haven't quite worked out why people are leaving the church. And it's not just Church of England, it's loads of churches. Welsh chapels were the most popular to close because in every little village there'd be a Welsh chapel and everybody would go and sing and it was all very lovely. And it wasn't a case of being particularly religious, it's just that's what everybody did at the time. But now they're actually closing them and they turn them into arts centres, they turn them into flats. The amount of churches I've seen converted into flats, and I've always fancied living in a church. I've always thought there's a lovely one down, it was for sale years ago for about 9 million, and it's down in Petersham. And it was a very big Catholic church, and they've converted it. It was used as billeting during the war, and in the crypt they put a swimming pool. And it's like the only problem it's got with it, it's right next door to a kids' school in Petersham, which is quite posh, Petersham Village. You come down round the corner where Tommy Steele's house was, and then you take the first left, go down there, and it's on the left-hand side. But you can imagine when the kids go back to school, you can't get out of your gate because there's cars parked everywhere, all over the place. So that would annoy me intensely. Get your car out the way. I need to go to work. Steve, we've got air conditioning throughout the whole house, says Richard. Costs 90p an hour to run, even at today's prices. Well worth it. Well, I don't know. I think it might be going up, actually. Might be going up a little bit, possibly in, well, we think September, October, don't we? They reckon to about 400 quid a month, which is interesting. So millions of you will face these rocketing energy bills. But I don't think people are prepared for how much it's going up. I really don't think. 84850, somebody says COVID tests aren't free anymore. Been about 2 to 3 months since they stopped it. I don't know. One of my neighbours got one the other day, actually. They are. The tests are free, but as per the NHS website, you have to pay 99p delivery. That's how you get to pay. It's taken from the NHS website. PCR test kits are free. You only have to pay 99 pence for postage. Yeah, I mean, I got 3 of them. So I've still got them. But there again, I've been very good. Jacob says, I've used your phrase the other day on people who texted me from supposed Royal Mail asking me for additional money to redeliver an item. I never ordered. I just texted back, you can keep the parcel. I don't want it. There you go. Who can get free NHS COVID-19 tests? They're no longer free for most people. However, if you've got a health condition, which means you're eligible for COVID-19 treatment if you work in the NHS or adult social care, or if you're going into hospital. So you may not get tested. If you're eligible, you can get it sent to your home. And if you're not eligible, you can just buy it at a shop. I don't know how much they cost, actually. But you certainly don't hand over, if it's your nan, she's obviously got to be of a certain age, you don't hand over a credit card, definitely. I'm waiting for a UPS parcel. Should have been delivered yesterday. It wasn't. It wasn't. It said, delivered the 11th. It wasn't. Which is a bit naughty, isn't it? So I wonder where that one's gone to. I always like to find these things out. UPS, yes, I know what it is, yes. We just call it an item. It's a Rubik's Cube, actually. I'll tell you, it's a Rubik's Cube. And it's coming from Canada, and they've said it's going to be delivered Monday. Well, it wasn't. It's a blatant lie. I don't know why they actually send you a thing saying it's going to be delivered on Monday. And now they've said, we'll sort of update you soon. I don't know how they work these things out. It's either being delivered Monday or it's not, and if it's not, when's it being delivered? The cavers... They go down. Why did I order a Canadian Rubik's Cube? Because I can. It's a simple... Why you questions these things? I've got no idea. Why'd you put petrol in your car? Because I can. Who was it the other day? Chris Gold works for our news station. He said he spent £100 putting petrol in his car, filled up the tank. I thought, I wish. The cavers who go... I would never go caving in a million years. I've always worried these people who have to squeeze through little gaps and all the rest of it, and, and you think, I don't know about that. But anyway, they found a mine which used to mine cobalt, which they used to use in the making of pottery, giving it that blue colour. And this is 200 years ago they found it, and all the miners' things were still there. Isn't that amazing? I love stuff like that. I think that's quite exciting. But I wouldn't want to go down there. But it's like, who's our number one influencer in this country? It's the Queen. The Queen is the number one influencer, and so she should be. So she should be. I think she's great. Always looks fantastic. Always looks immaculate. Wish I could look as immaculate. But mind you, if you don't have to sort of worry about getting the iron out and start running it over a few items and things like that, or doing your hair of a morning. She's an influencer, I suppose, because, that's what they said. She's our number one. I've seen other people, these influencers around the world, and you start thinking, it's all a bit peculiar, isn't it? I don't like all these adverts everywhere. Steve, I just saw the bus route N22 with not in service on the front near Trafalgar Square. That's the night bus, actually, N22. We don't have it during the daytime, and it goes all the way round, actually. It takes hours. And it goes through Barnes and all the rest of it, and you end up in Trafalgar Square from Twickenham. So it can be done, actually. It can be done, but it just takes forever and a day. There was a scene, says Chris in Hertford, currently in Bath, as we now know. There was a scene in Only Fools and Horses where Del Boy wanted other drivers to think they had air conditioning and the Robin Reliant. They were driving down the motorway with the coats on and all the windows up on a boiling hot day. I don't remember that one. I only remember that the one I remember, actually, was where Rodney managed to trick Del Boy into going up in one of these paraglider things. Do you remember? And he came back, and then Del managed to wind him up as well, because he crashed into everything. That was quite good, actually. Very, very good. Good Housekeeping magazine says the greatest ever invention is the washing machine. I would think that would be, My mother used to have a twin tub. A mangle as well that went with it. And in fact, the mangle on our one was fitted on, but we did have a separate mangle as well, an old wooden thing. And but the mangle at the top, you'd sort of drag your stuff over from the washing machine, the twin tub, onto the other side, which used to spin it, and then you'd move this thing round, and it was the mangle, and you'd put the clothes through the mangle. Then you put them on the line, on the washing line. I mean, who actually puts stuff? I haven't done that for years. Well, I don't have one of those washing lines, but I quite like the rotary lines, which we all used to have years ago. So when it was really windy, it used to spin round. Very clever, very clever. Yeah, Del Boy's car always used to have that little thing in the window, tax in post. Can't get away with that now, can you? Or midwife on emergency call. Still very popular to this day, but tax in post was... A lot of people used to use Guinness labels, because Guinness labels from a distance used to look like a tax disc. And what it generally meant was, if you put tax in post, you were a liar because you didn't have insurance either. We don't have paper tax discs anymore. It's all done online. So when you go past a police car, they know if you've got MOT, insurance, or a tax disc. Simple as that. Got to be very careful. Very careful. What else do we have today? Oh, the couple devastated when their dog died on their wedding day. They'd given it to a kennel to look after, and they left it locked up in a van. You know, boiling hot days like this, which is not very good, is it, really? I don't think so. 40 migrants spotted boarding a dinghy to cross the channel. Why don't we just let the dinghies down, go round, they go, pfft, end of story. Because they're obviously bringing them in. Somebody's got a supply of dinghies, and they're bringing them in. If you take away the supply, well, that stops the problem. Priti Patel's dreary idea, none of which have worked, is sort of when they arrive in this country, check them in, then take them to the plane for Rwanda. Not. That never worked, did it? That never worked. And if you want to be truly appreciated, try calling an old friend. I very rarely pick up the telephone and call old friends. But, you know, if they call me, I have to decide if I'm going to... I knew what I was going to tell you. They're moving the Museum of London. They're moving it to Smithfield because apparently it's a nightmare being in Barbican because it's such a mess. Barbican, it's all walkways and corridors and everything else. And to get to the Museum of London, which is one of the best museums in London. I mean, they're all very good, but this one's exceptionally good. And they've got everything there. So they're moving it to, I think later on in the year, to Smithfield. And it will be moving there, and they've got lots of special events taking place before they move to their new home. I remember reading that the other day, thinking that's quite nice. So 4th of December, you should go. It's the largest urban history collection in the world, situated in this building in London Wall. But to get to it is really difficult. If you can't find it, you'll never get in. You could be going around the houses for ages and ages. But you should go. It's a very good museum. They've got all sorts of things. They've got the gates to Newgate Prison. They've got, I mean, too many things to even mention. They've got they've got rooms that have been recreated. They've got there's a Roman villa. And they've got prehistoric relics, and they've got the suffragette movement stuff, and it's really good. You should really go. Actually, museums are not the stuffy places that we used to think they were. And also they've got a recreation of the capital's 19th century pleasure gardens, because London was full of pleasure gardens. You would go there, hookers would work it, and people had bear baiting. They had bears being led through, and you'd have, I don't know what they were doing actually, because you never had your photo taken with a bear. But these things were quite tall, not in the 1800s, but they also used to have the men, turning the handle of the old music box type machine with a little monkey sitting on the top, holding out a little cup so you could give money to them. I think I remember those. But, no, they've got loads of different things. They've got a lot of original television puppets. The wooden tops are there and people like that. So you should definitely go. It's well worth it. I always recommend going to museums because when I was younger, I used to think the most boring thing in the world was being taken to a museum. Your father would go, right, let's do the V&A, and you go, oh, God, do we have to? And the answer is that you should go back there now because it's your history. It's the stuff that we love. 5:45, and they're also free, a lot of. Some of them try and charge, but I never pay. I refuse to pay for something I've paid for out my taxes for years. Let's get the latest LBC travel, shall we? Welcome along to another boiling hot day. We're all going to be moaning about it, and people are going, oh, they're running out of water everywhere. I tell you what I get really annoyed about at the moment, and it's happened on a few occasions in Iceland. Not the country, that's the shop. Because I go and pick up water there and do little bits and pieces. And you ask them for a bag. The women are very good at doing it. The blokes just give you the bag and you go, can you open it? Can you open the bag? Is that entirely possible, thicko? And they sit there and they look at you like you've sort of asked for the world. They don't even try. I don't even try and open it because I can't. I'm not going to stand there while they're whizzing the stuff over and then going, £13. And you go, can you open the bag? And they do it begrudgingly. There's no please or thank you or anything in Iceland. Really not. Terrible at all. So Mo Farah was trafficked into Britain at the age of 9, forced to be a servant, and his real name is not Mo Farah. So now we'll have to get used to calling him something else. But he's obviously known about this since he was 8. And he's getting on a bit now. So he said, I want to tell my real story. So they've done a documentary on BBC One, which they obviously filmed ages and ages ago. Brits are ditching Netflix to go to the real flicks. Are they? I don't think they are. Have you seen the price of going to the real flicks? It seems an awful lot of money to go to the cinema. I mean, I know you get posh seats and stuff like that, but even so, it's very... I'd rather sit at home in the privacy of home, so you've got the kitchen and all the rest of it. Or DVD. I'm better at DVDs. Much better. Steve, I don't do buses, but my English Bull Terrier sits on a bar stool at the pub. Slightly disturbing. And, Steve, just heard you mention using a tumble dryer. Anyone who has access to a washing line should use it. So much nicer to dry your washing. Says Sue in the fresh air. Yeah, but most people in London don't have the fresh air, do they? They live in flats and stuff like that. It's raining in Brisbane, Australia. Lovely and cool. Steve, I'm visiting my daughter. Lovely and cool. I love it when it's lovely and cool. I think it's quite nice, actually. Over in Brisbane today, well, you've only got 17 degrees, so hardly warm, is it? Double it and add 30, so 64 degrees. Beating your hands down on that one. Light rain showers and light winds. Mind you, by the time you get to the weekend, you might get 20 degrees or 21 degrees. OK? Enjoy it. Sucker. Strictly's unveiled 4 new pro dancers. Boring. Who cares? Pro dancers are all over the blooming world. All over the world. And £367 the monthly energy bills. Millions at risk of this devastating hike. Which is what I mean. Oh, look, another picture of dreary old Christine McGuinness. My God, love. You must get a job. It must be very boring just sort of going out with your photographer. The inhaler gaffe threat to 1 million asthmatics. These are these Ventolin inhalers. And around 1 million people are overusing their reliever inhalers. Asthma and Lung UK said an estimated 1 in 5 sufferers use it instead of the prevention device. Dale used to go to France and buy them. Because you could buy them over the counter in France. Over here, you can't. You need a prescription. But he hadn't had an asthma attack since he was 14. But he still used to sit there go like that. Have you ever used one? You have to sort of push the button down and suck at the same time. It's not an easy thing to do. The Tory MP is Jamie Wallace. He told police he absconded because he feared he was going to be killed or kidnapped. As I say, it's a very odd person here. This is the one. His father collected him in his Land Rover before driving to the to the family's mansion. And, he came out as transgender in March, 5 months after the crash in South Wales. And they've got pictures of him with Boris and all the rest of it. But he said he felt as if he was going to be attacked again. There was nobody out. So I don't know why he felt he was going to be attacked, apart from the cat on the road. You know what cats are like. Whoa, blimey, don't upset cats. Nightmare. They're very judgmental, cats. He said he crashed into the lamppost because there was a cat that crossed the road. Yeah, right. Steve, have you had your pickled onions? I have, actually. I had one this morning. Because I've worked on the assumption I think they're really good. So I'm having... Well, apparently so, yeah. Apparently good for your gut, good for all sorts of bits and pieces. Well, that's what it said when we looked at it online. Best of the reality and the factual shows this summer. You won't believe what's dragged itself back from the abyss. Colin and Justin. Do you remember them? Oh, my godfathers. This was the interior design couple, Colin McAllister and Justin Ryan. I mean, two gay guys from Scotland who were all over the place. Then they disappeared. Completely, as fast as they arrived, they disappeared because I think basically everybody had enough of them. And they moved to a small coastal town in Nova Scotia, and they attempted to become hoteliers, so obviously their business didn't work here. So the series, called The Great Canadian Escape, will track this undertaking as the duo buy and transform a 21-room old-fashioned and tired hotel that includes a restaurant and beach house. These two city boys also have to settle into the community and try to get the town on board, hiring local tradespeople, suppliers and staff. Can you just imagine, can't you? Two gay guys turning up to run a hotel. As I say, I thought they were finished ages ago. I remember seeing they turned up on everything, and it was just a bit too sort of kind of in your face. Also, it's on August the 1st. It's the Love Island finale. Thank God for that. And apparently among the barely clothed contestants, we've seen Gemma, daughter of Michael Owen, and Jack, the son of Ronan Keating. Well, he was bounced out very quickly. You know why? Zero personality. Nobody wanted to go out with him. Nobody wanted to go out with him. Even when he was on the outside world, nobody wanted to go out with him. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? But Summer of Love finally comes to an end. Laura Whitmore's hosted, but luckily you don't have to listen too much to her. I think, is it 14 minutes or something? I mean, it feels like it's been on forever. You know why? Because when they kick somebody out, they seem to bring another person in. So they've just brought in this dreary old baggage, you know, and a few other bits and pieces. And you think to yourself, What's the point of dragging out this torturous rubbish on the television for people who can't find a boyfriend or a girlfriend or something? And you look at the blokes, you think, of course you can't find a girlfriend, you're thick. You know, and then you listen to the girls talking, and it just basically looks like RuPaul's Drag Race. That's all it is. It's very tedious. Very, very tedious. But never mind. Doesn't make any difference, does it? They were saying that we're running out of fish for fish and chip shops. They say we might have to eat jellyfish. That's what they were saying. They were saying we might have to eat jellyfish. It might go on the shelves. They might have deep-fried jellyfish. Seriously. In fish and chips, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not fish and chips, but it could be very good for you, apparently. I don't quite see it myself. I wouldn't want to order jellyfish. Would you want to order jellyfish? I wouldn't. But there you go. Warning issued after enormous killer jellyfish spotted on Scottish beaches. Because they all swarm together. Jellyfish, when they go, there'll be millions of them. And you've got to be very careful. I mean, these ones are bright blue and pink, so they're obviously very camp jellyfish. Very camp. And when they go out there, I mean, the Portuguese man-of-war can grow to 160 feet. That's 160 feet tentacles underneath. If you brush against them, be it on your own head, as they say, be it on your own head. But there's loads. I've seen lots of little ones. Very pretty, but it's not the kind of thing that you want sort of hanging around. But they're all turning up on beaches. But they're saying that we might be able to eat them in the future, which is good. Steve, we went to see the Top Gun film on Monday at the cinema. Cost for 2 tickets, 19 quid, says Jane. £8.50. That seems quite cheap, actually, Jane, to us here. I don't know how much the producer paid last time. How much you paid last time, love? What did you... 15 quid a ticket? Wow. 2 words, Steve. Barbican Cinema. Nice and cheap, says John in Smithfield. I like the... Nice and cheap appeals to me, actually. Nice and cheap definitely appeals to me. Also, former I'm a Celeb contestant and culture secretary for the time being, Nadine Dorries is famed for her works of fiction. She impressed Channel 5 boss Ben Frowell so much, he says he would never say never to adapting her array of books. Oh, God, boring. I can't think of anything worse. And are you winding me up? Came a chorus of cries from the many former girlfriends of Love Island's ultimate bad boys. He swanned back into the villa. This is Adam Collard. Not a nice person. Not a nice person. But one of the girls, Zara, has described their relationship as toxic. And, I mean, they'd all been out with him because he basically was just winding them up. And that's what it is. And, you know, I think Zara... was watching with her made-in-Chelsea boyfriend, Sam Thompson, who's been out with just about everybody. I mean, come on, put your hand up if you've been out... see, everybody. Everybody's been out with him. And said it was the best series ever as he watched him go in. He'll watch his greasy abs and pectorals every night. He said he'll shake them up a little bit in there. It's so boring. They've got nothing to talk about, these people. I mean, they really haven't. It's a little bit embarrassing, really. And Nicola Adams and girlfriend Ella Baig have welcomed their first child, saying they felt an instant love after his arrival on Saturday. The couple also released a snap of the hands around their boy's feet. They revealed in February they were expecting after 4 rounds of IVF. So congratulations to them, and they'll be very happy. I've noticed, actually, have you noticed that Tom, who's the diver, Tom Daley, every time he goes out now to do a gay event, he gets camper in his clothes. He's bright red this, bright blue that, and all the rest of it. And we like Tom Daley a lot because he sort of turns up to most things, which is very good. Whereas, you know, other people sort of turn up and they're kind of a bit bland with their clothing, which is not so good. So Ramsay Sweet, Kylie and Jason reunited. And they had a romantic relationship for 3 years in real life, but then they also were in the series. We like Jason Donovan. Oh, look, North Yorkshire, a tree trunk on the exposed bed of Lindley Wood Reservoir near Otley. It's no water. Last ever Neighbours episode, 29th of July. 29th of July. Britain's set for the biggest rail strike in nearly 100 years. Thousands more. Well, go out and strike. Nobody cares. We're not, you know, you're not holding us to ransom. So the rail firms hit by the strikes: Arriva Rail London, Chiltern Railways, Great Western, LNER, Northern Train, South Eastern, TransPennine Express and West Midlands Train. Don't affect me. La 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 la. It didn't affect me last time. Couldn't care less, actually. And so they've got a picture of Michael Whelan, the boss of ASLEF. Enjoying your money, Michael. I bet you are. In this life, one thing counts: in the bank, large amounts. Jacob Rees-Mogg has ruled himself out of the Tory leadership race. Somebody said, well, go on, go in for it. That'll kill it, stone dead. Suella, that's Suella Braverman, urged fellow MPs to vote for her because she loves Britain rather than because she's brown. So we're playing that card as well. Priti Patel told not to run and split the right. Well, I mean, I shouldn't imagine she's got a cat in hell's chance. And Liz Truss leaves home in London, has no idea where she's going. Car's the other way, dear. Car's the other way. A rising star of the leadership, Kemi Badenoch, has revealed she had to fight woke civil servants to push through a ban on gender-neutral toilets. It's now getting that desperate that we're going for that one. And Penny Mordaunt topped a poll of Tory party members on who should be the next leader. You're not going to like any of them. You don't like them at the moment. So I don't think that you're going to like them anywhere nearer the time. You really aren't. But the next Prime Minister will be named on September the 5th. So you'll have to wait and see. And also there's going to be TV debates. There's going to be one on Sunday night on ITV. And Sky News are going to be doing one and everything else. So and you'll suddenly realise they'll all promise you everything. And none of it. You know, Ian Dale is going to be doing phone-ins tonight with two contenders. I've lost track of what day we're on to now. What day are we on to? Tuesday. Well, thank goodness for that. Thank goodness. News.
On your radio.
Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Tuesday morning. Welcome to It's Another Scorching Day. Welcome to the point of boredom. I don't know what's more boring, talking about the weather or talking about the Tory party leadership. I can't quite work out, even though we're supposed to talk about it because it's important, but you don't get a say in it. You know, you just have to sit on the outside, unless you're a member of the Tory party, in which case you can vote. But I reckon the turnout's going to be low. Because nobody wants to put their name behind any of the candidates because they're all deeply unpleasant. Because if they were pleasant, they'd have got in first time round, but they didn't, which is rather a shame. So we'll have to wait and find out. They say September the 5th. Is that September the 5th we'll know who the new Prime Minister is going to be? And then we wait and see what happens when Boris turns round and says, I don't think I'll step down. You know, that'll be the last leadership election. Well, the last one was 2019. 87% turnout. I wonder what it'll be this time. I'm reckoning it's low. This time. That's what I'm reckoning. And we'll have to wait and see. But it all depends. But, you know, they have to win their likeability vote. I'm not interested in what rubbish they're going to tell you because they'll lie through their teeth. And they're all saying roughly the same thing. We're going to give you tax breaks. So people are going, oh, we're going to save money. Yeah, right. I believe it when it happens. Pete the Pool Man says, I've seen Top Gun 5 times at the Isha Everyman. I'd have paid double. It's brilliant. Oh, right. Is that the new Top Gun or the old Top Gun? It's the new one. I haven't seen it, actually. I'm not really into the Top Gun films. I never quite got it. I never believed that Tom Cruise could actually fly one of these jets in the first place. I know he could do lots of things. Well, he can certainly watch tennis. We know that for a fact. I feel sorry for the thousands missing out on refunds as flights were axed. Furious passengers caught up in travel chaos yesterday had to wait in an airport stairwell for more than 2 hours as the temperature soared. More than 40 of them were reported to have been left stranded in the sweltering conditions whilst they waited for their delayed flight to depart from Gatwick. They had to sit on the stairs as they waited for their EasyJet flight to Cephalonia to leave. Debbie Shipley was among those passengers due to fly at 5:55 a.m. But after a 2-hour delay, she found herself locked on the stairwell as temperatures rose. Along pictures of angry passengers, she said, I would like to know if it's okay to lock 40 people in a stairwell. Gatwick says, we apologise. And that's all you get from them. That's all you get. Apologise to people who may have had to wait longer than usual to be coached to and from the aircraft. This was due to a shortage of both ground handlers and coach drivers due to staff sickness. Yeah, and also the fact we fired loads of them. And Heathrow have ordered the cancellation of 61 flights yesterday, affecting 10,000 passengers, and warned of more to come. So to maintain a safe operation, they've asked some airlines in Terminals 3 and 5 to remove a combined total of 61 flights from the schedule. They apologise for the impact to travel plans, and they're working closely with the airlines to get affected passengers rebooked onto other flights. Problems with the baggage system during the weekend led to hundreds of bags not even being put on the flights. It's just a total honestly, it's like being in a third world country. We can't even get the flights to take off now. It's terrible. I mean, the biggest delays last year, Leeds Bradford, 7 minutes 42 seconds. Are these delays getting onto your plane? I'm going to sneeze. There you go, 2. I knew it would be 2. Glasgow, 8 minutes 30 seconds. Number 1 is Birmingham, 12 minutes and 24 seconds, which doesn't seem too bad, does it really? London Heathrow is 11 minutes and 48 seconds. Luton, 9 minutes. But I mean, the most, 12 minutes and 24 seconds. So that's the biggest delay. That's last year. Oh, this year it'll be disastrous. It'll be absolutely dreadful. What can we do about it? You can't do anything about it. They got rid of all the staff. You know, during the pandemic, they were laying people off left, right and centre. And so passengers have now had to rely on their insurance after the Heathrow staff shortage chaos. So where have all the people gone who used to work at Heathrow? Why are they not going back to working at Heathrow? And also, what happens if you don't have insurance? I mean, there's nothing that says you have to have insurance to fly, you know, but if for medical conditions you need to have insurance. But a lot of people don't bother. A lot of people just don't bother with it. They go, oh, it's unnecessary, isn't it? And yet, of course, that's exactly the time, you know, that you do it. Jane says Tom Cruise is an extremely well-qualified pilot. No, he doesn't fly these ones, dear. OK, doesn't fly these ones. Jeff in Sheffield says the Tory party leadership, the heat wave, they're both hot air. Well, that's good. I mean, he has had his pilot's licence since 94. He doesn't fly these jets, though. These jets that feature in Top Gun. He owns quite a few, including a World War II era P-51. Not quite the same, is it? You know, he's basically flying, you know, it's like sort of the equivalent of the Beckham's tugboat. You know, it's a luxury cruiser. Not really. Not really. So he might be able to fly, but he doesn't fly these jets. We know that for a fact. Because, Jane, we had the jet in Leicester Square. It was brought in, and everybody's going, yeah, it's very nice, but he doesn't fly it. But he does parachute, which is lovely. Alex Brummer, the city editor for the Mail, says the Tories have a golden chance to cut the tax, but they'll need the courage to shrink the state. They won't tell you that they will because they're looking for your votes. Although it doesn't make any difference, actually. And almost a year ago, Richard Littlejohn, writing from America, says this column featured a photo of Sajid Javid with his arm around his protege, Rishi Sunak. They were grinning from ear to ear. I remarked in 1974, reviewing a concert by a young singer-songwriter, the critic John Landau wrote, I saw rock and roll's future and its name is Bruce Springsteen. Looking at the picture of the Saj and Dishy Rishi, I thought, I've seen the Conservative Party's future, and it doesn't include Boris Johnson. Mystic Rich strikes again. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. From America. Former Grand Prix champion Sir Jackie Stewart says modern Formula One star Max Verstappen is too fond of diving into the first corner. Do you know, I've never understood Grand Prix if I live to be 37. I really don't get it. It's just people who drive very fast. And that's it. There's no purpose to it. It's just like people who climb mountains. Why are you doing it? Because we can. But I just don't understand, you know, going to watch it. Why? You only get to see the cars every so often when they pass in front of you very quickly. Meow. Meow. And that's it. And then occasionally, if you're lucky, you get a crash. You know, it's the only thing that livens it up. Otherwise, I mean, I don't get what it is. You know, I never quite understood what Bernie Ecclestone's involvement was. Well, at the moment it's HMRC, but that's another story. Apparently, the Queen is not amused about the wilding of parts of Buckingham Palace gardens while she's been at Windsor. Her Majesty prefers a well-manicured lawn, as did Prince Philip, who was unimpressed when shown the Prince of Wales's attempts at creating a stumpery, a rockery made up of dead tree roots at Highgrove, shouting at Charles, when are you going to set fire to all this? He was lovely, Prince Philip, wasn't he? I mean, he really was. He was just a grumpy old man who you know, sadly passed away a short while ago. Also, MasterChef presenter Greg Wallace recalls in a forthcoming TV interview that he removed 20 quid from a customer's wallet whilst working in a dry cleaners in Peckham in South East London 30 years ago, confessing, I've always felt bad about it. If he sees this and it was about 30 years ago, I can take him out for dinner and he can have his 20 quid back. He might have to make it 220, which is probably what 1992's 20 quid is worth now, thanks to runaway inflation. Fancy thieving. Mind you, I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. And what was the other one? Million-strong army of Ukrainians to take on Putin. And 4 marriages, a violent suicide and a fatal fire. A socialite, Lily Safra, dies at the age of 87. Richard Kay recalls the Scottish engineer's daughter whose life was dogged by scandal. An interesting person, the Gilded Lily, they call her. She was friends with Elton John and all sorts of different people. And you need to read about her. You'll discover all sorts of things. Steve, how is it only members of the Tory party can choose who's in charge of the country? It's outrageous, says Rob. Well, it's not who's in charge of the country until they have a general election. It's a case of who's going to lead the Conservative Party. So if they sort of elect whoever it happens to be, A, B, C, male, female, it doesn't make any difference. You know, then if they have a general election, if they go to that, then you can vote and decide if you want them to go. I mean, they will be PM, though, whatever happens, for a brief period of time. They might only be in for, 6 months. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And you can only vote if you are in the Conservative. If you're a member of the Conservative Party, you can vote. So that's why, as I say, nobody likes them. Nobody likes any of these people. I mean, for some reason, they all seem to have rubbed us up the wrong way. They just seem to have sort of an instant dislike of just about everything, but they're all promising. I mean, most were in Boris's cabinet. You know, they basically turned around and got the knives out and thrown them into his back. So you can imagine how trustworthy they must be. Or loyal, not. Phil says, cinemas nationwide are showing Doctor Who in the Daleks movie. Peter Cushing as Doctor Who, last shown in the 1960s. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see them on the big screen. I've got them on DVD. It was quite good, actually. Quite good. And Colin says, watch the making of the documentary. Tom Cruise does fly the jets. The model jet in Leicester Square is just that. Yeah, I knew it was a model, Colin. We're not that stupid. We live in London, dear. We live in London. Catherine says, stuck in Palma, Mallorca. EasyJet cancelled our flight yesterday as we were checking in. Having another try today. I mean, if they get the planes there, why do they then cancel them? Why can't they just sort of... Why can't it be the same pilot who brings it in, who takes it back out again? What do? Do they then go on holiday or something? I never quite understand it. Steve says, Ken, the former workers aren't returning to work at Heathrow and other airports because the new contracts which are offered are at lower salaries than they were on previously. Yeah, but, I mean, is it surely not better to have a job, to do something? I mean, couldn't they do it part-time? Could they not make more money doing things part-time? It seems ridiculous that you'd rather sit at home doing nothing at all. And BA and all these other people working for the airlines. And it does seem to be the same people. And also, why are BA surprised that the staff aren't there? They've sort of done it like, oh, can't believe it. Where have they gone to? What do you mean, where have they gone to? Yeah, have to cancel all these things. Sir Gareth Edwards, the Welsh former rugby union star who won 53 caps, who was knighted in 2015, celebrates his 75th birthday today. And Kathy Staff. You remember Kathy Staff? She was Doris Luke in Crossroads and Nora Batty in Last of the Summer Wine. She ended up being hailed as television's unlikeliest sex symbol. She was born in 1928, died in 2008. Milton Berle, the US actor and comedian whose showbiz career began aged 5 years old, had an 80-year career in television, radio, stage, film and songwriting. He played himself in Woody Allen's film Broadway Danny Rose, admitted to stealing other people's jokes, said, I laughed so much at one of them, I nearly dropped my pencil. He was born in 1908 and died in 2002. Let's get the news headline, shall we? 6:15, Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Morning. Guess who died way back in 1979? The singer-songwriter Minnie Riperton. Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Yeah, she died of cancer at the age of just 31. Very, very young, very young. Just sort of famous for that record. Priti Patel's Rwanda asylum policy, or as they prefer to call it in the business, that huge joke, is likely to be stalled for weeks because charities obtained fresh legal delays last night. So I told you it would never happen. I mean, this is the only flight. The first attempt had to be called off at the 11th hour on June the 14th after the European Court of Human Rights intervened. And so now a Strasbourg judge used little-known powers to block the flight, even though a series of senior UK judges had refused to intervene. So now somebody else does it. They've still blocked it. It's hilarious, isn't it? And in plain sight, 30 migrants take an inflatable down to the beach near Dunkirk before casting off. UK Border Force apparently later picked up 130 people in the channel and brought them into the port of Dover. So nothing's changed. It's exactly the same. I'll tell you what I noticed yesterday in Kingston. I was quite surprised, actually. Squirrels everywhere. Loads of squirrels. Well, they were sort of everywhere in this little sort of park thing, which is just off the marketplace. And it used to be an old graveyard. So what they've done is they've sort of unconsecrated it and they put all the gravestones around the wall. And there's obviously loads. I saw about 6 or 7 squirrels. Which was very funny, because I haven't seen squirrels for ages. Because what they're trying to do at the moment is they're actually trying to stop grey squirrels breeding, because the grey squirrels have killed all of the red squirrels. They're trying to give them this food, which basically makes them, I think, impotent. I haven't seen any red squirrels. I don't remember ever seeing them at all, actually. Pete the Pool Man and pilot says, I'm a private pilot's licence, and trust me, if I can get one, anybody can. Much more difficult driving, more chance of an accident, I assure you. I love driving. Do you know, actually, the funny thing is, I'm not a very good passenger, but I'm a better driver. I could drive for days. Absolutely days. I'm not a backseat driver. I try not to look, actually. I try not to look. I mean, I suppose I could be classed as a backseat driver. I remember going out with a friend of mine, and he was horrified at how rude I was on the road to people. You know, I mean, so, some people just sort of turn off, but they don't indicate or anything. So I always wind down the window. Well, I push a button and shout things like, "Don't bother indicating, I'm psychic." You know, it's always one of my popular lines. Said, yeah, it's very obnoxious. But people are so... Well, now we know that there was this woman the other day, that bent woman who was taking money off people to take the driving test for them. They didn't have, so they're taking them off the roads, thank God. Steve, I've had 14 ice pops since 4 a.m. Thank God I had you to listen to, said Sid Cup Julie. 14 ice pops. Well, that sounds a bit nice. That sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? Yes, and diabetes. Katie from Penge says, do you still have your dueling banjos item from years ago on tape? I was really taken in. You'll find it on a podcast, but I can't remember which one it was. It's where myself and Alan did dueling banjos. Well, I did dueling banjos. And when we turned up at Croydon, I brought on the banjo, and I think people thought I was going to play it, which, of course, I couldn't. Jean, you might be right. Marion says, Steve, we should keep Boris in. He's done well, and there's a lot of support for him. Well, it depends who we get. Depends who we get as the replacement. I don't think you're going to be very pleased about it. I'm pretty certain. Also, one of our best-known faces, but Dame Helen Mirren is lost amidst the home furnishings in her latest outfit. She wore a long blue and white Majolica print chiffon dress designed by Dolce & Gabbana. It only costs £3,650. But she went to the Plaza Duomo in Sicily, where she was celebrating the 10th anniversary of their haute couture line, Alta Moda, and a magical event. Well, I suppose it is if it's free. You know, and you get looked after and they give you a hotel room. Sounds lovely. I wouldn't mind going to something like that. Bruce Oldfield has revealed what he thinks is the secret to looking elegant in a woman's later years. A good bra, apparently, is the key to dressing up as one ages. It's posture, standing up straight, says Bruce. 30 years ago, it would have been distasteful to mention a client's underwear. Oh, nowadays, Bruce, you can mention everything. Any tips for older men, apart from, you know, one of it? He sent me a shirt. Bruce Oldfield sent me a lovely shirt, actually. It's quite beautiful. But it's I think women know what they can actually get, but I want to know what men can wear now. Because, you know, I mean, I still look in the window of Cordings, because we pass it. Everyone, I love Cordings' window, but the tip for older men is basically just don't bother going out unless you're properly dressed. Cordings, it's a shop that's part owned by Eric Clapton. It's just coming up to Piccadilly. and it was closed during the pandemic, but it's all open again now. And they do country clothing, you know, people who live in the countryside. It's very nice. There it is. There it is, he says, talking to himself. It's lovely. It really is lovely. It's very old-fashioned, and they've got all the country fashions. And so if you're a squire out in the countryside, you wear all these posh things. Lovely, isn't it? I can't see you in any of that stuff, Joe, I'm afraid. It's not... Yeah, I'd suit the Panama hat. I would. And they sell everything, you know, from hunting, shooting and fishing. It's lovely. It's an old-fashioned place, and they sell Newmarket boots... And it's lovely. I think it's a great shop. And look, all those different shirts, and you just pick one out. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, it looks very similar to me. I mean, I could happily live in all their clothes. I think they're a lovely shop. So when it opened up again, they do lovely windows. Very nice windows. And Catherine says, you have a lovely singing voice. Have you ever serenaded any past loves? Yes. And they were all tone deaf, which was very good. It was stone deaf, actually. Steve, I saw red squirrels on Brownsea Island in Dorset. Oh, I'm so sorry to do that again. I get into trouble for it. Lee from Hornchurch says, I took my scouts to the site of the first ever scout camp. We woke up to red squirrels and peacocks. Oh, God, noisy old peacocks. They're terrible, aren't they? Peacocks are very terrible. We used to live in Yorkshire, and we had peacocks next door and peahens and all the rest of it. I love the guru, the gut health guru, Dr. Megan Rossi, who sort of gives you advice about, irritable bowel syndrome, having a morning cup of tea, staying hydrated, chewing each mouthful. You've got to masticate, you know, and if you don't, it's because some people just swallow very quickly. And that's not the good thing. My mother used to say the same to me all the time. She said, can you slow down when you're eating? You know, because you'd eat really, really quickly. And, of course, it's really bad for you, actually. Steve, says Shane in Sydney, I had the UK heat. It's freezing down here. I'll gladly swap with you. We don't mind swapping. We don't mind being freezing cold. Thank you very much indeed. But it never lasts very long in this country, does it? What you've got in Sydney, 16 degrees, light rain showers and light winds. And the highest you're going to get is on Sunday, about 21 degrees. It's your winter, isn't it? Which is difficult. Do you know the amount of programs on the television? People go in and talk about things that, you know, you think, why are you talking about this? You know, things that they go, oh, I've had this thing, and they start taking their clothes off. And I say, please don't take your clothes off on television. They show you all sorts of, you know, things that they've got wrong with them. And they go, I've never shown anybody ever before. So they decide to do it in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands of people. Embarrassing Bodies. And other programmes. There's a plethora of them where people get on there and show you their bits and pieces that have fallen apart. It's horrible. I don't like it at all, actually. It's not my sort of thing at all. In fact, I have to turn over. If ever I get one of these programmes which is about ill people, I don't want to know about it. I turn it over. So the train drivers walking out, and also the walkout over pay shuts the main post offices. This is the Communication Workers Union. They've rejected a 3% pay rise and no increase last year. They've walked out. So there's also Royal Mail managers under Unite due to work to rule between July the 15th and the 19th. Then they'll strike between July 20th and 22nd. Which is, you know, not particularly brilliant, is it? Also, Cambridge University are urgently reviewing its support for students after a possible 5 suicides at Cambridge. 5 suicides. Professor Graham Virgo said the deaths in the past 4 months have left the university community distressed. There was one man who died in March, gave no indication he was struggling. They don't. That's it. How many times have we said to people, you know, ask if somebody's struggling, because otherwise you wouldn't know. You know, when we were talking, you know, a while ago about Joe Lyons, who used to produce my programme, went on to produce Capital Breakfast Show and a few other programmes, nobody knew that he was suffering from deep, deep depression, that he took his own life. You have to ask people. I never even think about it. Never think about it. Johnny in Watford says, my kids, Bobby and Emily's bedrooms, were so hot last night at 28 degrees. I had 2 fans in each and they both woken up at 6 a.m. Oh, goodness. See, 2 fans. I mean, I think 1 is enough. I've got one that makes a sort of an interesting shape. It just doesn't blow air out you or turn from left to right. It sort of goes in a semicircular motion. Yeah. Bought it in Costco. It was very nice. Still in the box. It's very popular. Steve, Buster in Colchester working in Letchworth. A couple of years ago, one of the only places I've seen black squirrels. But I believe there's some down in Dorset or Devon as well. Yes, I've heard of black squirrels. I've heard of them. And they do look really nice, actually. I mean, I thought they were rare. I mean, and yet there's about 25,000 of them, largely in Hertfordshire, Cambridgeshire and Bedfordshire. First one recorded in Woburn, believed to have escaped from a private zoo, having been imported from America. Must be a bit difficult, isn't it? It's like, you know, when you look at sort of a squirrel, it's so alien. It just looks... I love them. I think they look really cute. But somebody said, don't feed them. For God's sake, you'll never get rid of them. One of those worrying things, isn't it, really? And so there is this pill to get rid of the grey squirrels. It's a contraceptive pill. They're putting it in boxes because we've got around here 2.7 million grey squirrels. They carry a virus that kills 99% of infective native reds and causes £40 million worth of damage to trees. So this, it's pots which have got hazelnut spread with this contraceptive, and that will stop them producing, which is good. So we just end up with hopefully the black and the red squirrels, because the grey ones cause 40 million quid. 40 million quid. You know, trees suffer as well. Steve, I'm going to the New Forest show, 27-28. Everything is authentic, says Sue-Ann. I like those sort of things. I like the Essex show as well. That's got loads of things. And the Hampton Court Flower show as well. I like that. That's sort of got loads of other things. Whereas Chelsea is... I like Chelsea too, but I've only ever been a couple of times. And it's busy, to say the least. The Essex show is the same. It's just like a county show. They have one in Newbury, in Berkshire, the Newbury show. In fact, so much so you come off the motorway at Theale, and it's got signs for the Newbury show and stuff like that. And again, it's just an opportunity to see tractors and steam engines and people rounding up sheep and stuff like that. Really quite boring, actually, but I mean, I quite like it. I'm sort of into stuff like that. It's 6:31. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway. If you've seen the YouTube video of an avalanche, it's very good. I don't know what it comes up under. If you're searching on YouTube, you need to have a look at it, because it's wait a minute. Is it part of the Himalayas? I thought it was part of the Himalayas. British tourist captures avalanche. That's what you need to type in over group in Kyrgyzstan. And this thing appears at the top of the screen, and you look at it and you think, oh, I wonder whether that's going to stop. The British Army officer who filmed it believed he was going to die. And I'm not at all surprised, because it hurtles down the mountainside at such ferocity. I mean, it really does. And you think it might burn itself out. Harry Shimming kept filming as the wall of snow tumbled towards him, growing in scale in Central Asia, the Tian Shan Mountains. And it gets closer and closer and closer, until you suddenly realise that this thing isn't going to slow down. There's enough of it. It's snow, isn't it? It's snow that's coming down. He has to take cover as the snow went over the top of him. So it's a chunk of glacier. And, I mean, it's a huge chunk of glacier. And all of a sudden you can hear them going, get down. And so they literally had to duck behind the rocks, and this thing goes over the top of them. It was a sheer miracle. He's engulfed in snow. Then the video halts. He says, when the snow started coming over and it got dark, it was harder to breathe. I was head down getting covered in snow. Because if glaciers decide to dispense with, half of their sort of burden of snow, it's coming down with rocks, because all of this is swept along by it as well. He was pulled out because he ducked behind the boulder a split second before the snow reached him. Fellow travellers who escaped the avalanche pulled him out. University of Chester graduate Harry says, it might be hard to believe, but I was convinced the bulk of the avalanche wouldn't reach me. Yeah, well, I thought that as well when I looked at it, until you suddenly realise it was getting closer and closer, and they hurtled down the mountains. He said he felt giddy that he didn't die, which he put down to a good home. He said, we all realised how lucky we'd been. If we'd walked 5 minutes further on our trek, we'd all be dead. Because they looked at it, and he was obviously thinking, oh, I'll film this. This is quite interesting to film. And then thought again, maybe not. Mr. Neal says, Gould, Steve, it's hot. Squirrels. A few years back, we went to my uncle's funeral down near Margate in Kent. In the grounds of the church, we saw a pure white squirrel, then another, and more. 5 in total. Amazing to see. He said, keep cool, thank goodness for aircon. I know. Why? Yes, I mean, I think they do all... Well, you'd have an albino squirrel. Very popular, very popular. There's two in multicolours. And actually have red squirrels. Well, you do have red squirrels, blue squirrels, all things like that. It could be quite nice. 1 million people with asthma rely on reliever inhalers to manage their condition, but face the risk of serious illness. And the cobalt mine from more than 200 years ago has been found complete with the workers' belongings. Cavers found machinery, inscriptions in candles, soot, and items such as shoes, bowls, pipes, and a decorated mug. The mine at Alderley Edge in Cheshire was believed to have been abandoned in around 1810. The National Trust has left the items in place as a time capsule. And so they've got a photograph of it. It looks good. It looks really nice. I love the idea. A cobalt mine. That's that blue colour that they sort of get out of the ground and then they use it. I like watching the Australian opal miners who seem to sit there forever and a day to pull out one little piece of rock with a piece of sort of opal colouring in it. And but I was watching one of the jewellery channels the other day. Right load of old hooey it is, I tell you. They sort of sit there flogging this sort of tattoo, making you believe that you've got to get in on it as quick as possible, because otherwise you won't ever get prices like this again. And then they all sit there doing the fake act. You've never seen such bad acting. Almost as bad as Gogglebox. Seriously, where they go, oh, no. I've never done that in front of the television in a million years. Never. Maybe... Yeah, I sit there in total silence. But when you watch the jewellery channels, you sit there thinking, who buys this rubbish? And they go, and of course, it's under the most intense lighting so that it sparkles and everything else. And then they see it on somebody's finger and you go, oh, blimey, it's a bit piddly, isn't it? Of course, I've never bought jewellery from there. I don't even class it as jewellery. They used to say at one time, tanzanite, very rare. It's everywhere. Can buy it. It's so cheap now, they basically give the stuff away. It'll appear in Christmas crackers very shortly. But they sort of tell you this is rare and it's something you've never heard of before. And what they do is they sort of tempt you. They're like market traders. Very similar, where they sort of tempt you and they lower the price and they say, and these are pearls and this is, how much we do? No, 30. Get these quickly while they're still here. £39.99. Then the next item, after they've sort of hauled you in, is sort of £350, just to make it look as though they're really interested. It's just a load of old rubbish. It really is. But people obviously are addicted to it. I'm addicted to watching it. Wouldn't buy it. Laura in Shenfield says, went to see the new Top Gun film. I was disappointed. I think the first one was better. And in Harrogate, the Great Yorkshire show starts today, Steve. And Jennifer says, last year I was in Polegate, East Sussex, and saw a white squirrel. I couldn't believe it. Oh, wow. And Keith says, my dad, who's no longer with us, used to lose his temper when driving, especially at traffic lights. Traffic lights. Oh, I tell you what, in London, I mean, we've got traffic lights all over the place. So much better when years ago they didn't have them. In Victorian times, no traffic lights, and the traffic moves perfectly well. The only reason we all slow down is because of these stupid traffic lights. You sit in them at Trafalgar Square at 3 a.m. There's nobody crossing the road. Seriously, it's like bimbo territory. You're sort of waiting for some drunk to sort of, hang into the road and all the rest of it. But we have all these traffic lights. And I can't understand why. And they're digging up the roads all over the place. But there's nobody working. Nobody working. So in Knightsbridge, 3 lanes come down to 1 lane. And it's very, very frustrating because you think, you have to sort of go round the back streets and everything else. Honey. Everybody's selling honey, aren't they, at the moment? But, yeah, you look at there, look. No traffic lights. All the traffic's moving perfectly well. In fact, when I used to do the traffic at New Scotland Yard years ago, the only time the traffic moved properly around Marble Arch was when the traffic lights were broken. The time it all slowed down is when the traffic lights were working again, because you've got to sit there and wait for nothing. It's a pointless exercise. Let them take their chances trying to cross the road. Beep, 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 go on, go for it. Even when we had... It was just, it was easier in those days. And when it was all horse-drawn vehicles, it all moved. It all moved perfectly well. And then they go, oh, I think we'll make this road sort of, 1-way or 2-way or 3-way or whatever it happens to be, And we'll have a bus lane and there'll be a taxi lane and a bicycle lane. And you think to yourself, what's the point? What's the point? The average speed of traffic in London is under 20 miles an hour. It's incredibly slow, incredibly slow. Steve, some people think that fans cool the air generally, but they need to be focused on the person. If it turns from side to side, that reduces the amount of direct cooling. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, also it just blows hot air around. That's all it is. And bearing in mind, the fan generates heat in itself. So that's why I like comfort cooling in my car, because it just blows cold air into my face and body. It's lovely. Red squirrels are all over Germany. They're much smaller and have tufts on their ears. Yes, I've seen those ones. And, Steve, we've got masses of red squirrels here on the Isle of Wight. I'd invite you over, but like the airports, ferries to the Isle of Wight are now increasingly rare because of staff shortages, says Philip. It's everywhere, isn't it? Steve, the largest squirrels, says Johnny, can be found in Sri Lanka. They're the size of small dogs and are a medium grey colour. Yeah, I'm having a look at them, actually. They're grizzled giant squirrels, aren't they? And you find them all over the place in the hill forests of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu and Kerala states of southern India. So they are big. It's a large tree squirrel. And, I don't know, one of those things grips onto you. You wouldn't want to be anywhere near it, would you, really? It look as though they'd take your arm off. Mind you, I was watching something the other day. They're going to show you next week. It's some bloke who goes out there and tries to catch snakes. But these are big snakes. These are anacondas, which literally are bigger than you are. They can swallow you whole. It's a simple... Oh, they're absolutely enormous. You see them swallowing deer. They dislocate their jaw and they put it in there, and the enzymes inside the snake's body dissolve the animal, whether it's a deer or something. I mean, really bad. Really bad. You've got to be very, very careful. A bit like crocodiles. Crocodiles will sort of eat anybody. They were swimming the other day in the outback, and I remember thinking, I hope there's no crocodiles out there. Who's the presenter? I couldn't remember who the presenter was. I couldn't remember. I think it was just a voiceover. Nobody particularly special about it. September the 5th, the day you find out who's moving into number 10. Also, the danger to life warning issued as Britain heads for its hottest day in history. This weekend, 40 degrees, they've said. 40 degrees. So double it, it's going to be over 100. And they said the heat could lead to potentially serious illness or danger to life. So it's all right if you're on the beach and you've got the water, but some people don't get anywhere near the water. And they don't seem to want to go in swimming. But it sounds quite nice, but a lot of people diving into the water and diving off Tower Bridge. And then the ice-busting winter gritters, which are being sent in to battle melting roads. The machines which usually spread salt to stop winter skids will this time have light dustings of sand to absorb messy bitumen as the top surface melts. Council bosses in Hampshire are targeting the country's older south-facing and rural road services. They're urging people to report road problems and say drivers with sticky tyres should wash the tar off with warm, soapy water. Or just don't go out. Just don't go out. And this Network Rail photo shows a raising blade on bone-dry track beams on a bridge in Battersea. Train services between Victoria and Brixton were suspended yesterday. Amazing, isn't it, really, when you think it can get that hot? But as I say, other countries manage it. Why on earth we can't? I've got no idea. And there's a 16-year-old whose body was recovered after swimming in Apley Bridge in Lancashire and was pronounced dead at the scene, not being treated as suspicious. It's not the first loss of life at the beauty spot. 2 Wigan boys, Craig Croston and Miracle Godson, both drowned there in 1999 and 2015. The thing is, don't go anywhere near these places. Don't dive off Tower Bridge.
Eve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Of course, the one thing I've suddenly realised is that Boris isn't backing any of the runners. He hasn't come out and said anything. The reason being, apparently, he doesn't want to hurt their prospects. I think they'll manage that quite nicely just by themselves. So he emerged in public for the first time since his resignation statement last week. And he said, there's a contest underway and I wouldn't want to damage anybody's chances by offering my support. I just have to get on and discharge the mandate. I wonder who secretly, if you could find out secretly, get him a bit tiddly and sort of say, come on, who are you supporting? Just guess probably himself, actually. Because when you look at the odds at the moment, Rishi Sunak, 13-8. He's got quite a number of support going on. Penny Mordaunt gets odds of 3-1. Liz Truss gets 4-1. Tom Tugendhat gets 10-1. You notice it's turning a little bit sort of naff. I mean, some candidates could be knocked out of the race today. 11 Tory hopefuls who've thrown their hat into the ring, but those who failed to get support from 20 MPs will not appear on the first ballot, which is due to take place tomorrow. So the bar will gradually be raised higher, and the candidates then require the backing of 30 MPs to take part in a second ballot on Thursday. Kemi Badenoch gets 12-1, Jeremy Hunt 14-1, Sajid Javid 20-1, Nadeem Zahawi gets 20-1, Suella Braverman gets 40-1, Grant Shapps way down at 80-1. That's odd, isn't it? I thought he would have been higher. And Raham, is it Chishti? Gets, yeah, Raymond Chishti, 100-1. I mean, basically, don't bother. It's not worth it. But, of course, it doesn't cost them anything. Most will face a knockout at the first vote tomorrow. And they're going to have this live debate. So we'll wait and see. The trouble is, I've seen these debates before, and they just don't work. They don't seem... They started doing them in America years and years ago, and they were terribly popular. But when they've done them over here, they've not been as good as you want them to be. And it doesn't make any difference to us. We just have to sit back and wait and see what they come up with. Graham Norton has been married at a private ceremony in Ireland. He celebrated his nuptials in his native West Cork on Saturday with more than 100 guests. See, I always thought he was married anyway. I'm very surprised that they've done this, unless it's sort of just a reaffirming of it. He was at Bantry House Estate. Strangely, the identity of his husband remains a mystery. So he's decided to keep his relationship out of the spotlight. Seems a bit odd when you've had a ceremony in Ireland with 100 people. Somebody's going to tell you who it is. A second day of festivities held at his home by the harbour, near a tiny village. Lulu is understood to have performed. Graham split from music marketing consultant Andrew Smith in 2015. Before that, he dated Scott Michaels for 5 years and Trevor Patterson for 2 years. A spokesman for him was asked to comment last night. I mean, you can't really keep your husband's secret, can you? Somebody's going to go, we've got pictures. Because with 100 people there... 100 people there. I mean, I don't know if he's somebody who's going to sell the story to OK or Hello magazine. I think it's unlikely, really. Traffic lights, Steve, are the bane of my life, says Kevin the Milkman. I lose at least an hour every night on my round because of them, and most of the time I'm sitting there watching absolutely nothing crossing in each direction. Wigmore Street is my pet hate. I seem to catch every single red light, and I can't chance trying to put the foot down, as I've just got caught on camera doing 25 in a 20 zone at 5:30 a.m. Hoping I can get away with a speed awareness course. Oh, I've just been done for the same thing. I was doing 47 in a 40, which is ridiculous. My first speeding offence since 1990. Yes, I mean, I've done it before, but it was years and years and years ago. To be honest with you, you sometimes think to yourself, I don't know, really, are these speed awareness courses any good? They claim that they are, but I'm not sure they are. I don't, I'll have to wait and find out. But apparently, I don't know how long it takes. A couple of hours, I'm told. And you have to sit there in front of your computer doing it. Presumably, they'll be able to see you. I don't know how many people they do at a time. 20 people or something like that. Perhaps we can see all the other people there. We can go, oh, hello, how are you? Not sure about it. We'll wait and see. What else we got? Train drivers, and the walkouts as well. Biggest strike for 25 years. But not my train company, for some reason. Heathrow's chaos, 61 flights axed in one day as they can't cope with passengers. I feel really sorry for people who are going up to the airport, especially now. People are going to the airport and they're going, oh, do you think we're going to stand a chance of getting our flight? And you're going, I don't know, I wouldn't bank on it too much. And the country retreat of Richard Curtis and Emma Freud has been devastated in a fire. 14 fire crews tackled the blaze for 7 hours after it took hold on the house in the seaside village of Walberswick in Suffolk. It's not known if Curtis, best known for 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Notting Hill, Bridget Jones' Diary and Love Actually, or broadcaster Freud, were at the house when the fire took hold at 10 p.m. on Sunday. Their main home is in London. Main home is in London. Dreadful, really, isn't it, when these things happen? Whether it's the... Gonna sneeze again. Whether it's the... 4 in a programme. I think that has to be an all-time record. Very exciting. Going to see a movie. Now, we discussed this earlier on, didn't we? Is replacing online subscriptions as it bucks the trend of ditching treats. I don't know how people afford it. Cinema screening crowd pleasers such as Top Gun Maverick and enjoying a meal out rose by 5.3%. Well, I think going for a meal out is quite nice. I'm all in favour of that, having a drink and going out. And all the places by the river, they're packed out now, as you can well imagine. It's not good for money saving. No, I mean, really, people aren't money saving. That's the trouble. Also, the composer behind the James Bond theme tune died at the age of 94. This is Monty Norman, who began his career singing in big bands before writing for musicals and films, but he became best known for the guitar riff that accompanies the Bond movies to this day. He once said of the 007 tune, his sexiness, his mystery, his ruthlessness, it's all there in the first few notes. A statement on the website said that he died on the 11th of July after a short illness. Born in Stepney to Jewish parents, evacuated from London during the Blitz. When he was 16, his mother bought him a guitar. And that, as they say, is the start of it. He ended up writing songs for Cliff Richard and Tommy Steele, working on the stage show Espresso Bongo, often regarded as the first rock and roll musical. Best known for 1962's Dr. No, starring Sir Sean Connery. However, the producers drafted in John Barry to rearrange it. Barry later said he wrote the theme. Norman won a libel case when a newspaper repeated the claim. So don't bother with that one. The Queen crowned the most influential female role model in the last 100 years, beating voters' own grands and mums. A third of Good Housekeeping readers made her their number one in a survey to mark the magazine's centenary. A fifth couldn't pick a favourite, while 13% chose their own mother or grandmother. Agatha Christie, top author. The washing machine was the greatest invention. I suppose it was, actually. You have to go down to the river to sort of wash your clothes and all the other little bits and pieces. And a teenage girl lied about being confronted by a fake police officer and landed an innocent grandfather in custody. Olivia Johnson even referenced Sarah Everard, who was raped and killed by an officer. The victim, Grandad 66, flashed his lights at her VW Polo near her home in Walsall, as she didn't have hers on. I never understand how people drive without headlights on. I've seen it quite a number of times, actually. Johnson claimed he made her pull over and tried to get into the car. He was held for a day until CCTV cleared him. She admitted perverting justice and got 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute. Yes, that's the good thing about CCTV. It can prove that people, do tell lies, actually. And record company chiefs have secured a victory against online piracy, which is costing artists more than £200 million a year. It's the blocking of pirate music sites and apps on mobile phone networks. Ofcom found in the last quarter of 2021, UK mobile subscriptions increased to 85 million. Which is absolutely amazing, isn't it, really, when you think about it? They found in the last quarter, as I say, 85 million. BPI lawyer Kieran Whitehead said, "We want music fans to enjoy genuine music sites and be protected from illegal sites as they're on broadband and Wi-Fi." Something that totally defeats me, I have to be honest. I'm absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And a self-styled lord who said his mother left him her house so he could look after her parents is locked in an inheritance battle. This is not the first time I've read about inheritance battles. They go on all the time. If ever there's money involved, somebody's going to be having an argument, aren't they? It's just the way it goes. And I can't read the Kim Kardashian one. It's too revolting for this time of the morning. But Channel 5 bosses have hinted, after axing Neighbours, fellow Aussie soap Home and Away might be on the move. Oh, no, not another one. Can't bear things like that. That would be absolutely dreadful. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I can't advise you how to keep cool because it's just sort of one of those things. You just have to put up with it, and Sunday's going to be even worse. But don't forget to download my Little Bit Extra podcast. There's a new episode available every single morning, completely free on our Global Player app. So if you missed any of this morning's programme, there is a podcast of the whole show available on there very shortly. Just go to lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app, and the rest is sheer perfection. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning for Steve Allen's Early Breakfast at 4 a.m. Coming up at 10 this morning, it's Tom Swarbrick in for James O'Brien. But right now, with another busy programme for Tuesday, it's Nick Ferrari.
Thanks, Steve. At 7 o'clock on Tuesday, July the 12th, it's the Brady Bunch.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome to Wednesday, welcome to July the 13th, welcome to Dawn Leeson's up. And she has a lovely picture. I think she lifts them off the internet. I can't believe that the view is that good. I was just looking actually at the two ships, because she's obviously bordering the Thames where it widens out. But how do you get to these boats that are in the middle of the river? Do you take a little punt or a little canoe or something out there and then sort of, charge these things up? Because they're in the middle of nowhere. Why don't they moor them up by the side of the bank? Doesn't make any sense to me. What have we got? Oh, the lady who lost £52,000 to a scammer, the Halifax, said you'll get nothing back. Because if you've helped them in any way, shape or form, they're not obliged to help you at all. How much are the BBC stars paid for reading auto cues? Highest paid, as you know, is Gary Lineker. But there again, you see, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think it's unfortunate they tell you their salaries, because because salaries are supposed to be, secret. You're not supposed to tell people. It's supposed to be confidential. And other people who read it and go, what, for talking about a bit of football and reading an auto cue? Go, struth. But the government make them publish the big earners. And most of them are just crap. Seriously, Naga Manchetti, she only has to read the auto cue. It's not difficult. As long as you can read out loud, you should be okay. On the subject of unisex loos, 98% of people say they don't want them. I don't want them. Why would you want a unisex loo? Can't think of anything worse. Ridiculous. Village Fury, as the MP runs over a cat. Not just any old cat, it's a £1,000 cat. And Tom Jones has collapsed in Budapest at the age of 82 before he was about to start the concert, so they've had to cancel. Which, of course, must be a nightmare for all those people who are looking forward to seeing our Tom. What? New pussycat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The electrician who's beat 200 hopefuls to become the monarch of Peel Island. The biker who topped, with a friend, 168 miles an hour on the motorway, crashed into an ambulance, killed him stone dead. I can't help feeling idiot. Absolute idiot. 168 miles an hour on a motorcycle. And the producer saw something the other day, which I have to warn you about again. He saw somebody being mugged for their telephone on Tottenham Court Road. It's as simple as that. You're holding your telephone. You don't even see them. They'll be on their bikes. They will get 7:15 in the morning. You're holding your phone. You're sort of looking at the bus stop. They cycle past, grab it. And what do? Nothing. Nothing happened to him. And they've already gone, long since gone. And somebody goes, have you got a description? No. So my advice is, unless you're making a phone call, don't bother having your phone on display. If ever I'm sitting waiting for the bus and there's some people coming past, I move the phone down so it's hidden, so nobody will know that I'm actually on the telephone, because otherwise it's a bit of a nightmare. You don't want to lose your telephone, do you? Which is not so good. So Mo Farah won't face Home Office action. I don't know why. He just won't, because he was only little at the time. He didn't have any choice. Spoon-shaped chips help punters get the right amount of sauce. And a pensioner who's been hit with a £100 parking fine, they were waiting in a car wash queue. But, of course, the camera saw them sitting there waiting. They waited too long. Too long. Colin and Sadie are going from Land's End to John O'Groats for charity. That's nice, isn't it? Difference is they're doing it naked. Doing it naked. Stark naked. Not a stitch of clothing on. I don't know whether or not it's what do they call those two-seater bikes? Unicycle. No, not unicycle. What are they? Bicycle made for two. The world's oldest meteorite has been traced back to the creator, or the crater of where it came. The woman who found a 9-inch fish finger in a box. I mean, they're rare, those sort of things, definitely. Tom Cruise fires a World War gun on a visit to Windsor. Go home. Go home now, OK? We've done it. We've done the go, OK? All very lovely, dear. Off you go. Go home. Don't come back for a little while. Instagram post by Molly May Hague has been banned after she fails to say it's an advert. These people, they think they can get... I think they should be fined. She's basically doing an advert. And Colleen Rooney's going into a keep fit regime. Although, strangely, I'm still waiting for the results of her and the Rebecca Vardy incident. So far, that's gone a bit quiet. I mean, they can't have shelved it, have they? Or have I missed it? We haven't had a verdict, have we? Still waiting. which is a little bit of a pain. Lone phone thief explains how he can steal 3 phones in 20 seconds. Top 5, Southwark, Hackney, Islington, Camden and Westminster. Thieves on mopeds proliferate these central London areas, and so they have the audacity to swipe the phone from somebody whilst they're on a call. The thief said it's like stealing candy from a baby. 15 to 20 seconds, I can get 2 to 3 phones. And they explain how traffic, red lights and speed cameras pose a little problem. Main prey is people standing up with their phone in their hands. We don't have to get off the bike. We just drive straight past, grab the phone and off we go. So you've been warned, OK, because there are thieving little toe rags out there who will steal from you. They don't care. I mean, I personally want to get a spike on the end of a long sort of broom handle and go like that into their bicycle tyres. So they have to then run away, pick up their skirts and run. Roger says many youngsters never carried cash. Having a wad was one of the highlights of being a teenager. Well, it is now for me. It is now for me. I mean, I'd rather carry cash. I know where I am with it. Anything else, I'm not too sure with. Hope you're well. We're in Dorset, says Noreen, having a holiday and much-needed rest after the American jaunt. You asked yesterday about your show near Costco, and I think the first one to be announced and go on sale was Radlet. You're right, it was, which we saw on the 12th of November 2006. James O'Brien was your support act. We sat in the second row behind Joanne Webb, Alexander, Bob, Clive's then producer, and his mum, then John, Paul and Alan. We also met Steve and Chris. Chris gave me chocolates from you. Steve told me recently it was definitely Chris, as Steve, wouldn't be trusted with a box of chocolates. We've met so many people through seeing you. Yes, Bob was at my most recent show with his mum. Still looking as good as ever, which is quite nice. Ian says, I'm in Tottenham Court Road at about 7 this morning. These muggers might go for my ice cream. Seriously, it's so easy for them to do it. They just mount the pavement and grab them, and it happens so quickly. You don't even notice it. So, I think we should start having things that you fit to your phone and it's on a chain, and then they can't get it off. And he was riding on the pavement, the one the other day, the wrong way. Wrong way. You think that the police would better find these people, but so far they haven't. And the holidaymaker who shattered her ankle in a hotel slip put in for compensation. 100,000 quid. They basically said, whistle for it, love. You're not getting a penny piece. Not getting a penny piece. She was claiming all sorts of things, and they went, no. Last full day of the honeymoon today, says Nicky, and I've set my alarm again to listen to you. Love the show and did the same on the first morning too when we were back. Hope you're well. I'm not 100% well this morning, actually. I've got a bit of a cough, which I've sort of taken a throat lozenge. Which generally sort of, numbs the back of your throat. That's the idea of it, anyway. Love Island's Jacques quits the villa. Who cares? That was like yesterday. How many programmes could dreary old Christine McGuinness turn up on? Another outfit. Here she is, big smiles. Oh, look at me. I'm important now because my marriage is on the rocks. No, it's not. It's a load of old baloney. It's not on the rocks at all. If it was on the rocks, she'd be trying to sort it out as opposed to going on television programmes talking about it. We don't care, love. You're mistaking us for people who give a toss. Testing ice lollies, the best low-cost treats for summer. Love an ice lolly. I could test ice lollies, definitely. And the girls to spice up the fans' lives with a teaser. The Spice Girls have got a new record coming out. Oh, God. Do you think Victoria will feature on it or not? Probably not. And Boohoo are the latest retailer to charge shoppers for returning items, about $1.99. Well, so they should. Because you know what people do? They buy it, they wear it for the weekend to their party, and then they send it back. That's what they do. People are right crooks nowadays. Hard-working Gemma Collins, now worth £5 million, so they say. It's a load of old baloney. I remember she was on the television ages ago with her agent, and she said, "Am I worth like $5 million?" She talks like a 3-year-old. And he went, no, you're not. They just make it up. Apparently, according to somebody from the agency or some agency, they said she's a dream because she looks the part and she's down to earth. I thought, we're obviously talking about the wrong person, I think. So Boohoo has blamed the move on the rising cost of shipping. High street firms like Uniqlo, Next and Zara already charge for online returns. Good. I mean, somebody says, I'll buy 5 items and only keep one of them. Well, then you should have to pay for it. They used to let people take all sorts of things back to Costco. But they're a little bit choosy, which is good. And so, if you're thinking of wearing it, we used to get that all the time. When I worked in a department store years ago, used to get people They would come in on the Friday and they'd want a rug. Big rug, and you knew they had visitors over the weekend. And so they would have the rug delivered on the Saturday. Monday morning, they'd be on the phone, oh, it doesn't suit, can you come and collect it? Yeah, seriously. Right load of bent people there were. You know, people do that. You could always tell in Costco, footy season, because they'll come in and buy the big widescreen tellies. At the end of the football season, they'd bring them back. Marks and Spencer's used to give you your money back. You could go in there, so the shoplifters would go in, shoplift a coat, wrap it up and put it in a bag with a bit of lipstick on it to make it look as though you'd worn it, take it back and get their money back. Now, you've got to produce the credit card which you charged it to, and if you don't get your money back. Too many bent people. I saw a woman shoplifting in Marks and Spencer's about 2 years ago. And you know what she was doing? She took her kids into the changing rooms, and they were putting on multiple clothes. Multiple clothes. So they took in like 5 items per child and they put on 5 items. They were wearing 5 items. They got caught. I reported them. I do things like that. I like to make sure they suffer. Steve, come back to Croydon. We'd love to see you again. From Lou, Mick and the cat, pinned to the couch by the fan. And did you see the photos of Kylie and Jason, a.k.a. Scott and Charlene, filming the last scene of Neighbours, which ends this month? Thoughts? Not bothered. Couldn't care less. I mean, I did used to watch it, but I wasn't really that fussed about it. And now it turns out we think Home and Away could be going the same way. We think that could be finishing. But I don't mind, actually. I don't mind. It's one of those sort of things that you just get used to watching something, and then you grow up, and then all of a sudden you miss it for a couple of weeks, and somebody says, oh, did you see it last night? And you went, no, actually, I didn't. You know, I always think it doesn't really matter, does it? Really doesn't matter. What's the other one that we've got? The testing of the ice lollies, the best low-cost treats for summer. I love that. I love ice lollies. Oh, dear. I don't really have a fave. Anything that's cold and crunches in your mouth, which I like. Mind you, I'm currently enjoying an advert on the television which has got somebody eating KFC and they're crunching into a drumstick. Well, of course, it never looks like that. It never looks like, I don't know where they filmed these things, because all the ones I've got, you get a bit of the coating on it, but the rest of it is just sort of washed off. Bit of a disappointment. As Britain sizzles, the bin men claim it's too hot to collect rubbish. I can well imagine they have to wear their lovely fluorescent outfits, like you're going to miss somebody who's this fat and sweating like a pig. You know, you're not going to miss that, are you, at all? Definitely not. Oh, and then there were 8. Next vote, today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Fires in Portugal. We're looking at fires in Portugal at the moment, which is not very good at all. Not very good. Dawn Neeson says, I love these gorgeous Mediterranean feeling early mornings. So warm even at 3:30. Oh, and morning, Steve Allen show. Heatwave, #Wednesday, #London, #Dems. It makes a difference, doesn't it? When you look, I mean, I think the skies are the best thing. Best things. Looks like Rotherhithe area. We think that's what the producer reckons, but he's always been a bit of a stalker, Dawn, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. But very glam yesterday, I thought. Very glam on the television. Shane says, I couldn't get into Neighbours. I watched a couple of episodes, but I couldn't watch it night after night. Well, we did, and it took off here like Billy-O. Absolutely amazing. And so come back to Croydon. Tuesday's going to be the hottest day now. Tuesday's going to be the hottest day. We're going to get 37 degrees. Oh, God. As I say, I bought a case of water the other day from Costco, so that's quite nice. Then I shall fill up the fridge and it will keep it so nicely cold, and that's good. But the trouble is you can't drink so much cold water, can you? It seems to sort of reverb against your stomach. Well, that's what I always tell everybody. I know you should drink it, but you're not supposed to drink cold water. Although, you know, I mean, I wish I'd love a slush puppy machine. And don't say you can buy them, because I've seen them. They're ridiculous. They're not you need a proper industrial one. Or failing that, one that just does ice creams. I quite like that idea. The slush puppy machines. Oh, they're ridiculous. They're not. You can buy a candy floss machine and this machine. They're just little playthings. They're not really sort of proper things as well. Apparently Gemma Collins disappeared completely. They say she's now worth $5 million after banking $2.5 million this year. See, I always love it when they say things like this, because I always reckon, wait till the taxman sees it. So, you know, then they have to admit, oh, we've just overhyped it a little bit. Because apparently Gemma is big business. Well, certainly not big business. When New Look approached her for a collaboration, they were willing to pay big money. Well, you can get her cheap. 30 quid. 30 quid you can get her. Other media work, Durex, Boohoo, plus cash from her clothing brand. And apparently she's so glamorous that's a perfect combination for big brands who need to appeal to the mass market. I can't imagine anybody in their right mind who would ever want to go, I want to look like Gemma Collins. Why would you ever want to say that? Why would you ever... Yes, she's advertised Durex. I know, perhaps she hasn't worked it out. Perhaps she's not worked it out. But, so she's launching her own collection. She can't design anything, of course, because she's not got the intelligence. But she's also doing Walker's Crisps. They say worth $1 million. Well, Gary Lineker doesn't get the $1 million, so why would she get $1 million? I mean, I don't think, personally, this is my humble opinion, I don't think she's the right person to advertise crisps. You know, if you're going to have crisps, I mean, get Louise Redknapp or somebody like that, who's sort of slim and somebody who can eat crisps and all the rest of it. When you look at sort of Gemma, you know, and you think to yourself, what an odd choice. I still loved it when she fell down that trap door. I think that was the funniest thing ever. Oh, I'm going to sue, I am. Going to sue. She went out for a walk the other day. I had to take a picture of what it was like walking. She doesn't do walking very well. Not very well at all. Mo Farah won't face the Home Office action after revealing he was illegally trafficked into Britain under another name. He was born Hussein Abdi Kahin. Now we call him Mo Farah. And they're all jumping on the bandwagon, which is even little Piers Morgan is jumping on the bandwagon, bless his heart. Fatboy Slim thought his former classmate Sir Keir Starmer would be a musician rather than a politician. God, you wouldn't have thought they were a similar age, would you really? Definitely not. And a rogue landlord made thousands of pounds a month renting out a one-bedroom council flat he didn't own to 3 tenants. He raked in £2,550 a month over several years and was only caught after making an application to buy the property in Ladbroke Grove. He was evicted for the tenancy fraud. But he's trounced all the money. It's so easy, isn't it, in this country to sort of fool the local council because they're so dumb. Here's Christine McGuinness. Oh, let me tell you about my boring marriage. Let me tell you about how it's... you can get an industrial slush puppy machine, can you? How much is it? How much is it? This one comes with 12 months warranty, 4 blue raspberry syrup bottles, 4 red strawberry syrup bottles, 1,250 cups, 1,000 paper straws, mixing container and promotional poster. Oh, and you can have it for 1,425. It's nice, isn't it? Imagine. And then presumably, if you don't eat it all, you just sort of turn it off and it goes to water, and the next day you turn it on and it goes back into ice. Well, it doesn't go off. It's just water and coloured flavourings and things like that. Imagine. I like that idea. Yeah, we should buy one and just have it here and go, anybody for slush puppy? Is it actually a slush puppy? Yeah, they call it Twin Slush Machine. Cab Skyline. Wow. Please note this machine will be branded with Mr. Cool-It decals, which is those stickers that go all the way around it. I love it. But you do get brain freeze. But it's quite a nice idea. I think, as opposed to ice cream, slush puppies, much nicer if you had one of these on the streets. You know, on a little hand cart. Slush puppies. And you've got the two flavours, red strawberry and blue raspberry. That's all you need. And you could probably do half and half or something like that. It's nice, isn't it? Ooh, yeah, we must buy one. We'll save up and see how much money we can make. We'll stick it outside the front door here at Global. No? Oh, okay. In here. No, because if you put it outside the front door, as they're all coming in, they can all want one. They'd all want a slush puppy. No. I must recommend that the canteen get one. I think, so we can have it. Paddy and Christine McGuinness, according to Dawn Neeson, are said to be battling to save their 11-year marriage. We know this because the mum of 3 has given an interview revealing how raw she feels. It's all a bit dramatic, I'm afraid, for poor old Christine. And you can see exactly how raw she is. She's posted a pouty white bikini picture to promote the story. Less Top Gear and more No Gear. Very good. Nice, clever play on words there. It is ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, she thinks people are interested in her, but they're not. You know, she's just somebody who sort of is trying to milk every little bit of publicity. So if they can come up with a story about, oh, the marriage is on the rocks, well, then why are you going on television programmes? Why are you not with your husband trying to make it work? Because it's baloney. That's what it is, dear. Steve says, Waj, locked into the spite, not looking forward to the heat wave. We'll get some slush to cool down. Oh, how nice. Do you ever make your own ice lollies, says Vida. You can make any flavour. I used to make my girls Ribena and apple. Though don't have any until your throat is better. Also very sad about Neighbours ending. I started watching 30 years ago when my daughter was born. Yeah, I like the idea of Ribena. But, you can buy Ribena lollies anyway. But there's something about slush, which I do like. Christine in Yorks says, I watch Neighbours since day one. It's the only soap I watch. I'm going to miss it so much. There must be box sets that you can get. They're not. Oh, right. There's not, apparently. Well, there you go. Ashley says, I had one when I had my catering business. They need cleaning daily as the syrup builds up. Be very careful who you buy slush from. Believe me, I could tell you some stories involving mould. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them at the fun fairs and I've seen them all over the place. I just quite like slush. There's something nice about the vibrant colours, which makes it look as though you sort of entered a nuclear establishment. How many episodes of Neighbours were there? Oh, I should imagine about 500. More? More than 500? 9,000? Wow. 9,000. Scott and Charlene, Mrs. Mangle, all these people. God, we still love them. 37 years it ran. 37 years. But, I mean, they've all moved on. I mean, Kylie sells her wine around the world. Sorry. And Jason sells himself because he pushes himself out to theatres and stuff like that. And both do very well. But I feel sorry for all the other people still sitting there who are sort of going, nobody's going to buy it? No, what do we do now? If you've only ever known that one thing, we talked the other day on the programme, did we not, about actors and actresses who are in something for years and years and years, and then it finishes and they've got nowhere to go. People who've been in EastEnders for years and years, and then it finishes, and you think, where do they go to now? The trouble is, some of them are so typecast as that character in that particular soap, nobody's going to touch them. They did try it with Daniela Westbrook, but I mean, she was having her own emotional issues at the time, so it didn't quite work. Steve, what was your favourite Aussie soap? I don't really have one, actually. I don't really have a favourite Aussie soap. I mean, years ago, it used to be The Sullivans, because I liked The Sullivans. Prisoner Cell Block H, with some of those characters, was very good. Hilary says, in Kefalonia, where the temperature is the same as London, with my sister Jen, who is driving me mad, but we both enjoy your words of wisdom. Do you know what they sell, Hilary, in Kefalonia? Do you know what they're famous for in Kefalonia? No? Peanut brittle. Peanut brittle. My producer went over there. He went on honeymoon and he brought me back because he knows I love peanut brittle. I haven't had it for ages. And it was really thick. I mean, it took out two bridges and 2 crowns in a short space of time because it's so hard. And it comes in a plastic box and everything else. But that's what they make in Kefalonia. And it was delicious. Joy in Thornton Heath says, my friend has a slush puppy machine. When we have parties, we have one side kids and the other side adults only, as it contains vodka. Joy, honestly, I've told you about that drinking, haven't I? And Ibrahim says, Steve, if you had Tango Ice Blast, nicer than a slush puppy. Tango Ice, that sounds quite nice. They have them in the cinema, do they? Oh, I like the sound of that. Now, you see, you've ruined it for us now, Ibrahim. You've told us what we should be having. And we can't have stuff like that. Waz says, Steve, I go to Chicago in 10 weeks. I'm giving you one last chance to come with us and have the time of your life. Oh, you'd be bored with me very shortly. Oh, that's Tango Ice Blast. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? Feel the frozen explosion. And it comes in obviously 3 flavours, blue and red, and red. So that, which is what I said before about the other. Oh, that looks nice. And is it slush puppy or is it just slush? Looks like it's like a slush puppy. How lovely. See, why doesn't everybody have... when I went to Costco yesterday, I went to buy a few, let's just call them items, and they do a mango smoothie. And it's just ice-cold mango. I mean, I get brain freeze off it, I'm afraid. I have to be very careful because it's a bit too sort of like, whoa! Yeah, get hypos all over the place. But it's very nice. Very, very nice. Little known fact about the hot weather in the UK is it causes your brain to shrink, says Dawn Neeson. No, seriously, it really does. Because how else do you explain the fact that as soon as the sun comes out, we're treated like particularly stupid toddlers by everybody? Help the elderly, help the young people, help the babies, help this, help the puppies. I mean, it's like a zombie apocalypse, she says. You've got to help everybody. But it doesn't really matter, does it? Most confusing headline of the week, says Dawn, was in Monday's Daily Star. Save our knob. And she says, but surely Boris had already gone by that time. Evidently, it's a traditional biscuit. 3 times cooked, I believe. We discovered that yesterday. It's 3 times cooked. It's like triple cooked chips, but it's a sort of a biscuity type thing. I thought it was like a roll, but apparently not. So they've got a picture of Bozo and a picture of a knob. Make up your own jokes. Make up your own... Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Where's that? Frinton. Lee. We like Frinton. Wait a minute. We've got this blooming picture that's gone over the top of it, which we've ruined it. We have to log in. It's such a pain. But Frinton looked beautiful this morning. Look, really, really lovely. I love that completely. But we've lost it, so we can't see it. Can we not see it again? Oh, God, honestly, I hate it when we get a nice picture up to look at. Oh, we'll look at it after the... Oh, OK, we'll look at it after the news. He always says that, doesn't he? And then I never get round to it, and I never get to see it.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
On LBC, text 84850.
And a lovely picture in of Frinton from Lee. And he says, I've just enjoyed a nice dawn walk with my dog Wham. Sorry. He says, the house opposite me has just been privately sold. If I knew it was for sale, I'd have told you. I shall keep looking out for others. Best wishes. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Who wants to go abroad? Who wants to go abroad? You can go and sit in your deck chair on the beach at Frinton, miles of empty sand. Rent a little shelter or something like that. You know, that's nice. Very good. Steve, for bad throat, try boiled sweets. You need to get the saliva working in your mouth. That'll sort it, says Barry. Where am I going to get boiled sweets at this time of the morning from? No, there's no boiled sweets out there. No. There's some Haribo. But they're not the same as boiled, so I know what you mean. I used to like sherbet lemons. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire. We're not that desperate for an audience. Do you remember El Dorado? That was a flop. Yes, I do. Yes, Polly Perkins. And there was a girl in a wheelchair in it as well. And again, the BBC spent a lot of money on it, and it didn't take off. Mind you, exactly the same as there was another similar to EastEnders programme, and it was called... Oh, God... It was sort of like a street programme on the BBC. It was like Coronation Street, and I can't remember what it was called on the BBC. It ran for a little while, but then it just sort of fizzled up. Albion Market. That was another one that the trouble is you've got to have so many things right on those sort of quiz shows. Mind you, I had a disaster this morning. I'm walking across the newsroom and my trousers slid to the floor. I think I must be losing weight, which is very nice. Steve, Amazon are selling box sets of Neighbours. Oh, and Albion Market. I've just bought 3 box sets, also 9 volumes of The Sullivans. Somebody on eBay was selling the full collection for £1,000, says David. Wow. Costa Red Summer Berry Smoothies are my favourite, says Lee, the taxi driver in Durham. Thank you. He says, have you ever watched Wentworth? Wentworth, the Aussie remake of Prisoner's Cell Block H. Brilliant TV, better than the original. Wow. And, Steve, why do Aussie soap stars tend to be a lot more successful when they leave their soap than the British counterparts? I've no idea. Not a clue. And Chris says, sons and daughters, half the time we never knew who owned what houses and who was married to whom. We used to watch it around 3:30 p.m. during the school holidays with my nan and mum before my nan did a little cleaning job. Bless. How sweet, a little cleaning job, honestly. All these things are so nice, aren't they? Liam says, Natalie Imbruglia and Margot Robbie all started their acting careers in Neighbours, says Roger. Oh, that's what they are, actresses. Oh, well, you live and learn, don't you? Isn't Natalie Imbruglia, isn't she going out with somebody who's phenomenally rich? I think so. Yeah, I think she's going out with somebody who's very, very rich. And rapper Kanye West has brought out a new design for Adidas trainers that look like a pair of Cornish pasties. Bakery chain Greggs poked fun, posting an image of the shoes captioned, 2 sausage rolls short of a multi-pack. And Kanye's are £301. And the Cornish pasty is £1.30. I know what I'd rather have. Cornish pasty. And Britain's wolfed down 2 billion kilos of chips every year. A staggering 30 kilos of chips per person. Oh, don't need to tell me about that. I'm sitting in a studio looking at people who quite definitely have been consuming a lot. Not you. It's a reflection. Steve, I bought rocket lollies, says Mary. They're fruit and vegetable, raspberry and beetroot, orange and carrot, and apple and spinach. The picture on the box, they look like normal rocket lollies. Hope it's a good mistake. I'm going to try them today. Well, that sounds quite nice. I don't have an objection with that. Beetroot's very nice. Oh, don't turn your nose up. He's such a snob. Producer Joe, he's like, I couldn't eat anything like that, Steve. I mean, I like the idea of orange and carrot. You have that when you have a smoothie. If you buy them in Marks and Spencer's or places like that, they've got orange and carrot and things. In fact, actually, in apple juice, you get those all the way through, don't you? People like those. Although I can't have smoothies because they've got too much fructose in, too much sugar, and it sends me a bit round the bend. So I try not to go round the bend, hoping, because I'm looking forward to Ian Dale's party this weekend. Looking forward to pulling, and unlikely, but it's only for 3 hours, but it doesn't matter. 3 hours better than nothing on a Friday. I've just realised it's going to be so hot, isn't it, coming into town. Oh, I hope it's not hot in this place. Not too bad on Friday, which is good. Emmerdale stars fear one of them will be killed off in a shock twist within months. Executives are planning explosive storylines to mark the soap's 50th anniversary. So this is the problem with these things. In an effort to get ratings, they kill people off. So Mark Charnock, who plays Marlon Dingle, says nobody should ever assume anything. Well, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. And they say it's going to be some of the best. Well, why not? I mean, they don't need to do all these stunts, but it keeps it fresh, doesn't it? Keeps it fresh. Mind you, I could have a field day on EastEnders, definitely. Mo Gilligan's promising his new game show will be TV Gold. Yeah, they all say that. He's not a presenter. He's not a presenter. To be a game show presenter, you need to be a Brucey. You need to be a Bob Monkhouse. You need to be somebody like that. The comic is set to host That's My Jam, which will see celebrities compete in musical challenges. He said it's an exceptional format. In other words, this has been a disaster in America, and they're trying to shove it onto us. Going, oh, this will be really successful. And they go, who can we get to do it? And they go, how about Mo Gilligan? They go, oh, is he available? Oh, God, yes, he's eminently available. Eminently available. But they shouldn't have all these quizzes. There's too many of them on the television. Too many of them. So testing the ice lollies, British recycling is being illegally dumped and burnt in Turkey. Apparently tons of plastic diligently disposed of by households ends up on tips, leaving criminal gangs to offload the waste. Dear, very worrying, isn't it? We do create an awful lot of rubbish. Awful lot of rubbish. I don't know sometimes where it comes from. I mean, I can fill up 2 big bin liners a week. Easy. Dreadful. Shoppers are being warned of a dire shortage of staple foods due to heat waves and droughts. Here we go. Supplies of risotto rice and olive oil have been hit. Well, don't eat olive oil and risotto then, which is fine. A state of emergency has been declared in 5 northern regions. We do make dramas out of everything, don't we? It's like, oh, my goodness, we're all going to starve. We can't eat anything. The Queen was back the other day meeting the nurse who gave the world's first COVID jab. That's a bit of a thrill, isn't it? To actually get the Queen. I mean, it beats getting anybody else. I don't mind some of the other ones, but, if you want anybody to give you an award, you want the Queen. So she doesn't do many at all, does she, really? Steve, this is one here that says, here in New Jersey, we have convenience stores called 7-Eleven. Yeah, we have those as well. We're not so backwards. We have 7-Elevens. Which sell their famous Slurpees, basically a slushie. They have many flavours like cherry, pina colada, Coca-Cola, etc. My favourite is cherry. They're very refreshing on a hot day, but of course the brain freeze is hard to handle. Enjoy the show as always. Thank you. That's very nice. Very nicely. We like it when people enjoy it. Steve, what was the name of the tear-jerking song when Scott and Charlene got married in Neighbours in 1987? The song, I think, if memory serves, wasn't it Suddenly, wasn't it by Angry Anderson? Was that what it was? Oh, right, there we go. My memory is good. I thought the bit, neighbours, everybody wants good neighbours with a little understanding. So Lineker's last of the big earners. He's now the sole BBC star to break the £1 million annual pay barrier. He was paid £1.35 million for the past year, a drop of £10,000 on the year before. His pay's tumbled from a high of £1.76 million when he first topped the list after Chris Evans left. Zoe Ball is the second highest, with a salary of nearly £1 million for doing a radio programme. Does she do anything else? I don't know if she does anything else. It's the first time her wages have slipped to below £1 million since she took over the breakfast show. Last year she earned £1.13 million. Mind you, I think it's Steve Wright who took a £15,000 pay cut. Now it's nearly all gone, actually. Mike in Orpington says, please send our love and congratulations, Steve, to our son Craig for his graduation ceremony today. He achieved a first-class honours in mechanical engineering. Can't wait to see him in his gown. Woo! Because they do that, don't they? They put the gowns on and then they all throw their hats up at the same time, and then you take the picture, and it's all fabby. I never did it at my school. Well, we couldn't. We were all chained to each other. It was like a chain gang. And you throw your mortarboard up in the air, and then you get somebody else's, I suppose. Cooler down here in Auckland. 18 degrees today, and it's finally stopped raining. It's a special day for me as it's my 61st birthday, said Jules. So happy birthday to me. The song was Especially for You. No, they did that afterwards. That was afterwards. They had that. But the song that they did at the wedding was the other one. Honestly, never ever question us. We're always right. Oh, look, another picture of Christine McGuinness. Says she and husband Paddy are trying to deal with things. Oh, shut up. Just get on with it then, dear. Don't be so needy. Don't be so needy. Just try and sort something out. Try and be grown up. As opposed to she told Lorraine their 11-year marriage was strained, but added, in all marriages, not always plain sailing. No kidding. You're so bright, aren't you? It's amazing when you sort of realise these people are preaching to us. Goodness sake. Britain's oldest footballer has been shortlisted for a national award celebrating his 79-year career. This is Dickie Borthwick. Started playing at 7. He's 86 now, and he was sidelined by the pandemic, but he's okay now, which is good, isn't it? And what else have we got here? Pete Gogglebox Sanford. This is the one with the peculiar hairstyle. Do you know what he does for a living? Pete and his little sister in Blackpool. What do you think he does for a living? He's a builder. Doesn't look strong enough to be a builder, does he, really? He's a bit wimpish. He says, we just saw Eamon Holmes. I'm just a builder from Blackpool, so it's a bit strange when celebrities know us. Yeah. Did you go, who's that bloke down there? His uncle's a Chuckle brother. Yeah. Yeah. I knew that. Always has to do one up. Always has to do one up on me. So, which brands are worth the lolly? Which are worth the lolly? Sainsbury's coconut, pineapple and lime ice lollies, 4 for £2.50. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? And Sainsbury's dark chocolate ices, 6 for £1.25. The trouble is the chocolate falls off the outside. I'm watching an advert on the television at the moment for, like, Magnums, and he takes a big bite out. I thought, well, if I did that, the thing would all fall to pieces. M&S strawberry ice cream cones, 4 for £1.80. It's very good value, actually. Very good value. They say, but the strawberry ice cream actually tastes like it's been made with real strawberries. That's a must-buy. Morrison's the best Valencia orange ice lollies, 4 for £2.19. That's actually more expensive than the strawberry ice cream cones, isn't it? That's a lot. The best Valencia orange lollies are in Morrison's premium dessert collection. Made with real Valencia oranges, these taste healthy as well as indulgent. They're not healthy. They're full of sugar. But still nice. M&S fruit-flavoured rocket lollies, 8 for £1.60. And they got the Best Lolly Award. Aldi Dairy Fine Titan Ice Cream, 4 for £1.49. Asda Cider Flavour Ice Lollies, 6 for £1.10. Made with apple juice from concentrate. In other words, it's not really proper apple juice, it's from concentrate. I won't buy anything if it's from concentrate. I'm a bit funny. It's 4:45.
Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's another hot day today. Hot day. Doesn't matter, does it? We're managing to cope. Well, I think we're managing to cope. Actually, and also, I got on the train yesterday, and I was very lucky. It came in at platform 19. I didn't have to walk to platform 21 and walk all the way to the front of the train because they put 10 carriages on. It was brilliant. I was amazed when it came in on the right platform. More of that, please, Waterloo. Please. My poor little legs can't handle walking that far. It takes forever and a day. Sometimes I have to get on the train and walk down the inside of it. But you get all the people on, you've got their blooming bikes there and all the rest of it. Picnics and people. Well, they do take them. Nobody stops them. Who's going to stop somebody? I see I see that Ian Wright has blasted Sir Alan Sugar's foolishness after the tycoon moaned. Now, you might think this is okay. What did he moan about? He moaned about the fact football commentators. There were no male commentators for women's football. On Saturday, Lord Sugar said, I'm watching the women's football and notice that all the commentators are women. I also note when men's football is on there is a symbolic female commentator to cover the broadcaster's bum. Should I complain? There should be a male commentator in women's football. But Ian Wright joined the commentary team and he was... Honestly, you can't win, can you? He was just making a valid point. I thought it was a valid point. Didn't make any difference. You don't have to take it seriously. Goodness sake, honestly. They are a bunch of little snowflakes, aren't they? Little snowflakes. But apparently, Alan... male pundits have been used during the current tournament, and Ian ripped into the pier on Twitter. Alan, the thing is, my friend, rather than saying I got it wrong, lots of men are working at all levels of the tournament. You double down on some complete, foolishness. You actually, in your mind, thought that after you sent that tweet that the BBC phoned me up, never mind, we've been ready and booked for a year. Oh, so it goes. Oh, there's no winning, is there, really? They're all mamby-pambies. I mean, Ian Wright. Shut up. Shut up. But he said that he was glad that Sugar was watching the game. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, you only have to look at the women's football and the stands are 3/4 empty. You know, you just don't get enough people. Perhaps they should play in smaller grounds. Perhaps that would be a lot easier, because every time I watch it on the television, they've sold 500,000 tickets. Yeah, but split that between all the different stadiums and it comes down to little. Is it more than last time? Yeah, still not enough. Still enough. Marie in Woking says, my daughter was in Copenhagen on business a few weeks ago, and apparently Tom Jones was staying at the same hotel, but didn't appear at any bars or restaurants for fear of COVID, but stayed all the time on his balcony. So I hope our Tom is not failing in health. He really is a national treasure. Absolutely, I agree with you. But he's looking after himself. But when they go into towns to do these things, they do tend to stay in the hotel rooms. He's 82. I have interviewed him, yes. I thought he was great. Seriously, I remember saying, it's only Tom Jones. It's Tom Jones. Yeah, so many stories. Singing with Elvis in Vegas and stuff like that. You know, that's what I thought was amazing. Steve, yesterday I went to water my flowers and I opened the door. A bee came out of nowhere and stung me. Oh, dear. Well, that's not very good. That's not very good at all. And Perdita says, as you're an oracle of interesting and random facts, I expect you'll already know what the word yeah, that one means. It's a very long word. I don't know what, I can't even pronounce it. Hippopotamonstrosquipediophobia. Is that actually a word? But I trust you to give me that one. It is actually a word. What does it mean? Do we know what it means? Here we go. It's one of the longest words in the dictionary, and it's the name for a fear of long words. Only Perdita could come up with it. So if we split it up into all the things. So I might better read the blooming thing. It's like that long railway station. So it's hippopotamonstrosquipt dalophobia. Yeah. I'm obviously out of my depth, Perdita. I bet I'm out of my depth completely. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, says, hope all is well and you're staying cool. Enjoyed a beautiful ride on the lake tonight on my pontoon boat. Beautiful sunset. Beautiful sunset. That's quite nice. Jake is a Methodist minister over in, he's in Pennsylvania, isn't he? Where they had all that, Minnesota, where we had all that trouble a short while ago and he was keeping us filled in on what was going on. And he's a very busy boy. He's a very, very busy boy. And he enjoys his job. Very much so. Very much so. So we've been sort of regularly going backwards and forwards because he listens to it. It always amazes me how many people discover this programme around the world and they go, oh, I've been listening for ages. And you go, but you're a Methodist minister. What on earth possessed you to pick up on this programme? It is I find it very bizarre, but Jake is our favourite Methodist minister. I used to say the favourite Methodist minister and then it sort of appeared as a tagline. So we've used it ever since. What else we got? We've got Jacques O'Neill, Love Island, has quit the villa days after producers reintroduced a bad boy, Adam Collard, who made a beeline for Paige Thorne, his missus. Confused is what it is. Jacques says he's struggled following the fallout over him growing close to another girl in Casa Amor, which left Paige upset. Oh, God, it's pathetic, isn't it? I mean, you know it's pathetic because it's just a silly little game show. They're all playing a game. The game is to pretend that you're going to have an affair with somebody. It's just basically a one-night stand. And you have the fling then, because if you haven't got a fling going when you come out of the show, on the outside, you're not going to make any money at all. You go back to that place. I don't know when it finishes. From another 15 years or something. It just seems to go on forever. It does, actually. And unisex loos, apparently you don't want them. An overwhelming 98% of you say you don't want unisex loos. I don't want them. I don't want to walk in there and, because also men are just very messy in toilets. They really are. They don't know how to lift the seat up. They wee all over the seat. Women have got to it's awful. It really is dreadful. So definitely not. So how much are they all earning on the BBC gravy train? Nikki Campbell up to 300,000. Jeremy Vine 294. Sarah Cox up to 280. Michelle Hussein up to 280. It's a very good salary, actually. I like Michelle Hussein. Strange enough, they've got Andrew Marr here. This is the last year, isn't it? Must be. 270,000. Joe Wiley, 270,000. Laura Kunzberg, 264,000. Martha Carney, 260,000. I used to work with Martha Carney. She used to be at LBC years ago on our news information department. Clive Myrie, up to 260,000. That's up from 209,000. Justin Webb, 260,000. Kirsty Walk, 250,000. Victoria Derbyshire, £245,000. Lauren Laverne, 384,000. God. Ken Bruce, £340,000, up from 369. Scott Mills, up to 404. Scott Mills gets more than Ken Bruce and Greg James. It's odd, isn't it? And Vanessa Feltz gets the same. So there must be a ceiling there of £404,999. Hugh Edwards, £414,999. Stephen Nolan, 419,000. Well, nearly 420,000. Gary Lineker, £1,354,999, which is up from £1,364,999. And then there's loads of other people on here. Sue Barker, 190,000, which would be about right, I suppose. Clara Amfo, 160,000. Joanna Gosling, 160,000. It's amazing, isn't it, when you look down for Claudia Winkleman, 160,000. I thought she'd have been on... Yeah, it adds up. It certainly does. Certainly does. Steve Lamarck, £155,000 per year. Bear in mind, there's tax that comes off these things. Mark Easton, just shy of 200,000. Used to be with LBC as well. Alex Scott, 200,000. New entry. More than Mark Easton. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Also, Sarah Smith, 195,000. Rita Chakrabarti, 204,999. Emma Barnett, 220,000. Mary Berry, 220,000. Well, she's worth every penny as far as I'm concerned. And John McEnroe, up to about £185,000 a year. But that's only because they must use him. He's obviously on a retainer for being used as a pundit. Steve, if I don't feel like having a breakfast, I have a smoothie. I think I'm being really healthy, but my God, they're full of sugar, says Kim. You don't half feel the rush. 2 of me 5 a day, mind you, Steve. Yeah, they are absolutely loaded with sugar. Loaded with sugar. There's nothing you can do about it. That's why if you leave one of those smoothies that's been made in your fridge, after a while, if you haven't retrieved it, it will explode. I've heard of lots of those things exploding, so be very careful. Mike says, I've been thinking about applying to get on a TV reality show, Love Island or something like that, but I don't have veneered teeth. Do you think that's going to be a problem? No. Take all the makeup off the girls And for that, read The Boys as well. And you've just got basically a bunch of people who have no hope of doing anything in their lives at all. They just want to really get their boobs out and wear little bikinis and try and attract one-night stands, which actually, for the blokes, that's not too difficult because most of them are a bit Neanderthal. And they sort of go, I like you, darling. I love you. And you think, no, you don't. No, you don't. You're just trying to sort of make money on it. It's a little bit naff. Boris's assassin, Javid, humiliated. And then there were 8. Next vote is today. So Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Tom Tugendhat, Kemi Badenoch, Jeremy Hunt, Nadim Zahawi, and Suella Braverman. Here they all are. Which ones do you like? None of them. Not one of them. Doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. And so they've got, folksy sincerity oozing out of Golden Boys every pore. Ready for Rishi, reunite the country with Rishi and all the rest of it. You think, oh, God, an ego and loads of money. Not sure I can cope with the both of those things. He'll probably win. Yeah. Kemi's known as the anti-woke candidate. And Sarah Vine talks about Bernie Ecclestone, 91, who's facing fraud charges over the whereabouts of some £400 million worth of assets. And he's pictured with his third wife, the lovely Fabiana, 45, once again to paraphrase the immortal words of the late Caroline Aherne. So, Fabiana, what first attracted you to the billionaire Bernie? It works. It works every time, every single time. The Queen honours the NHS COVID heroes, and Wales has now gone into the slow lane. Members of the Welsh Senate last night voted in favour of a blanket reduction in the speed limit down to 20 miles an hour. I mean, to be honest, you might as well get out of the car and push the blooming things. It's so ridiculous that they're so keen to get, as many people off the road as possible. But they will take you to court if you do over it. Not good, is it? Oh, and Ecclestone's girl might be getting married. That's Petra Ecclestone. Oh, good. So thrilled. Morning, nice to have your company. 5:05:05:03. 5:03. There you go. I'm looking at both things. I'm looking at the clock, and I'm also looking at the numbers underneath. I was trying to see if it matched up. It's Wednesday, July the 13th. It's another scorcher. Don't worry. It's Steve Alazella. We will get through it. We will get through it. It's just you've only got to wait till after Sunday and next week, and then it starts. Does it not start going back to normal? Oh, Lord. Is it not possible? So Sunday, what's the date? This Wednesday is the 13th. 30 degrees today. 27 tomorrow. 27 on Friday. 27 on Saturday. 29 on Sunday. 35 on Monday. 35 degrees. 37 degrees on Tuesday. This is a joke, isn't it? Oh, dear, we'll never survive. We'll never survive. And then the good news is, after Tuesday the 19th, when it's 37 degrees, Wednesday the 20th, 26 degrees, rain. Rain. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of it because that's it. That's it. I mean, it might just be a little bit of sort of like tinkle, tinkle, and that'll be it. Which is not very good, is it, really? Ecclestone girl to wed, as dad is told of £400 million fraud charges. They don't do anything by halves, the Ecclestones, do they? £400 million. And so Petra Ecclestone's going to marry her boyfriend, Sam Palmer, just days after Bernie learned he'd be charged with fraud. Mind you, I suppose it must be equally as embarrassing, mustn't it? Because they haven't investigated this yet. It's HMRC doing something. Mr. Ecclestone, who has a net worth about $2.5 billion. Wouldn't it be funny if he didn't actually leave any money to his girls? I think that'd be quite funny, because they enjoy spending the money. But that's good. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me. I don't understand motor racing in the first place, and he sold off his interest, didn't he? One of those sort of things that not really very exciting at all, as far as I can see. And Michael Caine's wife has insisted he'd soon be back dancing after recent surgery, so it's good to see him out and about in Mayfair. He was out at Scott's. He likes Scott's, does Michael Caine. He does have cause to celebrate. He's finally sold his 7-bedroom Surrey mansion for £3.5 million. He's bought the property, which has a swimming pool, hot tub, gym and cinema, for £1 million 22 years ago. Not a lot of people know that. So actually, it's not gone up that much when you think about it. All those years ago, 22 years ago, $1 million, and now it's worth £3.5 million. that he enjoyed going to Scotland. Do you think they give him a discount? I always wondered about that. Whether they would sort of say, oh, listen, have the bread rolls on us, Sir Michael, you know. Yeah, we'll give you free water and you can have a starter. Only one starter. Because that's how it works, isn't it? You know, people like him are sort of a good advert for Scots. I've been there a few times, and it's very nice, but I'm not really a big fish person, so it doesn't work for me. Steve, greetings from Ireland. How are you, Christine? How lovely. She says, I was thinking, I found you 13 years ago this month when I was up at night feeding my newborn baby Charlie. You're like an old friend to me now. I know, that's how people think I am. A very, very old friend. That's what they say. Steve, but it's nice to have your company this morning. 13 years ago, good Lord. Ashley says, I once worked at a wine merchant's. Accidentally, the heating was left on overnight around Christmas. Let's just say, when the front door was opened in the morning, there was a firework display of champagne corks. I know. Do you know, I've still got some fireworks. I've still got a box of fireworks, which I was going to sort of set off. But the trouble is I can't because there's babies and dogs all over the place, and I don't like to do that. There's a woman who's on YouTube in America, and all the neighbours on this little close are letting off fireworks, and she comes out and screams, no, no, no. I mean, she's quite mad as a broomstick. Can I say, says Terry in Cheshunt, a happy 58th birthday to my ex-wife, Gillian. We divorced 22 years ago, and I still love and miss her more with each passing day. Blimey. That's good. So, but the trouble is, it works like that for some people, doesn't it? People tend to get married, then they discover that it doesn't kind of work out, and they actually turn out to be better friends than they were married, because it's like having a really good friend that sort of knows you. So I think that's quite sweet, actually. 58. So you divorced 22 years, but I mean, you were quite young when you got divorced, weren't you? Yeah. Is it common to stay friends with someone after? Yeah, my brother has been married before, and he's friendly, very friendly with his ex-wife because she's the mother of their children, and her husband. I don't know if there's no kids, but no, they all get on really, really well together. It's really quite unusual. Quite unusual, because I think most people, it ends up, being a little bit, doesn't work as well, does it? Pam in Glasgow says, please can you send me big birthday wishes? It was the big 5-0 yesterday, although I had to cancel my party as nearly everybody going has COVID. Oh, no. That's the worst thing ever. That's what I told you it is. It's doing the rounds, actually. Lynn in Cardiff says Wales is a joke. Here in Cardiff, with reduction in speed limit to 20 miles an hour, the Cardiff bus is reducing the bus service over the summer to the Saturday service. Come and live in a Labour utopia, says Lynn. I do like a bus. I do like a bus, I have to be honest. I like trains better. I'm better on trains. I'm much better. South Western Railway, I quite like. I mean, some of the trains are new on South Western Railway. And I like the idea that you can walk all the way down the train without having to push the bloody button to open the doors. And people with their feet on the seats drives me insane. If I'm walking down the middle of the train, I always go, I tut very loudly. I like to let them know that they're peasants, and sometimes I even tell them. Peasants. And always works. But, I mean, sometimes you get the guard going, could you please remove your seat from your feet from the seat in front of you? Because why do people do that? It's disgusting. It really is. You have to sit there. It's horrible. People do, yeah. I don't mind if they put a piece of paper down on the seat and then put their shoes onto that. But I think they should have slippers. And they should put their slippers on and a dressing gown, maybe, if they're going to sort of start falling asleep. Because some people, there's somebody around our way, he just does the circuit and he falls asleep for 2 hours on the bus. And they do it on trains. You find people on the underground, because it goes in a circular motion. Well, it's circular. You get people who sleep on it. Oh, my screen's gone blank. It's a bit of a worry. I've got nothing on there. Have I ever fallen asleep and missed the stop? Yes. Only the once. I have to be honest. Oh, it was only... I ended up at Martin's Heron. I got the Reading train, and I got off there. It was like a scene out of a horror movie, because there were the two platforms, and as the train pulled out, there's just me and some tumbleweed coming down the platform. And I remember thinking, oh, God, and I'd had a few sherbets. Because that's always the way. You sit on the train, you go to sleep, you wake up, and I try not to go to sleep, because I'm always worried somebody's going to rob me. And I might get violent. In fact, there's very likelihood of me getting violent. And so I sort of get off there and I thought, what am I going to do? And so I looked over the side of the station, Martin's Heron. No, normally there's sort of a cab office. Not out there. Seriously, there were wolves baying at the moon, the tumbleweed was still coming down the platform, and I'm there with my little travel card thinking, what am I going to do? I know. I'll cross over the bridge, because at least I'll then be on the right side. And luckily, within 10 minutes, a train came along, and I got on it and got back to... Where was I going to? I think I ended up in Bristol or something. No, I think I ended up in... Where did I end up in? Might have been Richmond or something like that. Whatever it was fine. But, it's that horrible sinking fit. And you know that you've dribbled. You know you've dribbled, don't you? You're leaning against the window and you wake up and there's always somebody sitting opposite you with a cheese and pickle sandwich staring at you. And you think to yourself, oh, God, I've dribbled. And so you try and pretend that you weren't asleep at all, that you were just sort of resting your eyes. Whereas, in fact, I knew I was asleep. Because I could sleep anywhere. I've told you before, I can sleep on the studio floor. I have no problem with sleeping. When I used to work overnights, when we were in Gough Square, I would turn the lights off, lie down on the floor and go to sleep for an hour and a half. It was lovely. Absolutely lovely. I don't have any problem sleeping. Some people say, I can't sleep, Steve. And I go, listen, I have no such problem. No such problem. Talisa has a birthday today. She's 34. She found fame with the hip-hop trio N-Dubs. And she also suffers from Bell's palsy because people criticised her looks. Ian Hislop is 62 today. The Swansea-born satirist, the single most influential voice in Britain politics, has edited Private Eye for 36 years and been a team captain on Have I Got News For You for 32 years. I think he's amazing. I think he's really good, and I love reading Private Eye. I wish you could use half of it on the programme, but the trouble is most of it is probably actionable. Have I ever been in it? Have I ever been in Private Eye? Yes, I have. I was in the Who Said That kind of thing, where they sort of put something down. Yeah, the Street of Shame kind of thing. But it was in my favour. I think it was. I can't remember, actually. All these things, they happened such a long time ago. 1990, what film was out? I'll give you a clue. Oh, my love, my darling, I hungered for your touch a long, lonely time. Come on. Give you a clue. Basic Instinct. No. Yes, It's, and he puts his hands round there and helps her make a pot. It's called Ghost. Patrick Swayze, who can sit on a settee but couldn't manage to walk through a wall. I didn't quite understand that at all. I thought that was brilliant. I love Demi Moore. She cried. They had to put glycerin in her eyes to make it look as though she was in tears. And she loved Sam, and he was murdered, as you know, in it. And he got his own back. I thought it was a great film. Totally unbelievable, but it was still a very good film. In 2013, the hashtag Black Lives Matter was used for the first time. In 2013. Did you know that? No, you didn't. And Common Speaker in the year 2000, July the 13th, again, Betty Boothroyd dropped a bombshell yesterday by announcing her intention to quit this autumn. The former Tiller girl, who 8 years ago became the first ever woman to be elected to the position, will retire as an MP at the same time. There you go. Although I seem to remember they couldn't find any evidence that she was a Tiller girl. It was one of those things they just talked about. There we are. This is the pot. I've always wanted to make pots. I haven't really. I just said that for an effect. To make me sound more interesting. And he was sort of helping her. And the guy, yeah, well, exactly. But I mean, she's sort of making what looks like a giant piece of a chess set. Doesn't it? I mean, I've never seen anything so big. It's the bishop, isn't it? But I used to love it. We never did pottery at school. I was in the wrong school, I think. It was a good school. Well, I knew it was because they told me it was approved. And I can remember thinking, oh, that's nice. And then she makes a mess of the pot, and then they have another go at doing it all over again. It's supposed to be erotic. Believe you me, there's nothing erotic about getting your hands covered in clay. All you want to do is, like, where's the Swarfiga? Get the stuff out and start cleaning your hands. And he sort of it is slightly perverted. It is slightly perverted, but, people like... I mean, I wonder, really, after the film came out, whether or not people started going out and buying potter's wheels, and sort of going, oh, it's very sexy, isn't it? It was like I told you before, all this food, which is supposed to be an aphrodisiac, none of it is. None of it is. They used to say, oh, if you eat oysters, that's an aphrodisiac. Apparently it puts you in the fruity mood. Can't think of anything worse than being in a fruity mood through sort of throwing up over oysters and stuff like that. It just doesn't do it for me. And that's for caviar. I tried that once. Not for me at all. I'd like to be... But mind you, I don't even like lobster. And people say, oh, you'd like lobster. You ask Stuart at Sandy's, the fish shop in Twickenham. I've bought loads, mainly for people in here. Especially the live one, which we brought in one day. That was the funniest thing ever. We brought in a live lobster. He wrapped it in wet newspaper and put it in the polystyrene box, and I brought it in, and you could hear it moving. And so when we opened it, because everybody's going in the newsroom, go on, Steve, open it. And we opened it, and it didn't move. And so we opened the paper, and it came to life. It came to life. You've never heard the screams like it, honestly. That was just the news desk. I, of course, was being very... I don't know. Well, I don't know. But you can buy lobsters which you do yourself. What you're supposed to do is put them into the freezer, which chills them down. It doesn't kill them. Then you put them into the water, but you bring it to the boil and they cook. And the noise that they make, people go, oh, it's them screaming. No, it's not. It's the air in the shell. But I went to a place, Clive will tell you, from downstairs, and I didn't like it. I just ate the chips on the plate. I don't know why. I mean, it's supposed to be quite good for you. 16 minutes past 5. Let's get the LBC travel with Anne-Marie Walsh.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, here we go. Feeling up for a little bit of rumpy bumpy? We've got some aphrodisiacs for you. Things which apparently are said to work. Now, I cannot testify because, unfortunately, this is long since disappeared from my life. I'd rather do a jigsaw and have a cup of cocoa. It's as simple as that, or a portion of chips or some KFC. So these are the biggest aphrodisiac foods in no particular order. OK, now some of these I can have, some of these I can't have. But as I say, it would be a total waste of time and money. Watermelon. How that is an aphrodisiac, I've got no idea, because it is what it says it is. Watermelon. I mean, somebody told me once, if you cut a hole in it and you fill it up with vodka, that's quite nice. You can do that with all sorts of melons. And I did have a watermelon vodka drink one time. Well, you could throw those back till the cows came home. That was delicious. It got me in the mood, yes, but unfortunately by that time I was far too drunk to realise. But anyway, strawberries. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just strawberries or strawberries dipped in chocolate. You know, where you sort of get a melted bowl of chocolate, you dip them in there, and then you feed them to your partner. I can't think of anything. Go get away. I'll do it myself. You know, it's like I remember years ago, body paint. Somebody very kindly sent me in some, and I asked actually somebody out in the newsroom. I think it was Dominic Ellis. I said to him, have you ever tried body paint, chocolate body paint? And he said yes. Which so I said, oh, well, I still have some at home. And so what it is, you get a tube of, not a tube, you get a jar of melted chocolate. It doesn't sort of set hard, and a paintbrush. And you basically paint it onto somebody's body, and the action of painting it on produces a chemical reaction, and it hardens. And then the idea is you're supposed to sort of lick it off somebody's body. Do you remember years ago they used to do something called ice magic? And you'd get an ice cream and you get this ice magic and you squirt it over the top and then it would harden over the top of your ice cream. No, just me again. There it is, ice magic, chocolate. And it was very popular. It was only $2.79. And I quite like the idea of it. But anyway, so... No, you're not buying it from me. So, strawberries, aphrodisiacs, spicy chili peppers. I don't know how anything that's spicy can actually be an aphrodisiac. Oysters. Ugh. Who wants oysters? Ghastly. Figs. Now, I do like fresh figs. I've had dried figs, but a friend of mine, Tony, his parents have got a huge fig tree, and he's got one as well in his garden. And in the summer, they put netting over to stop the birds who will come and peck them. And I'd never had fresh figs before. They were delicious, but they've got to be a little bit hard. I don't like them when they're a little bit soft. Chocolate is an aphrodisiac. I don't know why. It just makes you fat. What's interesting about that? Artichokes are very. Have you ever had artichokes? That's where you boil it in water. You take it out and then you get some clarified butter and you pull out the leaves and you dip them in and then scrape them. I mean, it's so fiddly. It's so fiddly. And asparagus, well, you know me and asparagus. I love asparagus. I love it, but it's never had any effect as an aphrodisiac, I have to be honest with you. But I quite like the idea. Kiri from Haringey says, Steve, I was on the tube yesterday and somebody was clipping their fingernails. Talk about disgusting. I made sure I said it loud enough when I was getting off. Somebody said somebody wrote to me some time ago and said they'd seen somebody cutting their toenails. I mean, I find it bad enough that people do their makeup. I really do. I find that is absolutely the worst thing ever on a tube train. They get their huge bag out, and out it all comes, heated rollers, you know, the lippy and all the rest of it. And then they put it all away, and you think, you don't look any different at all. I always wanted to get on the train when it was packed, get a shower curtain, put it round me, and have a portable shower, and then say to people, sorry, can you keep the noise down? I'm trying to have a shower in here. Just to see how it goes, actually. Michael Caine's best film is The Italian Job. You can't beat the opening intro with the Lamborghini driving around the mountains with Matt Munro playing in the background. Can you think of a better start to a film, says Pete the Poolman? I liked The Italian Job because I just thought it was so clever, you know, and it sold minis like there was no tomorrow. Everybody wanted minis. Everybody wanted minis. It was a most education economy. Yeah, best intro to a film. What, The Italian Job? I don't know, actually. I just liked it when they were going all the way through the back streets of Rome and they were opening doors and then shooting through the other side, then shutting them. I thought that was brilliant. I loved it. A very simple premise to a film, and it was brilliant. Kim says, Ghost, Steve. Went to see it, the pictures, loved it. I know, because it was so sad because he died. Because he died earlier on in the film, and she was gutted. But then, through Whoopi Goldberg, who was the best character ever, really was a very, very good character. She sort of was able to channel, him through her own body. And so they could embrace and everything. It was really, I thought it was quite touching. Totally ridiculous. So Patrick Swayze died. In real life. He had, I think, pancreatic cancer. Again, one of these things where we were just talking about it a minute ago and saying, you know, it strikes all sorts of people. You don't know what it is. When I went in for my colonoscopy and endoscopy, and they said, you don't have anything. Literally nothing. And so I said, oh, right, good. But I'd already had a CTC scan and they'd said I didn't have anything. But you don't know where it comes from. You don't know where, you know, you might be sort of going fine one day and then all of a sudden it sort of hits you. It's one of those sort of things. Steve, I know you like to store things in the back of your car, but please don't say you stored your fireworks. No, they're in the hall. They're sealed in plastic. And they're lovely. They're really lovely. I haven't let them off because I don't know where to let them off. I gave my brother some because, you know me, I see things and I buy it and then I have to think what to do with it. Do you know what I bought the other day and I'd completely forgotten I did it? You know, you get these little bangers in the paper and you take them out of the box and you throw them on the ground and they go bang. 144 boxes turned up the other day. Seriously. I've ordered a carton of them. I seriously, when it arrived, I remember thinking, I wonder what that is. And boxes, yes. I mean, they're only small boxes, but there's 144 of them. So I was going to ask you, Joe, if you wanted any of these little banger boxes. I can bring them in for you, believe you me. Seriously, I didn't know that I'd ordered that many. I just thought I'd ordered a couple of little boxes. But no, this huge box arrived of all these things. You don't have an outside. No, but you can do it at the station behind somebody and just watch them jump. That's always very popular, especially if they've got an incontinence problem. That's always very popular. But no, so I mean, I tend to get a bit carried away with things. I bought fuses the other day because I thought you can never have enough fuses. So I bought 2 packs of fuses, £1.99 a pack. And it's got 13 amp, 5 amp and 3 amp fuses in there. And I thought, well, that's good. So I'm like, you watch, I can guarantee the next time I need a fuse, I won't be able to find the blooming thing. And no news on the Rubik's Cube yet. Nothing turned up from UPS. I was waiting for UPS the other day, and it said delivering on Monday. Monday they never delivered. And I don't know where it is. I don't know whether to phone them up and go, excuse me, can you tell me where my Rubik's Cube is? It's come from Canada. But they said being delivered on Monday. Well, it hasn't been delivered on Monday, which I think, you know, it's a bit naughty, actually. I get, what's special about it? Well, it's just a different sort of Rubik's Cube. You know, Mr. Rubik's invented one, and then this was another one. Steve, steak and kidney pie, mash and gravy, the food of love, says Nick. Well, I wouldn't disagree with you. Steak and kidney pie. Flaky pastry, and pie, mash and gravy. Oh, yeah. Don't get any arguments from me on that one. There's a lady here. She's anonymous. She's 82. Oh, no, it's a man who's 82, lives with his wife who's 79. We just have our state pension to live off. OK, and you know this is going to be a bad story. Anyway, in March, I saw an advert online about investing in cryptocurrency from just 250 quid. The man who said he was Lucas Hoffman rang me on behalf of a company called Wise Coin. He said he was Swiss, opened an account on my behalf and started trading for me. Then he arranged me to open an account with a money transfer firm through which I could make payments with my Halifax account into Wise Coin. He said I could remove my money at any time and, as an act of faith, transfer 250 quid back into my Halifax account. In total, I transferred about £52,000. Oh, dear. When the value in cryptocurrency was shown as 119,000, I asked Hoffman to withdraw all my money. He said a colleague would need to arrange it, but I heard nothing. After a week, I got in touch with Halifax, which told me I'd been scammed. It said it would not refund the money, as it was up to me to chase the other organisation. I've got no savings left. Can you help me? So all this person got, even after the fearless reader's champion in the paper helped, all they got back is 19,600. They've lost all that other money, which is terrible, isn't it? But after several weeks, Wise couldn't find any of the money in its coffers. It concluded it could not have stopped the scam, as you'd opened the account with the fraudster and allowed remote access. That's the problem, you see. Once you give people access to your accounts, you know, if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be. And this will be the tip of the iceberg. £52,000, tip of the iceberg. And it says here, I cannot stress, she writes, enough the wisdom of making thorough checks on a firm's credentials before transferring funds, not least when life savings are at stake. I mean, the Halifax did block 12,000 quid going out, but you didn't do enough to protect yourself. And sad though it is, that's where it comes down. You know, the bank have done everything that they could. You, unfortunately, didn't do everything you could have done because you trusted somebody you didn't know. They make it sound like it's so foolproof, and you do this, you take the money out, we're going to send you 250 quid, just as goodwill gesture. And that's it. You're not seeing anything else. They've got your money. And once they've got it, they can go, oh, it didn't work, actually, you know, because the investment market fell apart and all the rest. And you think, oh, my godfathers. And so they don't have any of their money left. They're just living on their state pension, which, as you can imagine, is not exactly very much. I mean, crypto, excuse me, doing very badly. Very badly. So my advice is steer well clear. OK? I can only offer you that advice unless you take advice from your banking or your accountant or somebody like that. But they would also advise you steer well clear. OK? Well, I feel better having done that for you now. It doesn't help that poor couple who lost 52,000. It's 5:30.
Political crisis. LBC weather, scattered showers for Scotland and Northern Ireland, breezy in the far north. Elsewhere, dry and fine with good sunny spells, feeling a little cooler, a high of 28 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Brandon Lewis is, of course, a Conservative MP, very recently serving as Northern Ireland Secretary. How difficult was it for you to say, up with this I cannot put to the Prime Minister?
For me, it was quite sad, I have to say. It was quite a tough decision, one of the hardest decisions I've made in politics.
Have you spoken with him since?
Well, look, we've communicated since. I haven't spoken to him in person since Wednesday night, not face-to-face. I'm proud to have served in his government. I think we did some great things. We took the country through the pandemic. He's been dealing with the war in Ukraine, as well as looking to deliver on that domestic agenda. I'm very proud of what we achieved.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
Collect a double welcome bonus of 50,000 Avios with the new Barclaycard Avios Plus credit card when you spend £3,000 in your first 3 months.
Cappuccino.
That could whisk you from everyday to getaway. Our 50,000 Avios offer ends 18th July 2022. Check your eligibility now. Search Barclaycard Avios Plus. Representative example, 72.4% APR representative variable. Purchase rate per annum 23.9% variable, based on a credit limit of £1,200. £20 monthly fee, subject to application and financial status. Eligibility and conditions apply. Double welcome bonus for new customers only, usually 25,000 Avios.
There's nothing quite like a McDelivery in your own home. Or eating a quarter pounder with cheese in your PJs. There's nothing like tucking into a box set with a Big Mac. Or delving into your secret stash of dips. Then dunking a McNugget in 3 of your favourite sauces. Because what you do in your home is your business. There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. Order now on the My McDonald's app or via Uber Eats and Just Eat. Participating restaurants only. Serving times and delivery fees apply. Service charge may apply. See the My McDonald's app, Uber Eats or Just Eat for full details.
There's help for households with the cost of living. If you're on universal credit, pension credit, and certain other benefits, and you're eligible, the government will provide a £650 cost of living payment. You'll get £326 from July and a second payment later this year. The money will be sent automatically to you, so you don't need to call us. To find out what other help for households is available, search cost of living support.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Would you implant a tiny debit card chip in your hand? I quite like the idea of it. I don't know whether or not it would work, because my card, you do touch. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and it's so frustrating. Or it'll say, insert your card. And but this one is about the size of a grain of rice and costs 169 quid. And I quite like the idea, but I don't know where you go to get it done. You just sort of nip into a shop where they probably do earrings or something like that, and they go, well, just put this little chip in there, because I can't see it working like that. But I don't mind the idea of having, because then you can forget fingerprint or facial recognition. You've just got the tiny chip, and nobody would know. Nobody would know. You don't see anything. It's like, in putting a chip in your dog or something like that. Looking at the worst accounts, how rock-bottom rates are short-changing loyal savers like never before. You'd be absolutely horrified when you look at the Bank of England base rate, which is 1.25%. Now, believe me, I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I'm just telling you that the Bank of England base rate is 1.25%. Barclays Everyday Saver account, 0.01%. That's what it pays, 0.01%. They've got Halifax Liquid Gold, 0.05. But there's not even one. Not even one. Halifax Instant Saver, 0.25. Income bonds from NS&I, 0.5. It's amazing, isn't it? I'm not surprised people have got no money. But the idea of sort of having this injected into you, I think it's quite a good idea, actually. I'd be very happy for something like that. I used to, when I was poor years ago, which year? And I used to have a Visa card, and I had £3,300 credit on it. And if I didn't have any money, I would draw cash out on the Visa card without realising the extortionate rates that they were charging. It was something like 42%. 42, I couldn't believe it. 42%. And so I remember then thinking, this is a bit false economy. We don't need to do this anymore. Thank you very much indeed. So I've learned since then. Most households, they say, will struggle to pay bills within a year. I don't know, it's been about waiting for a year. Now bills have started coming in. And Widdicombe says, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I read about HMRC taking a Build-A-Bear to court because the company had not paid customs duty on the bear's shoes. Apparently, our balmy laws state that accessories for stuffed toys attract duty, but those for dolls do not. You couldn't make it up, she says. Surely only in Britain would a court echo to solemn, learned statements such as bears do not wear shoes, which most of us would have found more appropriate to a Monty Python sketch. HMRC won. Given the level of tax evasion and fraud in this country, is this way really the way we want the taxman to spend his time and our money? That's what Anne Widdicombe says. She also talks about poor little Prince George. Any other child of his age, nearly 9, would have been allowed to watch Wimbledon in cool clothes, but the poor royal mite had to swelter in a suit and a tie and everything else, which everybody was going, that really is not good enough, is it? Yeah, in a private box, you know. I mean, and then I'm not surprised he started picking his nose. He probably thought, I'm going to really annoy people now and do it, you know, a particularly high-handed way. Internet marketplaces now face a government crackdown. You can buy anything now on the internet. I mean, if you go to Amazon, and you sort of put in just about anything, there is nothing that you cannot get. Except my Rubik's Cube, which I'd love to know where it's gone to. Somebody will have it. Somebody will have it. Christine McGuinness says she and her husband are trying to deal with things. Why do you have to do it so publicly, Christine? Are you so insecure that you have to share these things? But we don't care. It's your problem. She was explaining on Lorraine how their 11-year union was under strain, saying, I think all marriages, especially long ones, it's not always going to be plain sailing. They must think we're really thick down here and we've never come up with this before, you know. So you're in a marriage and you have to actually work at it. But as I say, she seems to, you know, just absorb the limelight, doesn't she? She really, really wants to just be sort of so famous and yet really nothing going on at all. A woman who's sued the holiday giants TUI after slipping at a hotel juice bar was told by a judge that a wet bum was not good enough evidence to bring her £100,000 claim. Have you ever fallen over and sat? Oh, blimey. Karen Carey shattered her right ankle in the fall as she and her husband... Her right ankle. Her right ankle. Yeah. So, is there something happened to your hearing this morning? No, right ankle, I said, honestly. Dreadful. But anyway, she and her husband were breakfasting at the H10 Taborente Player in Tenerife. The fracture had a catastrophic effects on her life and career, leaving her with chronic pain and limiting her mobility. It always is, isn't it? It's always a big drama. It's always a big drama. I can't do anything. I can barely move. I'm very lucky to actually have made it this far. Anyway, she didn't know exactly why she went over in January 2016, as she saw nothing on the floor before she fell, but she surmised there must have been a puddle of juice or water, which cleaners had failed to mop up, as afterwards my bum was wet. I mean, you know, I thought that as well. Her barrister insisted her husband had noticed the floor was wet, but the judge, Heather Bowsher, dismissed the £112,000 claim, saying she'd not been given enough detail about how Karen had tumbled to rule negligence on the part of TUI. The judge said she simply has no idea on what, if anything, she slipped. Mrs. Carey's shorts could have been wet for any number of reasons, and that is not enough on which to found liability. The burden is on the claimant to prove there was something on the floor which caused her to slip, and that burden has not been met. So TUI denied all responsibility, disputing that any liquid had been spilt. The judge awarded costs to the holiday firm, but Karen will not have to pay the bill unless the court make a further order at a future date. Well, she's very lucky then. She's very, very lucky, because normally in things like that, they go, and you will pay. You know, because you've taken them to court. You can't just sort of take somebody to court and then expect to walk away with a load of money. It doesn't work like that. Really doesn't. Do you know babies develop language skills? I haven't finished yet. Don't rush me. Within hours of being born. Experts playing babies a recording of vowels spoken naturally and then played backwards just minutes after the birth. They shone torches on their scalps to see how much light bounced back. They do waste their time, don't they, all these people? So, did your parents tell you your first word? I don't think so, no. I don't think it ever came up in conversation. What did your parents tell you your first word? Why would they? Who cares what your first word would have been something garbled, like... That's what your first word would have been. There's no sort of... You can't actually determine a word. Mama? Mama. Mama, no, I don't think so. No, that's not going to happen at all. Yeah, or dada, dada. And then eventually, everybody coos over babies, don't they, in prams. Oh, you goo, 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 goo. And the baby's looking at you going, you really are off your chump, aren't you? You really are. I quite like it when Hollywood sort of, you know, puts voices to babies, which is very good. Oh, look, Bonnie Langford. She's back in Anything Goes. Cole Porter's classic musical, which is very nice indeed. I love it. Elaine Page, of course, did that one. Stuart Manning, he says, I hope you have a great day and keep making the best show ever. Yeah, where are you at the moment? Are you doing something? I saw a video, Stuart Manning, that it's obviously indoors somewhere. I don't know what they're making. I've got no idea. It'll probably be Naked Attraction or something like that. But I don't know what he's doing. But he's doing... It must be awful in this. Can you imagine if you're on film sets and you've got the heat, plus you've got all the heat from the studio lights. Oh, I used to sweat buckets, even though I don't sweat. I used to sweat buckets under the lights in the studio. I do like George Clark. I like his remarkable renovations where people sort of take somewhere and then they sort of turn it around. I think that's really nice. Home Alone, film 4, is at 6:55 today with Macaulay Culkin, Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern. It's good, actually. I bought the whole box set of all the Home Alones. They're all exactly the same. There's no different to them. It's just... Yeah, they know. No, there's no good when Macaulay, because they brought in another little kid and it didn't work. They obviously thought they'd capitalise on it, but it was just basically kid gets dumped by parents. You know, kids in New York and parents don't know where he is and they can't remember. It's good. Steve, I was suffering from the heat, says Elaine, and I'm now listening to you from the relative coolness of the garden while swaying in the hammock. I've doused myself in lavender oil. Yes, that's very good. 4711. Is very good. We used to use it years ago. If you were on a film set or the shows, anything like that, they would take chamois leather and they would spray it with 4711, which you can get in 99% of chemist goods and places like that. And then they'd swirl it round and then they'd mop you down, and it had an amazing cooling effect. It was very, very good. Very, very good. I used to love it. Used to love it completely. Steve, did you see the Italian Job remake with Mark Wahlberg? Wasn't too bad. However, there's only one Mini, the original Mini. They should have used the new Mini. The new one is so big it should have been called the Maxi, says Pete the Pool Man. Stuart is filming a new TV sitcom, but can't say what. Well, you just said you're filming a new TV sitcom. I mean, who's in it? Come on. Is there nudity? You know, do we know these things? Is it about sort of a house, you know, where sort of various people live? I want to know all these things. I'm dead nosy. See, Peter in Dartford says Prince George was fine. The royal box was shaded and the aircon on Central Court had been turned on. Yes, I'm sure he was okay. Kevin the Milkman says, I imagine your first words were LBC, Spike and Global App. Probably, actually. Probably. I quite like that. And yours would be 2 pints of Gold Top. That's what it is, isn't it? I wonder at what age, because I can't remember all these people who telephone me and send texts in saying, oh, I can remember being in the pram and stuff like that. I can't remember anything like that at all. I remembered a car that we had. My mother never remembered it. She was hopeless on cars, and they had a Morris Minor. But anything apart from that, I couldn't. Earliest memory? Don't know. Being at prep school when I was 9, 10. I would think that's about all I remember. Nothing, and of course nothing before that. I was a child. I had far too many things to think about. Learning the Te Deum, singing my hymns and carols and everything else. But no, I didn't do anything at all, actually. I can remember I just remember going up the motorway. We had to drive from Yorkshire, from Essex. And I used to hate it. I used to get travel sick. So we'd pull into a cafe just outside Chelmsford, and I'd have a cup of tea or a fizzy drink. I don't know why a fizzy drink, and a Marzine travel tablet, and that would make it better for me, because otherwise I was hoping. If my father said, "Can you read the map?" I would, no, I can't. I used to get word blindness. Dreadful. 5:45 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Anne-Marie Walsh.
Thanks, Steve. On the M5 southbound in Somerset, a lane is closed between junction 21 for Weston-super-Mare and 22 at Burnham-on-Sea to recover an accident. On the M20 coastbound in Kent, the entry slip road is closed at junction 8 for Leeds Castle for emergency repairs. There's also a speed restriction in place from junction 8 towards 9 at Ashford because of Operation Brock. In Nottinghamshire and in Sneinton, Lady Bay Bridge is closed northbound for emergency carriageway repairs. And on the train, Southern have delays this morning of up to 10 minutes between Hurst Green and Uckfield.
This is LBC.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. What are your tips for the racing? Funny enough, I'm just at the cab circling my favourites. Now, your best bet is to get a pen and paper and write these down. She's running is Clockett, and the trainer is Gary. And her name is Tomato Ketchup. Is that actually her name? No, me bacon sandwich here, and I just needed some ketchup. Sorry, mate, I've got to go.
Harry? Listen to Harry and make your best bet at BetVictor. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Collect a double welcome bonus of 50,000 Avios with the new Barclaycard Avios Plus credit card when you spend £3,000 in your first 3 months.
Cappuccino.
That could whisk you from everyday to getaway. Our 50,000 Avios offer ends 18th July 2022. Check your eligibility now. Search Barclaycard Avios Plus. Representative example, 72.4% APR representative variable. Purchase rate per annum 23.9% variable, based on a credit limit of £1,200. £20 monthly fee, subject to application and financial status. Eligibility and conditions apply. Double welcome bonus for new customers only. Usually 25,000 Avios.
I'm Sheila Fogarty, host of the new global original podcast, The Followers. Throughout this 5-part series, I'll be looking at stalking and the impact it has on people like myself and others who have suffered. Join me as I ask what needs to change for women to be safe in public, and why aren't we there yet? All episodes are available now on Global Player. Download the app or go to globalplayer.com and search The Followers.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Everybody's saying the same thing, actually. Do you think Gary Lineker earns too much money? And I said, no, that's what it's like winning the lottery. And if they say it's 191 million and you win it, and then people go, oh, shouldn't you be sharing it? You go, no, I entered a competition. The prize was 191 million. I won it. If the prize had been a box of chocolates and I won it, that's what the prize would be. And if your agent goes to the BBC or whoever it happens to be, and they all do it, I should imagine Jonathan Shalit, the professor, would spend most of his time in meetings, and they would say, well, this is how much we've got, and then it's up to your agent to try and get you a bit more, to push it a little bit more. And that's it. And that's why, you get people like Zoe Ball, who can earn nearly £1 million. Vanessa Feltz, £400,000. And that's it. But then Gary Lineker's already taken a cut in his wages. He already knocked it back, I think, the other year. Steve Wright, 450,000. Well, not anymore, but this is what they were earning. Hugh Edwards, 410,000. He's only got to read Auto Cue and do a couple of antique roadshows. It's not complicated, but that's what it pays. That's what it pays. Fiona Bruce, 410,000 to 414,000. I should imagine it's gone up because she does Question Time, so they would give you a little bit more, and that's how it works. But it's down to your rate. Bearing in mind, most of these people would have agents, and you've got to pay, I would think, 20% at least to your agent. So when you look at, say, Gary Lineker, 1,350,000, he's paying a lot to his agent. He's paying a lot because the agents negotiate your fee. Negotiate your fee. I can remember I had an agent for Five's company, but they actually came to me and said, oh, Steve, can we do this quickly? Of course, I didn't know. My agent went up the wall. She said, what have you done that for? I could have got you more money. And I said, oh, I didn't know. I was a little bit naive. But it's true. That's what the agent does. That they will get you the best deal possible. And, and the company, the company will sort of say, well, this is what it pays. And then the agent will sit down and say, well, listen, he brings a lot to the table. He's bringing you a big audience. He's bringing you some packets of crisps, and you're going to like him. He's very personable, blah, 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 blah. And so they go, OK, because otherwise, in this day and age, if all of a sudden, just supposing it was Jonathan Shalit negotiating with somebody and they went, well, we're not going to pay that much. He said, well, that's all right. We'll take them somewhere else. Somebody else will pay them that money, and that's when they have to backtrack and go, okay, don't make it so heavy, And so you're looking for somebody who's bringing something to the table. You either have agents or you have personal management. Do agents sometimes have their bluff called? I should imagine so. It's a game. They're looking to get the most money for their client because they're going to benefit from it as well. And also, then you're looking at longevity. So what you don't want is just sort of something, which is going to last a month or something like that, and then the person's unemployed again. Or the publicist will get you bits in the newspaper and stuff like that. So when we were at Channel 5, they had the publicist come down and talk to us all and go, have you got any story? They're always looking for stories so that they can tie it in, have you been incredibly fat, Steve? Things like that. And I'd sort of go, I don't think so. I've always been svelte and always looked a bit, robust. And so they're always looking for things. So they're the ones who sell the stories. That's why if you're in EastEnders and they've got their own press department at EastEnders, they will sort of pump out press stories and things like that. The moment you leave EastEnders, you're up a gum tree because you've got to pay somebody to do your press and publicity. Because there's no point in just sort of going, well, can somebody print a story about me? And they're going to go, well, why? And it's very difficult to do by yourself. That's why you have, people like the Jonathan Shalletts and things, you know, because he has the stable. He's got loads in this building. He must spend all his time in Ashley's office, I should imagine, you know, because it's the money, and that's what it is. Did I ever have a radio agent? No, never had a radio agent. And also because I'd been working for such a long time, so I didn't need an agent. I had a job, you know, and now my boss will say to me, so would you like another contract? And I generally go, well, faffing around, yeah, another £500,000, yeah. And then he'll say, okay, well, I've built in an increase for you. And so, you know, that's the way it works. And if you're happy with everything that you've got, you know, and you can't not be happy. I get free tea every day. Free tea and my own toilet. I mean, how cool is that? It's not bad. Most contracts are a year. Most contracts are a year. If you go to most people in this company, you will probably find there are presenters who've got a year contract, which means basically that if it goes pear-shaped and you've got a longer contract than a year, it then means they're stuck with you. They've got to pay you off. So the whole idea is, you know, they've got to be fairly certain to offer you a lengthy contract. And also, you know, when you get to my age, it's basically a sympathy vote. It's a case of, oh, poor old soul, honestly, go on, give him another contract. And so that's how it works. But I've always been very well treated. Very well treated. I mean, some people, it doesn't work the same for them. But for me, it's always been like that, you know. And if they sort of say, oh, I can remember meeting somebody years and years ago, and I said, how long's your contract? They went, 6 months. I went, blimey, I'm not sure I could cope with that. A 6-month contract would be slightly frightening because it means at the end of the contract, you know, your time is up, and either they renew it or if they don't renew it, you're out on the shelf looking for more sort of work. So, I always get worried near the end of contracts. Always think to myself, I wonder if they're going to want me still. And luckily they do, which is quite nice, actually. So, but that's how it works. That's what the agent does. But, of course, bear in mind, you need to earn good money to pay the agent the 20, 25. Some go 30%, some of the agents. You know, depends what they think your longevity is. But if you're looking at, I'm Jonathan Shallett, who's got so many regular clients who are working all the time, I should imagine it's a very tidy little income. He'll now write to me and tell me, don't be so silly, Steve. Ed Sheeran is over the moon. He must be earning a bit, actually. He's become a dad again. He's going to call his baby Jupiter. In fact, their daughter will be Jupiter Seaborn Sheeran, which is quite nice. I like Ed Sheeran. Don't think he's the best looking thing in the world, but I mean, I like all the songs and everything else. And so they do that. He's on a world tour at the moment. That's how they make their money. The world tour and selling the merchandise and the albums and all the other bits and pieces. Somewhere, I'm told, there is a warehouse full of Bros merchandise which never sold. You know, sort of, you know, people going, oh, we love you, and all this kind of thing. I don't think they're going to do any more shows, are they, really? I don't think so. It's too expensive to put on. I know they have threatened. Sorry, well, they've just told us they're going to be doing it. Boris Becker has sparked outrage among his fellow inmates by landing a cushy job in jail. He's a fallen tennis ace. He's been made classroom assistant, teaching sports science to other lags. What's sports science? What's that? What's sports? Is it posh PE? Oh, right. Apparently, in his role, the 54-year-old teaches PE theory and the benefits of exercise and diet to cons in a classroom at the jail, which has a high proportion of foreign inmates. Well, that's just like doing star jumps, isn't it? You do star jumps and then move your arms about all over the place. He's not working in the jail's gym as he does not have enhanced prisoner status because he's not served long enough behind bars. I can't remember what he was in prison for, actually. Was it sort of... was it tax and money and things like that? Isn't it funny to think that you can actually put somebody like that, who is sort of a national hero, in prison? Oh, that's right. The trial centred on the bankruptcy and an unpaid loan on his estate in Mallorca. So he was obliged to disclose all assets to creditors who owed nearly £50 million. I never understand why you get people who, in this business, and it would be somebody like him or another sports person, they earn a fortune. Then the next minute, completely bankrupt. Completely bankrupt. The amount of boxers I've seen who 1 minute have all this and flashy houses and flashy cars and, you know, private planes. And next thing, no money at all. No money at all. I always say to people, if you're coming into, a bit late for me, but if I say it to people coming into the business, I always say, just remember, save for that rainy day, because it might rain one day and you might not be prepared for it. And then you're in up Queer Street, as they say, which is not so good, is it? So Piers Morgan has done an interview with Mo Farah. He said he lied to my face in front of millions. How many does his audience get? How many people does Piers Morgan get for it? Yes, I don't think it's millions, Piers, but it's very sweet, dear. He said, but I've never been more proud of my friend. It's so funny, now they're close friends. You do an interview with somebody, and the next thing is they're all friends. Do you think they go out for dinner? No. Absolutely not. Have I met Piers? Yes, he's great. I love him. Yeah, I think he's very good. I never understood people going, oh, he's rude, he's this, he's that. No, he's not. He's just doing a job. That's all it is. You know, people used to say that. We used to have a guy called Brian Hayes on LBC years ago, and if you came on and said white, he'd say black. If you said black, he said white. He was getting an argument going. Before he used to go on air, he'd sit in the office and have an argument with somebody. If it was me, he'd have an argument, or somebody else, and I'd say, he'd say, don't be so stupid. Yeah, to work himself up to getting into that frame of mind for doing it. And it worked brilliantly. Camilla appeared to poke fun at a wokery yesterday to mark her 75th birthday. Stars included Joanne Lumley, Giles Brandreth, and that's like, we like Camilla. I like Diana as well, but I think Camilla has done very, very well. Colleen Rooney wants a close relative, such as her brother, to chaperone husband Wayne on his return to America for a new footy job, because you know what he's like, he goes off the rails. He has a few sherbets and they go, hello, darling, what's your name? Yeah, and he's got track record. And so he has said to her, no, I won't do anything like that at all. Well, there's a very bad chance that he could do something like that, so she doesn't want any more scandals. Last time it was the Hooters girls. He was drunk at the airport, and she wants her brother to go out with him. Mind you, I want to know what's happening to the Vardy thing. I'm really intrigued by this. Why has it gone on so long? Have they just forgotten about it, and have they brushed it under the carpet? Because I want to know who's going to win this thing. Definitely. I mean, my money was on... Well, I shall save that. You'll never know. You'll never know who my money was on. And the Tory MP targeted by vigilantes for running over and killing a neighbour's cat. Tobias Elwood, you know who he is, hit the much-loved Moggy in a country lane near his £1 million home. Police were called to investigate. It emerged yesterday. He clipped the Bengal cat earlier this year. He was unaware he'd hit it, and when he found out, he apologised and offered to replace it. I don't think it's that easy, is it really? I'm so sorry I've run over your Bengal cat. Here's another one. They're about £1,000. A family member said, it's a disgrace. We just want to mourn our cat. We want nothing to do with Tobias Elwood. And well, at least he has made a gesture. He has made a gesture. You know, a third said it's a disgrace. Everybody in the village is talking. Well, I mean, listen, he didn't deliberately go out there to try and run over the cat. People are such drama queens, aren't they? He's offered to pay for another one. They're not cheap. And you know, it's better than nothing. At least it'll get a good Christian burial, I suppose. But, I mean, they're quite big, these Bengal cats. They're quite hefty things. They really are. News at 6 at LBC. I'm Steve Allen.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, July the 13th. We forge forwards, we get hotter, we get more sort of bad-tempered and everything. Oh, actually, I've not noticed people getting bad-tempered. I think because people have realised that if you get cross with somebody, if you're on the road or the motorways or something like that, there's no point. It just makes you very irritable. It's not good. I like the comment in Jane Moore's column today, which is talking about the fake security guard who walked into a branch of Santander in Brixton in South London and was handed 6 cash boxes containing £150,000. So he just walked in and they gave him the boxes. They didn't say anything at all. Sorry. A miracle, writes Jane Moore, considering my elderly mother recently stood there because there were no chairs, for around 25 minutes to withdraw money from her local branch. Next time, I'll tell her to dress as a G4S guard, and the service will be quicker and possibly more lucrative. Imagine, he goes in there, hoping to get something. They give him 6 cash boxes and £150,000. I mean, you can't make it up, can you? It is quite a good one. Some holidays being rationed after the Heathrow bosses ordered the airlines to cancel at least 1,000 more flights. which is not good, is it? And so expect delays here for Ryanair cabin crew striking at 10 airports over Spain over paying conditions. EasyJet staff walking out of bases at Palma, Malaga and Barcelona. Flights expected to be affected. Aviation Fuel Services Union for workers refuelling planes set for a 72-hour strike on pay. ASLEF members working for Greater Anglia Train set to go on strike for 24 hours. And ASLEF TSSA strikes, both unions, will need to give 14 days notice before taking action. It's just, I just want to sort of bring the country... I can never understand, actually, whether or not ASLEF's General Secretary, Michael Whelan, you know, call me Mike, you know, kind of thing. I just sort of begin to wonder, I mean, do you really want to sort of destroy the country? Is that what it is? I mean, is that what it comes down to, or is it some dreadful ego? You know, this is he got £151,000 in pay and benefits, while his assistant got £130,000. Just basically saying, everybody out. That's about it. Terrible, isn't it, really? Romeo Beckham is single again and in search of his Juliet after splitting up with his long-term girlfriend. She wants to focus on her career as a model, and obviously Romeo's not the most stimulating bit of conversation you can ever have, as we've seen the pictures. And apparently Dua Lipa has millions of fans hanging on her every word, but she won't be lecturing them about politics, not through her music anyway. I hate it when these people go into politics. It really just drives me mad because they don't know anything about it. Amy Winehouse's biopic hasn't made much progress since it was announced 4 years ago, but they seem to be pressing on, so that's good news. And Rochelle Humes says she was scared her bandmates in the Saturdays would hate her after she fell pregnant. I don't know why. I can't understand why sort of people say, oh, do they just go to them and go, have you got any stories? And they go, well, I did get pregnant. I was worried that they wouldn't take to me. And then they go, oh, that'll do. We'll print that one. An Instagram post by former Love Island's Molly-Mae Hague plugging a dress has been banned after she failed to say it was an advert. The post showed an image of Molly wearing clothing from this particular company. She wrote, you can actually shop it now on... you know, couldn't you make it available for you guys? The post was followed by a link to the retailer's website. They don't learn, these people, do they? They don't learn. But a follower who knew Molly-Mae was a creative director at this company complained that she'd not made it clear that the post was a plug. A spokeswoman for Molly-Mae said the ad had been left off by mistake and would be used in the future. So there you go. So it was supposed to say this is an advert. But to be honest with you, I mean, seriously, why would you want to wear clothes worn by somebody, you know, who's been on former Love Island? For what sort of, you know, credibility do they have? Answer, not very much, I'm afraid. Which fan will blow you away? And also, how much do they cost to run? This is the interesting thing, isn't it? So they've got breezy ways to cool down. Aldi have got an 8-inch. It's not very big, is it? 8 inches for a fan. That's actually quite small for this little fan here. And snap one up, they say, it gets 10 out of 10, 2 speed settings. And but they don't tell you, keeping cool at night won't cost a lot. On average, fans cost 2 pence an hour to run, which is actually not bad, is it, really? Not bad at all. So 12 hours a day, a fan would cost £7.28 a month. Coopers of Stortford, they've got a folding fan, £23.99. Tesco have got a 9-inch for £15. Swan have got a 12-inch turbo for £39.99. I quite like the upright oscillating fans. You know, they sort of, it just... No, it's a tower fan, that's right, and it just sort of turns and sort of oscillates. Have you got a tablet? You would have, wouldn't you? Look at you, look at old Henry. I knew he would, because I've got this cough, as you probably noticed, which is very annoying. I thought, who actually would have half of Boots the Chemist with him? Oh, bless your heart. That's very nice. What are they? Ooh,
paracetamol.
Lovely.
Do you think I look tanned?
You look very thin.
Yeah, I've lost 4 stone.
Have you lost 4 stone? How have you done that?
Not eating.
Oh,
and running.
No, you have. It's noticeable.
Really?
Yeah, and really noticeable. Seriously.
Thank you. You're being nice to me.
You look pretty hot. I'm only lying. It's the weather. No, bless him. He has... Oh, dropped my tablet. No, he's lost weight, hasn't he? Don't you notice? First thing I noticed. I mean, 4 stone he's lost. Everybody going, how'd you lose 4 stone, Steve? The answer is chop one of your legs off, I suppose. But it's very difficult to lose weight, especially in the summer. because, you know, for some reason you want to eat. What did I have to eat yesterday? Do you know, I can't remember from day to day what I'm eating at the moment. I had a burger the other day. It was a big round patty sort of burger, which I did with bean sprouts and things, trying to be bohemian and sort of helpful and all the rest of it. And that was quite nice. But at the end of the day, I don't really know what to eat in this hot weather. So sometimes, that's right. Yes, I didn't. All I had was a fruit salad. Big fruit salad, which had berries and everything else in. And I admit I did have it with some thick double cream, which is because I think cream's okay for me. I think I just put a couple of big dollops on the top, but I had some strawberries on there, and it was quite nice. It was quite nice. I quite enjoyed it, actually. There's a mum doing tea for the family when she was flabbergasted to hook out a 9-inch fish finger. Shamima Trice had already pulled out a few conventional-sized ones from a fresh bag when she clocked the bread-crumbed beast. Creasing up with laughter, the carer held this frozen freak up so she could take a selfie with it. I've never heard of her. I think it's an XL value pack from Heron Foods. I've never even heard of Heron Foods. It must be some northern place, isn't it? Apparently double cream is generally okay for diabetics. Fat is the problem, not the sugar. But I just put a couple of dollops of extra thick cream on top of, and that seemed to do me quite nicely. Might do it again today, actually, because I don't want anything that gets messy. I really don't want anything where you've got to sort of wash a saucepan up or something like that afterwards. Why they don't make paper saucepans, I've got no idea. Make it an awful lot easier. I could just sort of throw the stuff away at the end. I'm into the disposable period of my life. Mike in Romney Marsh says, Steve, my earliest memories when I was 2 years old, waving a flag at the coronation and shouting Queen Elizabeth. You can't remember when you were talking about, you know, something from 2 years old. I mean, how is this possible? How is this possible? I can't do it. Not just not to say other people can't. And here we go. What am I looking at? There you go. Just tried to drop off some ice cream, and he wouldn't accept it and gave me a load of grief. No. Phone reception. We have this. Has he gone already? That's outrageous. That's outrageous. What do you mean he wouldn't accept it? It comes up to us every day. You wait till I go down there. Whew, merry hell I'll be creating, I tell you. Steve, heard you talking with Chris Moyles, and you said when you used to read the news, you used to read ahead. Did you not stumble on words, says James. Try to keep cool, by the way, keeping your socks in the fridge. Yeah. But no, you read a line ahead, or in my case, I can read 2 lines ahead. And the answer is you read 2 lines ahead because I can see a mistake coming up. If I think there's a word that I'm not going to be familiar with, I've seen it and I've earmarked it, so I can either drop it out or I can learn how to read it. But no, I've always read 1 or 2 lines ahead, and that's why I can read fast. I can read very fast. So in other words, in a 3-minute news bulletin, I could read between 5 and 6 minutes worth of news. They used to love me on the news desk because they could get more stories in. They would shove more stories in, knowing that I could actually get round to them. And I learned to be a very good speed reader and a very good sight reader. And the reason I was, is that when I used to go into the bathroom, I would take a book in or a newspaper and read out aloud. I know it sounds sad and tragic, doesn't it? But that's what you have to do if you're in this business. Well, some people don't. And when I made a mistake, I went back to the beginning so that I didn't make mistakes. And it's served me very well. In fact, I was in the bathroom for weeks and weeks. And Roger says there are very few people who can do what you do, as you don't take calls. Talking for 3 hours is an art form. Not really. Not really, although the producer says yes, and of course if he says yes, I have to sort of take his word for it. But, I mean, I don't see it like that. I know it seems a little bit bizarre, but I've always done it. You know, for the past God knows how many years. When I first started, I would read the newspapers. And, of course, the newspapers were my godsend because I could fill an hour on one newspaper quite easily. So now when I've got the complete set of everything, you could just, the stories, and what I'll do is I'll be reading one story and then turning the pages over the paper to see if there's another story. So it's seamless. Well, that's the idea. But no, not everybody can do it. Mind you, not everybody wants to do it. In fact, it's a lot easier for some people to take calls. But it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. I mean, lots of people who want to can't. So I suppose there must be some sort of art. And Patricia in Nottingham. I used to go to Nottingham quite a lot because Dale was up there on Radio Trent, which we own. I don't think you ever need to worry about your contract. LBC could never end a contract. Oh, they could. Believe you me. Oh, they absolutely could. But just look at how some of them jump on Nick Abbott whenever he says anything about you. But the trouble is, it comes down to radio's a very personal medium. It's very personal. You know, people like what they hear or they don't like what they hear. And if they don't like what they hear, they won't listen. And if they don't listen, you don't get the audience figures. Don't get the audience figures, no contract. It's as simple as that. It's not, you know, rocket science, as they say. So while we all ponder on a 9-inch and Captain Birdseye, trying to worry about where on earth you get these things, a 9-inch monster fish finger, how did that one get through? No idea. 6:15, I'll tell you. The latest news headlines with Simon.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Conway. Morning, nice to have your company. It's 19 minutes past 6. Guess what's up for sale? Guess what's up for sale? You could buy this for me for Christmas if you were feeling so inclined and you've got a little bit of spare cash. It's a complete fossilised skeleton of a cousin to the T-Rex. What? I quite like... Well, this thing is actually a lot bigger than I thought, actually. It's Gorgosaurus, a top predator whose name means dreadful lizard. This is the first time a fossil of the creature has come up for auction. It's about 76 million years old. 76 million years old. They found it in Canada, I think in Montana, in the Judith River Formation in 2018. Few specimens have ever been found. This one is the most complete, but it's big. It's big. It's 10 feet tall and 22 feet long. I mean, you've got to have a fairly big house to put it in, haven't you? And they're hoping it's going to fetch about 7 million. Isn't it marvellous? I quite like this idea. I was always a bit disappointed in the Natural History Museum that the T-Rex they had in the middle wasn't actually a proper T-Rex. It was bits of plastic bone put together. They had little bits of it, but they didn't have as much as this thing's got. 10 feet tall and 22 feet long. So Sotheby's hope between 4.2 million and 6.7 million. It comes up, I think, on New York on July the 28th. I'd love it. I mean, T-Rexes were bigger. They were up to 40 feet in length and 12 feet in height, but only little arms. They had little arms. They were sort of like, and they also, once they were down, if they were downed by raptors and things like that, they couldn't get up again. So the T-Rex was sort of a victim of its own success. In fact, if you saw Jurassic Park, I mean, I don't want to hail that as being the be-all and end-all, but it was a case of, you know, these things just didn't... They were so lumbering, they were so slow, so when all these meteorites kept shooting out of the sky, they couldn't go anywhere. They just got hit where they were. So to find something as complete as this is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I wonder who'd buy it. You know, if you were... Nick Ferrari would buy it. That's the producer. Mind you, I'm with this bloke here called Achias. He screamed and leapt away in terror when he opened his wheelie bin and saw a 3.5-foot snake inside it. It's an orange corn snake. He said, I lifted the lid and saw his body crawling through a hole in the bag. I jumped and screamed and ran. He says, I don't know how it got in there and my family didn't believe me until I sent them pictures. He called the RSPCA. This was from Stoke-on-Trent. And the inspector, Dawn Burrell, says the snake was harmless, but it must have been a huge shock. Anybody who might be missing their corn snake should get in touch. She said it had a lump in its stomach, but an X-ray revealed it had recently eaten a rat. Oh, my God. See, that would frighten me, but they are harmless corn snakes. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's 3.5 foot of deadly terror. These things. I mean, I'm just not big into snakes, full stop. Some people like them. You know, as I told you, I used to have a friend of mine who used to walk round the Hippodrome when it was a nightclub with a big snake round his neck. and people would come and touch it because they were always amazed what they were like. It was always a bit of a novelty, actually. Steve, try lemon and ginger tea. That always helps me with a sore throat. In your case, it still works with freezing cold water and ice. Just put the bag in the hot water, then add ice cubes. Sounds nice, Ashley. Thank you. And Eric in Stoke Newington, have you been watching Below Deck? This is where they've got a really nice boat, ship, I don't know, whatever it is, and people rent it, and they've got the crew, and it's more the ongoing saga with the crew, who are people who join this boat, and they have to make food and do games and take the people, because people have chartered it. It's quite good. It's quite good. Some of the people are a wee bit boring. But it's for rich people. So you charter your own boat, you try and pretend it's yours, and they go with. They had a group of gay guys on it a couple of weeks ago, and they've had sort of, recently married people and everything else, and babies, and they've got a chef on board who cooks all the food for them. They've got a slide when they boat pulls into a bay. They've got a slide so they can slide down it and play in the water, and they've got jet skis and all the rest of it. It's quite nice. I don't know how much it costs, but they decided to make a programme about it. Steve, I'm already sick of the word hustings. What does it mean? Oh, come on. Au contraire. You don't know what the word hustings means. I mean, the husting originally referred to a meeting when candidates in an election address potential voters. So the campaigning associated with an election, plural noun is the hustings. I was out on the hustings talking to people, and that's why, I don't know why it's called hustings. I've got no idea, but that's what it is. It's when you go out canvassing. So you are going to be sick to death of it, I promise you. The original term, I think, came from the Old English husting and the Old Norse husping, literally house things, sort of an assembly of followers or household retainers of a nobleman, such as a king, an earl or a chief. Well, I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of these people at all. But like you, I'm already sick of it, Gary. So we're all in the same boat. Steve, what is sight reading versus normal reading? Says Stephen Stroud. It's where you read very quickly and you read ahead. You're not reading for entertainment. You're reading to impart the story and to get all the bits off. So you're putting the inflections on the right words. And sight reading is where you look at a script. I've got one coming up in about 5 minutes' time, which is my Nick Ferrari live read. And I don't need to look at them in advance now. I just need to pick it up and I scan it very, very quickly. And then you hope you get through it without making any mistakes. And that's called sight reading, which, I don't want to spoil it for you, because just in case I make a mistake this morning, which I probably won't. Andy says, I'm out in the garden enjoying the fresh air and watering the strawberry baskets and beds. Nice and peaceful. Not even the A3 traffic has woken up yet. Birds are singing in the areas. I don't think the birds go out singing in this weather, do they? They sit there going, God, it's hot. I mean, you've got feathers and all over the place for you. A trip up to Kingston Hospital later with my little man for a hip scan. And then a full day of work, hoping the temperature doesn't get too high today. Oh, today it will. Today it will. What do we say it was? 30. 30 today. He says, not been able to sleep the last few days as we can't get the heat out of the house. Well, today you're going to have a lot more heat because it's going to be 30 degrees, so double it. So they've issued a rare extreme heat warning for parts of England and Wales, and this applies to everybody. I don't want to preach to you because it sounds a bit daft that babies are affected, little kids, 10-year-old, 12-year-old, something like that, elderly people. Yeah, I mean, I think as far as I'm concerned, the best place to go is sitting down at the seaside. Frinton would be my choice, and you sit in a deck chair and you just go to sleep. Stare out to sea with an umbrella. Eddie says, go on, Steve, just treat yourself to the skeleton. Liz and Roger say, could you mention a very happy birthday to Pam, who always listens to you? And for someone who is 76, I think the numbers are the wrong way round. She's really 67. She's an amazing, sweet, vibrant, glamorous lady, and we love her to bits, which is lovely. Caroline says, I'm one of the front-of-house receptionists at BBC Birmingham. I was hoping you could assist me with an idea I had regarding one of our other receptionist, Karen Clark, who's retiring from the BBC today after 29 years. She's been a devoted fan of yours for a long time. I would often come into work telling me what you were talking about during the show. So I now listen to the show and podcast and find you hilarious. Well, I couldn't possibly disagree with things like that. We get there, but thank you very much indeed. And Steve, Re-Radio, says, Philip, I will never forget from the 90s, LBC Saturday Night Rock and Roll show with Pete Murray and Steve Jones. It was great. I don't remember that. I remember Pete Murray, obviously, because he's still going. Bob in Gravesend says, I'm sick of the unnecessary overuse of the word literally. Who uses literally? Do people use literally a lot? Kids use it. Well, that's the trouble with kids nowadays. I saw some kids on a television programme the other day, and they was all talking wicked like this, and I really had to struggle to decipher what they were saying. And apparently it's street talk, which doesn't help me because I don't go on the streets very often. There's not much point, is there, really? Here we go. In recent years, they've all hit the red carpet. Harry Styles turned up in a woman's frock in 2019. And, of course, it got him the coverage that he wanted. And it worked beautifully. MasterChef's Greg Wallace has had 3 wives. He's met each one through social media. He's a former greengrocer. I think every business has gone under, but you've got that coming up. And while most of us would want a big part on television, there's no such luck for the men appearing with naked attraction. Apparently contestants have been complaining that the green room where they wait before going into the studio floor is a little too chilly after they've taken their clothes off. Honestly. Yeah, that's seen fellas on the Channel 4 forced to take matters into their own hands in a bid to look their best. When really, too much information, I believe. But some of them do say that, don't they? They do sort of say it's a little bit chillier, because most studios are cold. Most studios are cold. Oh, look, another picture of dreary old Christine McGuinness talking about rumours about her marriage to Paddy being on the rocks. Who cares? Talk to him about it, love. Don't waste your time talking to people in the media. We're just laughing at you. Just laughing at you. If you can't hold your marriage together, that's your problem. But I don't believe there's anything the matter with your marriage. I really don't. But that's just me being cynical. Can't help it. I love it. Steve, I can't believe it's my 68th birthday tomorrow. Gosh, says Maggie. 68. Is that something? Oh, I don't know. I've passed that. I've passed it. I told you I saw a woman the other day and went out for breakfast on the Sunday. She called us boys. Yes, welcome boys, she said to her shop. I said, boys? I was quite shocked, actually. I said, I'm older than you are. She said, I don't think so. And so I said, no, I think I am. And it turned out she was 61. I said, I'm way older than you. Goodness sake, honestly. I know I look better. Boys, yeah. Maggie says, Steve, sight reading for musicians is playing something you haven't seen before. Well, morning, nice to be company. 25 minutes to 7, Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. So Boris gets a new job. This is Boris Becker, by the way, just in case you got a bit too excited there. Colleen is lining up her brother to be Wayne's minder in America because you can't trust him. You absolutely can't trust him at all. And we are still waiting to find out why there's been no result in the Vardy case. I've never known a case take such a long time. Which is sort of, it's almost unbelievable. But unless they've just decided to dispense with it and go, oh, it doesn't really matter, does it really? Wales have cut their urban speed limit to 20 miles an hour, which, to be honest with you, we've had it in our area for the last year. Seriously, I mean, all of our little side roads, we also have side roads, which if they go anywhere near a school, you can't go on them in the morning until after the kids have gone to school. So roads that we could normally drive up, you can't, and they've got cameras on there to catch you, just in case. This new legislation will not only apply a blanket speed limit on all roads, but it will make the default limit 20 miles an hour, leaving the local authorities to engage with communities to decide which roads should remain at 30. Well, I defy anybody to actually sort of spot the difference between 20 and 30 miles an hour. Currently, just 2.5% of Welsh roads have a speed limit of 20 miles an hour, but from next year, that will increase to approximately 35%. I don't think it makes any difference. Because, it's just one of those, it's like, people on their telephones, people not wearing seat belts, all these kind of things which are supposed to, I think the whole idea is to get you off the road. Mikey in Kettering says, re the heat wave, I don't get how people can't sleep. I drive an HGV all week and sleep very well in my cab. Well, I don't have any trouble sleeping either. Producer says he has a bit of trouble sleeping. It's just one of those sort of things. I mean, some people don't sleep very well, but I've always, slept very well, which is good. But we're doing it. No, it doesn't. We're sort of doing it other ends of the day. So he's going home to bed, whereas I'm not going home to bed because I've been to bed already. But I was up last night at, I can always tell what time it is because there's a little chink of light that peeps through the bedroom curtains because they're quite heavy curtains. Means I've overslept, yes, because you never know whether or not it's this time in the morning or in the evening. Very worrying. David in Shropshire says you're quite right about a hot cup of tea, definitely cooling you down in the heat. And also ice cream. I bought a 2-litre tub of Raspberry Ripple from Lidl, £1.86. You didn't eat a whole tub, surely, of Raspberry Ripple. I like the Neapolitan, actually. On the Isle of Sheppey, Steve, 30 degrees today. We don't have water on the Isle of Sheppey. Southern Water has been extremely slow in providing bottled water to us too. Isn't it funny how at one point you would never, ever have bought bottled water? And I can remember when it first happened, and I bought it in Twickenham. There used to be a place over the road from me that used to sell booze and everything else, and they sold bottled water. And I remember buying Perrier. And I remember thinking that the fizz in Perrier was sort of natural until somebody said it wasn't. So all of a sudden we stopped buying Perrier water. And in fact, I don't think I've seen Perrier water on sale for ages. It must be out there. It must be out there somewhere. But I have got a case of water in the back of the car, which I sort of take out a couple of bottles a day, stick them in the fridge, chill them down. Then when I wake up in the morning, have a few slurps of cold water, which kind of sort of... It's actually a good idea to take tablets, because you can't really do it with hot tea. It just doesn't work the same. Apparently bottled water became big in the 80s. Oh, I remember it. I mean, go down the Edgware Road. There's a place to go to. The Edgware Road in London, every one of the supermarkets, cases and cases and cases of water outside, presuming that the people who live around the Edgware Road aren't used to turning on a tap and drinking the water, so they drink bottled water. Now, I've not drunk out the tap either for years. I would rather drink bottled water. It's funny, isn't it, how we've changed, you know, and then you can go to Iceland and get a case of water for about £2.50. A case of bottled water. I mean, whether they fill it up from the tap, I've got no idea. But I just get through an awful lot of water. How many bottles of water are consumed in the UK each year? Oh, God, it would be millions, I would think. I mean, 7.7 billion. Is it really 7.7 billion bottles of water consumed in the UK every year? And now they even advise you on the underground and on the trains, take a bottle of water with you. Take a bottle of water with you. Whereas years ago, they wouldn't have said that. I think on every station, be it the underground or anything else, they should have a machine selling chilled water. And you could buy it. Some station have them. Yeah, we've got one at Twickenham Station. It's a machine before you go through... No, after you've gone through the barriers coming out of the station, and you put your own bottle in there, and it fills it up. How cool is that? Have you heard of that? Mind you, we have a supermarket, Little Sainsbury's, and they do freshly squeezed orange juice. Have you seen that? It's yeah, literally. They've got you put your container underneath, and you push the button, and the oranges are squeezed. I tell you, life has taken on a whole new meaning. Mike from Finchley says, after some information from our mutual good friend, Mr. Golding, I've taken the jump and purchased a turntable. The question is, where do I buy records from? Oh. Now, wait a minute, I did know the answer to this, because you can buy them all over the place, actually. You can buy records all over the place. Does Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street still exist? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's probably a sweet shop now. They've got these blooming American sweet shops everywhere, which we don't like, I'm afraid. And, yeah, I mean, I think you can still buy records. I mean, do you know what? I've still got a whole load, about 150 Laserdiscs. Laserdiscs. Do you know what they are? You had the CDs, and then Laserdisc came out, and I've got a Laserdisc player. A lady friend of mine bought me one years and years ago, and it's when the tray comes out, it looks like an album, but it's a Laserdisc, and in the middle you could put a little CD. They're huge. I've got all the Star Trek series. I've got everything. Every time I used to go to HMV in Oxford Street, I'd buy another Laserdisc. They're enormous, but I'm determined not to get rid of it. Because I think they're sort of, I don't know, just you can't get me to sort of get rid of stuff, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it? What have we got here? Mindful of crying out for failure. This is the build. Oh no, I don't want that one. The Farrer couple may face a police inquiry. The couple accused of trafficking. He knows who the couple were who trafficked him. And abused him as a child, face a potential... What do you mean, face a potential investigation? There shouldn't be any facing a potential... They should be literally taking them into custody immediately. You know, how did they get him into the country? A couple who didn't even know him. These people should be arrested immediately. Ridiculous. A Romanian woman suspected of being part of a gang dubbed the Rolex Rippers has been jailed after robbing a designer watch. Stefania Tinica is believed to be the first woman jailed for the practice after crimes near golf clubs and Waitrose stores. What they did, they struck in exclusive neighbourhoods over 5 months. She stole one victim's £15,000 Rolex watch without him realising when she tried to hug and kiss him. That's what they do. So they're doing hugging and kissing, undo the watch, and they take it away from you. And this man had a £10,000... I never understand why anybody has a £10,000 watch on their wrist. Seriously. But the golfer broke free and pushed one of the women away before the pair fled. But she's been charged over 2 incidents. This other man as well, she put her arms around him. The pensioner broke free and saw her get into a car before realising that his £16,000 Rolex was missing. Of course it was. Police have warned wealthy older men, such as golfers, about female gangs. And so what they do, they pretend to be pleased, kissing or hugging you to say thank you whilst taking the watch. So they've sent her to... so she's been jailed. How long has she been jailed for? It doesn't say, actually. That, exclusive men 5 months apart. A court was told she's... the court holds... It doesn't say how long she's going for prison. It should be about 10 years, actually. Oh, no, 40 months. What's that? What's 40 months? 3 and a bit years. Hardly worth bothering, is it? Hardly worth bothering. These people are quite ruthless and quite disgusting. And they do thieve from you. And they do pickpocketing. That's what the business is. Family business is pickpocketing, I'm afraid. Steve, first day back at work today after a few weeks off because we had our first daughter. All is well. Mum and baby sleeping after one had sepsis. Thankfully, she's sleeping really well during the night, so not too tired. She's tiny at just under 5 pounds. Don't worry. They grow, Charlie. They grow. My advice, don't feed. You know, you're spoiling them. If you give them food, they're going to grow. They're going to be quite enormous, I promise you. Quite quickly as well. That's the only thing that parents complain about to me. They go, have you seen how much it is? You go to buy a pair of little shoes for them, and you buy the shoe. Within a week, they've outgrown them. They're on to something else. They're on to Wellingtons, and they've got to have every outfit. It's so expensive. Ridiculous. I've got a 15 tog down duvet all year round with a throw on top. Even in this glorious heat, the summer nights are lovely and cool, so it doesn't affect my sleep at all. But I never open the windows because I'm terrified of spiders. I was watering the other day, the baskets, and I felt something on my hand. I looked down at my wrist, and there was a giant spider on it. Well, I mean, I tried to be brave, as you can imagine. I was not going to be one of these people going, ah! So I just went, ah! Like that, you know, sounding a little bit more scared. And I brushed it off. And it looked at me, I thought, oh, God, it's going to come back. It's going to come back at me. I can just tell. Steve, you can get records from charity shops and Primark, says Lorraine in Birmingham, sorry, do beg your pardon. Beggar's Banquet in Kingston. Oh, yes, Beggar's Banquet. That's round the back, isn't it? We know. Thank you, Catherine. There's a record shop down Church Street in Twickenham, says Michelle. Yeah, but I can't send somebody from Birmingham down Twickenham Church Street. You're right, there is. And there's a big record shop in Bethnal Green at the end of Club Row. Because some people just love records. They love vinyl. They like the sound of vinyl. They're coming back. They're coming back into vogue. I'm just waiting for Laserdisc to come back in vogue, and then I'll be top of the hip charts again. Apparently, Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, there are quite a few good second-hand record shops in Camden Market. I was there last Saturday with my youngest son. How good, yeah. Apparently Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street closed in 2007. Don't expect us to know things like that, do you really? And Steve, hard to find records in Birmingham. One of the biggest vinyl stores left, says Charles. Thank you. Hard to find records. We used to have one down here called Beano's. It was in Croydon. And David Lashmar used to own it. And people would phone up and we would value people's records. We never got our ice cream today, Courtney. Did you know about this? Have you heard about this? You've eaten it? You better not have done. We're having your stomach pumped. We're getting it back, I'm telling you, whether you like it or not. Yeah, seriously. Always had Ian delivering our iced creams. All of a sudden, he was turned away today. Turned away. Yeah, couldn't believe it. We were shocked. Yes. So the Queen awards the George Cross for COVID courage. The Royal Collection Trust. Now, the Royal Collection Trust, I don't know if you're aware, manages public visits to the Queen's official residences, faced operating losses of £15 million last year, but it doesn't bother them, really. The situation is improving. There were 737,000 visitors in 21-22, up from 155,000. It was a 3.3 million pre-pandemic. Retail sales recovered to 10.7 million, boosted by Jubilee souvenirs. I've never bought a Jubilee souvenir. I remember going to Windsor Castle ages ago, and they had a lot of tin plates. Because when I first looked at them, I thought, they look quite interesting. And then I discovered they were tin plates, which is slightly bizarre. They have all sorts of things. Some of it's very nice, and some of it not very nice. Some of it's a little bit tacky. Luxury car firm Bugatti is selling an espresso shot in its flagship UK showroom at an eye-watering £50. Coffee is served in a carbon fibre cup, but more importantly, it grants the buyer across the luxury lounge of the showroom in London's posh Mayfair to ogle the supercars. A spokesman for the HRO in dealerships said, with the backdrop of Bugatti's latest range of hyper sports cars, it's one of the most extraordinary coffee spots in London. What do you imagine it is if you've got to pay £50? £50 to actually sort of get, the chance to sort of stare across the sales room. And I like the new casualty-attired king surveying his domain, which he'll be ruling for the next decade. Aaron Sanderson beat around 200 applicants to become landlord of the Ship Inn, which comes with the impressive title King of Peel Island. The electrician's royal duties include pulling pints and maintaining the 26-acre islet off the coast of Cumbria. After his coronation in September, Aaron will have the power to bestow island knighthoods. Former King Rod Scar will crown him in a ceremony that involves pouring beer over his head. As well as the pub, the island has a campsite and a 12th century fort built by Furness Abbey monks. So there you go. They began advertising for this 10-year post in December from Barrow Borough Council. It's a bit cool, isn't it, really? Quite like the idea of that. And so he becomes, the man of all he surveys, which is very nice. So ice lollies, which are good. Ian Wright and complaining about Alan Sugar's comments. And here she is, her face masked. This is the evil mother of tragic baby P, seen walking the streets. It's an old picture because she was out the other day. And a young man with severe epilepsy faces death unless his parents can find £1,200 a month to fund his medical cannabis. Rachel Rankmore said without the unlicensed drug, Noidex, her son Bailey would have hundreds of potentially fatal seizures every day. But with the family's savings and crowdfunding money running low, palliative care now appears to be the only remaining option. Rachel from Cardiff, his full-time carer, said, rather than give me a prescription for medicinal cannabis that's made him well, the NHS would abandon him to palliative care. I find it really horrible. I don't know how much it costs, actually, for these sort of things, but there are a number of people. Apparently, guidance says cases for funding high-cost, unlicensed drugs can be made to NHS England or a regional clinical commissioning group. The Department of Health said licensed cannabis-made medicines are funded where there is clear evidence of quality, safety and effectiveness. I wasn't even aware it was still going on, actually, all of this kind of thing, but apparently it is, and it's big business. Paul McCartney and Michael Bublé are very, very close friends, because apparently the phone rang and a voice said, "Hi, it's Paul Mac." I said, "Hey, it's Michael Boobs," and that's what they call each other. Must be quite... Can you imagine picking up the phone, it's Paul McCartney? Because you wouldn't believe it would be Paul McCartney, would you? You'd have to say, "No, it's not really you." And he'd say, "Yeah, it is. It really is Paul McCartney. Are you really Steve Allen?" You go, "Oh, come on. Come on, for goodness sake, definitely Steve Owl." And did a showbiz agent tell Isla Fisher she'd no longer work in Hollywood? If they did, the actress, 46, is certainly biting back with a dog named Mazzy in her debut kids' storybook. Mazzy lives in Hollywood and has her fur fluffed twice a day, Isla explains. While other dogs chase sticks, Mazzy chases her acting dream. Isn't it funny? Everybody writes children's books now. It's obviously the way forward. Ever since David Walliams started doing it, they've all thought, wait a minute, this actually could be a really, really good thing. And it's been 20 years since Fatboy Slim performed to 250,000 revellers on Brighton Beach, a crowd 4 times as big as expected. The superstar DJ says, "I think I was too stressed on the day about crowd safety to really take it all in. Now I feel I can look back, remember the tunes, that sunset, my home seafront looking like a carnival in Brazil, and so many beautiful people having the time of their life." I've never been to anything like that. I don't quite understand superstar DJs. I just know that I've never been to a rave. No, I don't think so. A rave, honestly. At my age. What age do you have to be to go to a rave? I find it very odd that sort of people of my age even go to Glastonbury. I find that very... But that's not classed as a rave, is it, Glastonbury? Because that's just... Under 30 for rave. Oh, I'm way past that one, so there's no chance. No chance of going... Did anybody win last night on the lottery? I don't know. I didn't check, actually. I should have actually checked to find out whether anybody won the lottery last night. I got a couple of... notifications. Last time I had 9 notifications and picked up something like nobody won. Nobody won. So what do? Does it go to good causes or... That's unbelievable, because that's the second time that's rolled over and it's still 191 million. God, blimey. I thought by now... Is it the same next time, is it? Getting very frightening, isn't it? Very frightening. Here's Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, pledging to model himself on the Iron Lady. You can't model yourself on the Iron Lady. You really can't. You're either the Iron Lady or you're not. And a big increase in the BBC talent on 6 figures. But, you know, if they're producing the audiences, then that's it. Camilla will emulate the Duke of Edinburgh and follow his motto to look up and look out, say less, do more. Seems funny to think now that he's long since gone, but much missed. So here we go. So we're down to 8 now. 8 people in the race for the leadership, and what's it going to be? You know, Sunak is leading at the moment. Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Tom Tugendhat, Kemi Badenoch, Nadhim Zahawi, Jeremy Hunt and Suella Braverman all survived the cull to reach the next round of leadership content. I think we should be allowed to vote. I think it should come down to us. I mean, there's no point giving it to the Conservative Party. They've not managed to do anything so far. Let us vote for it. And then we can sort of have a good go at it, and it'll be quite nice. But it is going to be hot today. A brutal heat dome, apparently. Ambulances are waiting 24 hours to hand over. I'm not even sure whether ambulances are air-conditioned. I know I got on a train yesterday, and it was air-conditioned from Waterloo Station. Actually, I got on it, went brr, brr, like that, because it was a bit nippy. But it was a bit too cold, but I quite liked it, because when you get off the train, it's then this wall of heat hits you. It's like going to Spain for the first time. I don't think it's going to be 18 degrees. I think it's going to be a lot more than 18 degrees. We're all going to be going... Of course, I've got this summer cold. Typical, isn't it? You know, I've got the cough and the sniffles and all the rest of it, so I've got to get me some Benylin day and night tablets. Anyway, I trust you're well. You good? Unite now or we lose. Truss tells the Tory right. The new favourite's Penny Mordaunt, although they're not sure about some of her comments on trans people. Millions have been warned, cut the water use or face the hosepipe ban. Provided they can see you, of course. I keep mine hidden, which is very good. The unknown soldier of Waterloo has been unearthed. Who'd have thought all those years later, after they buried the poor soul, or perhaps he just fell, you know, and he was just covered over where he was, that somebody be digging him up and going, oh, look, here's a photograph of somebody. Well, not a photograph, it's a skeleton, which is not so good. Don't swear in the pub or it's closing time. And David Beckham goes grey. And he's sort of... I think he dyes his hair. I think he's wearing a toupee, because all of a sudden he shaved it all off. When he was at Wimbledon, it was sort of he was sporting a new thatch. And now it's all gone. So I think he's wearing a toupee. I think it's a toupee. I think he's lost his hair. As Virginia Blackburn says in her excellent column today, she said, now all he's got to do is get rid of the tattoos. But of course he's a bit of an addict, isn't he? And don't go to Pamplona in Spain. They kill bulls. So after they've had to run in the streets, hoping that the bulls can attack people, they then put them into the bull ring, and they end up dying. So they get dragged out unceremoniously. It's really quite disgusting. Yeah, still do it. Can you get tattoos removed? I believe so. I believe there is some way. A lot of people go in. There used to be a tattoo program on the television, but it's mercifully finished. And people would go in there and go, oh, I've got this tattoo. It's to this girl I bedded one night after Love Island. And can you change it to something else? And they change the tattoo into something else. And then you end up looking as trashy as poor old Dave Beckham. It's not his fault. I mean, he can't help it. It's not the brightest penny in the box. So it is possible to have these things done with sort of laser light. And you can have your tattoos taken away, which is good. In fact, there are lots of tattoo laser removal places in and around London. The trick is not get them done in the first place, because it never looks good. And of course they've all got them now. Brooklyn's got loads. Mind you, he's a I've never been never tempted. No. Good heavens above, no. I'd rather have a hair transplant than go for. I wouldn't do that either.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Definitely not. Bob Dylan's on tour again, but don't take your telephone, because otherwise they will lock it for you. And it's a thing that fits over your phone, and you can't get it off. So in other words, they don't keep the telephone. You just come in. They know if you've got a telephone on you, and they put this thing on, click, and then you have to get it removed later. He doesn't want people putting his shows up on the internet, and I can well believe it. Well believe it. Tom Jones says, I did not collapse. So that's good. And a furious letter from Prince Charles slamming Paul Burrell goes on sale. I never liked Paul Burrell. I'm sorry, all this baloney that he gives us about, oh, Diana called me her rock. When? When did she do that, love? You got any evidence? No, of course he hasn't, because it's not true. It's not true. But of course, as she's not here anymore, you can tell as many lies as you like. And he goes, oh, yeah, because the Americans buy this baloney. He was a servant. OK, make no mistake, he was a servant. She said, get me a cup of tea. He got her a cup of tea. She said, get me a frozen drink, like a frozen orange juice or something, and he did. Remember, I'm a Celebrity? He's thinking of doing another one, isn't he? He's thinking of doing one in South Africa. There's a few, including that ghastly Gillian McKeith. She was thinking of doing it again in South Africa. I don't know why. She did a lot of standing up, falling down, didn't she, in the programme? Mainly falling down, actually. Hitler's watch has gone up for sale. Thought I'd chuck that in. And his bit, well, they reckon about $4 million, because it was Hitler's watch. It carries provenance. And also, they've got his beer glass, mine beer glass. The watch is actually quite nice. And it's they say 3,400,000. It's got AH on it, presumably for his name. And then it's got the eagle and all the rest of it. And it's the first time a watch belonging to Hitler has been offered for public sale. Who would buy it? Who would buy it? That's a very odd one, isn't it? It's the sort of thing, it looks like it's sort of come out of a Christmas cracker. Although it was manufactured by the Swiss luxury watchmaker Le Coultre and features his initials, the swastika, and the regime's notorious eagle. It stayed, actually, it was looted from the Berghof, which was his mountain hideout, by a French soldier called Sergeant Robert Mignon during the closing weeks of the Second World War. It stayed in the soldier's family ever since, but it's now set to come up for auction. But it's thieved. I mean, should it not go back to... I don't know where it goes back to. He hasn't got any family, but there must be some relations, must there not? Would you not think so? Or do you think his lineage died out? But perhaps they wouldn't want it. Well, they would if they knew it was worth 3.4 million. Some thieving little French soldier nicked it and now has decided to put it up for auction. Lovely. The Osbournes are selling their LA home, $15 million. It's got something like 6 bedrooms but 14 bathrooms. The Americans are obsessed with bathrooms. Amazing. And Roger, Dawn Neeson has certainly got a spring in her step since hosting the daily TV show, hasn't she just? Yeah, she's sitting in for Storm Huntley on the Jeremy Vine show, yes. Very, very good. Very, very good indeed. And it gives her an opportunity to wear as many outfits as possible. Where she finds the time, I have no idea, but she does. Frozen drinks to fight the heat wave, which is quite a nice idea. There was that song by Peter Sarsted, wasn't there? I'll buy you one more frozen orange juice on this fantastic day. I wasn't aware you could get frozen orange juices. I suppose in those days it was like the precursor to the slush puppy. But they never did them with orange. They did every other flavour but cherry, blackcurrant, blueberry, all those sort of things. And they were quite nice. Sizzling Brits are going commando. Look at that. Oh, doesn't that look lovely? Oh, my goodness me. That give you a brain freeze. And that's so basically that's just orange juice mixed with ice and then crushed up. You can buy like a liquidizer. You put ice in and it mashes. It looks delicious, doesn't it? I know. Don't upset yourself, Joe. No point in upsetting yourself. But that does look particularly good. See, I can't have the orange juice version. I could probably get another version of it. Yeah, just ice. I'd be happy with just ice, actually. If somebody mixed it all up and then you could sort of suck it up, in your little straw. But obviously not. Doesn't matter. I'm going to live without it. So the Brits are going commando to beat the heat. They moved my train at Waterloo the other day to platform 19. I was so happy. Saved having to walk that bit further, which is just that little bit too far for me, but I can do it. But it came in on platform 19 again, even though it said platforms 20 to 24. And I was very, very, very pleased. I thought somebody's been listening down at Waterloo Station. Come on, guys. Thank you. Mike says it's nearer next Christmas than last. So I've started wrapping presents, sorting out the lights, and tomorrow I'll peel the sprouts. You making preparations? I've already got the lights up already. Already got the lights up. 164 days to go. Nobody catches me out. No, I love Christmas. I love it. Can't wait for it this year. Can't wait for it. Although I had a bit of a disaster the other day with the Metro Bank, because I have an account with Metro. We had to open up an account because of the new HMRC rules governing how we get paid. We used to be self-employed. Now we're not. Now we're employed. So we had to set up companies. So I set up a company, and it was all very lovely, and it's Metro Bank. So the money goes into Metro Bank, and then we distribute it to other accounts. So the other day, my brother, who moves all my money about and has all the passwords and everything else, said I can't get into the account. It turns out they've frozen my account, which is absolutely a nightmare, because it means that come the end of this month, we might not be able to put the money into the account. It's something to do with the VAT. We don't know what it is. But I then quite quickly tried to contact my friend Steve, who opened up the account in the first place. He's on blooming holiday. He's on leave till the 25th. What day do we get paid? The 25th. So I spoke to another lovely lady down there, and she said, yeah, they appear to have frozen the account. I said, but I can't move any of my money about. I mean, it's not like there's no money in there. Loads of money in there. It's just that I can't access it. So we've got the accountant onto it, so hopefully he will sort it out. But they didn't even tell me. They didn't even tell me. You'd think that they would tell you at Metro Bank, because up until now, they've been perfect. Dawn Neeson says, Steve, running out of jackets to wear. Need to borrow your red one. Actually, I don't think I've got the red one anymore. I think I gave that away. I gave it to Mark Armand. Mark Armand is now sporting Steve Allen's red jacket, but it does come in purple, green, black, silver, blue. I've got quite a number of the jackets, but I think they're a little bit big for you, Dawn. You're a slim little thing, but she's running out of ideas. Bless her heart. That's the problem, though. If you're on television every day of the week, all of a sudden you start using up clothing like there's no tomorrow. When we did Five's Company on Channel 5, it was I was getting through clothes like there was no tomorrow, because you can't wear the same clothing, can you? And Steve went retro last night and had several bottles of Blue Nun. Were you a fan or more of a Matthias Rosé man? Neither. I thought they were both ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. And Steve, check out Nisbets for ice blenders and get your own syrups. Great value for money. And cheap slush puppies on tap, including making frozen orange, says Ashley. And Pete says, whether you like him or not, I hear Nick Abbott has already started on #Sunak. Has he? It's called an opinion. I think you're allowed an opinion. Because Nick, like myself and like quite a number of presenters on LBC, we're not political pundits. We're not political pundits. It's just everybody's allowed an opinion. The rules have changed. The laws have changed completely on what you can say and what you can't say. And so we're allowed to have an opinion, which is good. Fears of further job cuts as BBC News Channel disappears. Oh, that's good news, isn't it? I didn't think we could be that lucky. Because they're merging. Oh, right. So there won't be any job cuts at all. It'll be a case of, they have to pretend to be seen to be doing something. The rail unions plan to ruin Commonwealth Games so that old Michael Lynch. Don't believe the Mick Lynch rubbish. That's to make him sound a bit working class. It's like, up the workers and all that sort of thing. He's on with David. He's on with Nick, actually, a little bit later on. I was about to know who David was, actually. I was thinking, I don't know why I thought of a David, which is very odd. Fatty grub makes you a bit thick. An avocado is toast. It's apparently gone too pricey. Avocados, I don't think avocados were too pricey. Don't go to Turkey to get your teeth done. The reason being, apparently, it's butchery. You know, you see how ghastly poor old Jordan looks. And there's another lady, she's been over there, and she was quoted like 3,600 for doing 26 implants. And so for a single avocado now, oh, here we go. This is at Waitrose. I don't know, £2. 90 pence. I think that's very reasonable. Do you think they just start these stories in the papers to make us all feel a bit bad about everything? So 90 pence for an avocado. Well, that's enough to put onto toast. You peel it, you slice it, you take the stone out and you put it onto toast. Doesn't make any difference, does it? I'm not sure if avocado's fattening or not. It is fattening. Oh, right. It's not even the good fats, is it? Is it the bad fats? Semi. Okay. But I like the idea of checking out an ice blender and get your own syrups. Cheap slush puppy, I mean, that sounds quite a good idea. Yeah, we'll have a look at those in a moment. Exercise is a very good diet, not that we didn't know that to start with. And Love Island bosses are hunting a stray cat, which is causing havoc with filming. I mean, it is just basically a load of old hooey. It's basically a lot of girls who are after one-night stands, and they go there, and the idea is you have to convince somebody that you're really interested in them, and then you come out and you have a pretend relationship for about 6 months or a year, if you can make it last a year, and then you split up because you can't stand each other. You know, it's one thing going onto an island, sitting there with a lot of other bimbos, worrying about, what you're going to talk about, and they don't know what to talk about. They've got no idea. So yesterday we had Gemma Owen, sitting there with some boy who doesn't really look as though he's interested, but he's lying. He started playing the game like, oh, I'd really like to see you, and I think we should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Do you think your mum would like me and all that? And I'm thinking, what is that? You've been going out with her for about 5 seconds. And it's only because they don't have any other clothes apart from bikinis. That's all they've got over there to wear. They don't have anything else. He's got no idea what she looks like with clothes on. Which is going to be very interesting, isn't it? Oh, look, 16 minutes past 4. Gosh, make it rain a lot, make it really tip it down. That's all we need, isn't it? Just to sort of give us a little bit of greenery back. Although actually the Met Office was saying the other day, and all the other people, don't worry about a bit of brown grass, because it will grow back. It kind of goes into a dormant situation, and then the moment it gets a bit of rain, back it comes again. I was out watering the baskets yesterday. I've only got 4, plus I've got about 20 pots, which takes the time, and I think it probably took about 35 minutes, which is good, because I can't sort of leave it. Declan says, I'm a tattoo artist now for nearly 30 years. It's definitely better to cover a tattoo than laser removal. When you get laser treatment, it just blows the pigment into your bloodstream and eventually ends up in your lymph nodes. The colour never leaves your body. Listening to you from the beautiful gardens in Belvedere. How lovely. I used to stay just over the road from Belvedere, which was very nice. Can you remember when you first paid £1 for 20 cigarettes, Steve? I saw 20 in the newsagent yesterday for 13 quid and I was stunned. I have to check with the producer how much things cost, because I've got no idea. Great show yesterday. I didn't get round to texting and just arrived in the UK from France on the Eurotunnel, says Rich the Trucker. We love the Eurostar. I think it's great. Absolutely great. And, Steve, I don't know whether or not you're still keeping an eye out for banana ice cream, but oddly enough, in an Asda delivery yesterday, we had a packet of bubblegum flavour lollies, and our little girl came running to me telling me, tell Steve, they taste just like banana ice cream. I tried one, and they do. So say many reviews, and wildly important info. 5 for £1. 5 for £1. Yes, I've seen. I mean, in Iceland they do all of these different flavours, but bubblegum lollies. I used to love the taste of bubblegum. And £1 for 5. I mean, you can't even make these things. But I think Iceland do make banana ice cream and banana lollies. I'm pretty certain. Yes, I'm pretty certain, because I remember mine fell off the stick. I just went to go and it fell off. I remember thinking that's a bit of a pain, but they definitely do banana lollies. There you go. There they are, banana lollies. Barrett. Foam banana ice lollies. £2.50. £2.50 for 4. Well, that's not too bad, is it? You can multi-buy for £1.66. I like banana. I like a banana ice. I know I've never mentioned things like that. I like to keep things, private. It's one of those sort of... Some people say, oh, you tell people too much, Stephen. I said, I don't. I'm really quite a secretive person in my own little way. If you believe that, you'll believe just about anything. But interesting. Steve, Nick Ferrari said Sadiq Khan won't come on his show. No, he won't. I don't think he won't. He prefers O'Brien. But then everybody does that. They're all different people. They say, oh, yes, I'd rather do this show than that show. They're perfectly entitled to pick whichever one it is. You know, click on air at the top of the texts. Oh, it's the Oh, for me. Oh, right. Click on air. Oh, right. There you go. Which is lovely. I like the idea of being a tattoo artist. I couldn't do it. The idea of sticking needles into somebody is definitely not my kind of thing at all. Yeah, what if it goes wrong? Because most of they're working to a pattern, though, aren't they? They show you the book of all the patterns, and they do a drawing of it, and they put it on your arm and then go round it. That's what they do. It's not freestyle. Otherwise, you know, we'd have... Of course it's cheating. That's why they all... It's like tracing paper. That's what they do. And then they cover it with a piece of cling film while it scabs and everything else, and then you sort of... Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd never have a tattoo. I think it's very common. And not myself. I mean, the Beckhams are more than entitled to have as many as they want. I couldn't care less. It didn't make any difference to me. A heart with an arrow through it, or sort of mum and dad, you know, or hate on your knuckles. Love and hate, fairly popular. But it's when the people have them on their faces, you know. And I remember seeing them at Waterloo Station the other year. They were all going off to Ascot. And this bloke had his whole face covered in tattoos, but he was wearing a suit. I thought, you look like such a prat. You really do. It looked absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, that's the way it goes, you know, because you're never going to get rid of them. They're going to be there for the rest of your life. Is that Lil Wayne? Yeah, big mistake, Lil Wayne. Yeah, big mistake. It just looks ridiculous. And some people have cut hair on their throat and stuff like it. It really is. It's a bit naff. Perhaps they just don't have anything else in their life and they have to sit down for hours on it. Some of these things can cost a fortune. £400-500 if you want to do something, you know, properly. The baby beaver, born in the UK for the first time in 400 years. We're not very good at sort of rearing beavers. You have to sort of get round there, actually. I don't know why. And the MP, the kitty killed by his car, and the croquet mallet through his window. This is all these people in this village. This is the MP who inadvertently ran over a cat. He didn't know he was running over a cat. And it was, this is Tobias Elwood. And so somebody's thrown a croquet mallet through his window. Rather stupid, limited edition person, as you can well imagine. Absolutely ridiculous. What are you supposed to do? You know, if you happen to go out and a cat runs in front of the car. I told you, I ran over a squirrel. That wasn't deliberate. I felt mortified that I'd run over the thing. And it was on the Hammersmith flyover, just at the bottom as you were coming into town. And it ran across the road, but it couldn't get over the barrier thing, so it ran back just as I came down. But I wasn't coming very fast. I mean, you know, I didn't need to reverse. I didn't reverse. It ran under the back tyres. Excuse me. If I had a Mini, it would have been all right. But unfortunately, I haven't, and I've got big tyres. They're big, wide tyres. And this thing was only little. And I went, oh, no. And so I looked in the mirror. And there it was. No, you don't have to report things like that. You don't have to report cats if you run over a cat. You don't need to report it. You have to report a dog. If you run over a dog, then you're supposed to tell somebody. A friend of mine took his dog out years and years ago, trying to cross the Great West Road. Somebody ran over it and killed it, and he gave him a carrier bag to take it home in. Which was quite nice, actually, wasn't it, really? But, no, you don't, bag for life. But you don't have to report anything like that. But this thing, its life must have ended very quickly. Because my tyres were so big. I just didn't want it sticking to the tyres. That would have been a bit of a nightmare. Is it a meal for Ian Dale's 60th? No. It's just beverages. Just beverages. I shall try and get down. I don't know if it's free or not. I've got no idea. I don't know. You've got to report the accident to the police if you hit dogs, horses, cattle, like cows, pigs, goats, sheep, donkeys and mules. But anything else you don't need to report. So squirrels, nope. Cats, no. Big cats, nope. Nothing like that. It's just basically dogs. I wonder why it's dogs. I wonder why dogs. But, you know, because you do get dogs and horses on motorways who've escaped from fields and things like that. But, You don't really get stray dogs, do you? I mean, no, you don't. But also, dogs should be well aware that roads are dangerous places. Steve, I freeze bananas. They're delicious, and it's like eating ice cream, says Mel. I've heard of that before, actually. Tattoos on criminals are likened by the police as it makes their job easier, says Roger. Yes, I can well imagine. What's that?
Water.
Oh, water. Oh, right.
Shall I open it for you?
Oh, lovely. God, honestly, have you heard the noise? Is this fizzy water?
Spring water.
Oh, spring water. It's nice and cold. We have fridges in this building on all the floors, and we've got cans of water, and it's delicious water. I don't know where it comes from. It doesn't. Sources. Do you know where this comes from, this water? No, but do you know where it comes from? The water comes from. No, it's not as cold as I thought it was. Not Peckham Spring. Not Peckham Spring. You know where? Austria. It comes from Austria. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Good planets are hard to find. Please recycle this can. So it's... isn't it funny? The can is absolutely ice cold, but the water's not. Such a pain. It just made it worse, actually, if anything. So not made it better. Oh, well, water's better than nothing, isn't it? Love Island Chiefs, they care about anything with the ratings? No, of course they don't. They're not remotely interested. They just want to get ratings. They're making a television programme. And if they're making a television programme, it's a case of that's what their prime concern is, even though 3 people have taken their own lives as a result of going on there because they don't check people properly. And you only have to look at some of the people on the current edition of Love Island, and people seem to get themselves into terrible tizzies. It's only a silly little programme. It's nothing more. It's just people who want to be famous. It's got nothing to do with having a date. It's got nothing to do with that. But if you think you're going to be kicked out, you have to pretend to have a date with people. For me, Steve, Rishi's got to be Prime Minister. So intelligent. Seen him in various interviews, says Matthew. Yeah, well, I mean, everybody's different, but it's not going to make any difference to us. You can't vote. Only members of the Conservative Party can vote. And they'll bring it down to 2 in whenever it is, September, isn't it, or something like that. Yeah, in the next week it'll be down to 2, and you'll be going, and you might be going, maybe not so sure. Millions warn cut water use or face hosepipe ban. Yeah, I mean, if you saw somebody using a hosepipe, would you report them in their front garden? If you saw some, you would definitely report them, would you? Producer's such a sneak, such a telltale tit. So nominations in. Penny Mordaunt leads the field among Conservative members. She's got 27, Kemi Badenoch 15, Rishi Sunak 13, Liz Truss 13, Tom Tugendhat 8, Suella Braverman 5. Didn't she say something the other day? I'm pretty certain it was Suella about the people claiming expenses, and she claimed £160,000 in expenses. And I remember thinking, hello, pot, kettle. Jeremy Hunt 4, Nadeem Zahawi 1. Not looking particularly good, actually, is it? So it looks highly likely it's going to be Penny Mordaunt leading the field among the Conservative members. I mean, that's the way it's sort of going at the moment. So she's the favoured candidate. But we'll just have to wait until it sort of gets to the end of it, and then we have to go round and pick up the sort of the littering things, which is a bit of a shame because you might not like it.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 5. We had to borrow some tablets yesterday from Henry, who is Nick Ferrari's executive producer. Because I didn't have any tablets. I thought I kept tablets, because normally in this business, you're not supposed, you can't keep them in the actual company. So we've got a medicine chest in the kitchen, but you're not allowed any paracetamol or aspirin or anything like that. So you can get a bandage and a sticking plaster and a safety pin. I mean, how useful is that? You know, depending if your nappy's falling down. But I was sort of thinking to myself, well, why aren't you allowed them? And the answer is because you could do yourself serious damage on overdosing on paracetamol. And unfortunately, it's so dangerous that they might not be able to bring you back. So we don't have paracetamol, but I always carry them just in case I get a headache or a sore throat. And Henry yesterday gave me 2 of his, which is very nice, actually. He's charged me, of course. He sent a bill in. And so I'll have to pay him back. But he's lost a tremendous amount of weight, and he must be getting some exercise that we're not aware of. He's lost 4 stone. Is he running? Wow. I mean, I think that's amazing to lose 4 stone, but it's noticeable. But he said that he's followed the Steve Allen way of freezing your water bottle. So in other words, you get your bottle of water, empty about 2 inches out. Again, a difficult thing for us to gauge that, 2 inches. And you take it out, because otherwise when the water freezes, it expands and it will push the top out, and you don't want that. So you empty a couple of inches out, and then you put it in the freezer. Then in the morning you take it out, and it's frozen, and you just sort of put your hands around it, and it will melt a little tiny bit, and then you get some ice cold water to sort of drip feed into your mouth. Well, it's quite a nice thing, because there's one thing we all want, and that's cold water, isn't it? We don't want anything else, I'm afraid, at the moment. Steve, in response to your prayers for rain, you'd be more than welcome to have some of ours, as it's been flooding, says Jules, down here in New Zealand for weeks. Flooding all over the country and roads closed. It's so bad, I even had to cancel my lawnmower man, as the grass is just too wet. Oh, pardon me. Too wet to mow. Too wet to mow. One man went to mow a meadow. One man and his dog, called Spot, and a packet of crisps and a ginger pop, went to mow a meadow. Do you know, funny, the songs you used to sing when you were kiddies? You know, we used to do there were 10 million green bottles like standing on the wall. 10 million green bottles standing on the wall. And if one green bottle would accidentally fall, there was 9,909,000. Yeah. And there was a man who had a dog, and Bingo was his name. I don't remember that one. There was a man who had a dog, and Bingo. No, it doesn't mean a thing to me. I mean, I know the one man went to mow with a bottle of pop and a packet of crisps, went to mow a meadow. One man and his dog, called Spot, and a packet, and then it would add on each and every time. But there was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Bingo, Bingo, and Bingo was his name. Oh, there was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, Ingo. And so on, and so it goes. I've never even heard that one. Never even heard that. Is that a northern thing? No. Oh, well, I've never heard of it before. Ray says it's more than a silly programme, it's brain rot. I just feel sorry for these sad, pathetic people who have to go on television to pretend that they need a relationship. You know, if you want a relationship, you know, look around at work. If that doesn't work, look on the bus. And if you've looked on the bus and you can't find anybody, try the trains. Or failing that, try a bar. You know, go into the bar and say to the barman, look, I'm really desperately sad and lonely and I need somebody to go out with. Got any ideas? And wait, and I've never met somebody, and you know, anywhere. No, I'm not really interested. They're all strange. I mean, you've got to be if somebody's attracted to me. I mean, dear God in heaven, they're not going to be normal, are they? But no, if you work behind a bar, you meet loads of people. DJs meet loads of people. DJs, not radio presenters like me. I was a DJ, yeah. You do meet a lot of people because everybody wants to be friendly with the DJ. All your mates want to see you going up there chatting away to the DJ because they go, he or she knows the DJ. Which is amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, I was quite impressed. Migrants housed with criminals, and music helps dolphins live in harmony, which is quite nice. And definitely don't go to Pamplona because they kill bulls. I don't know why they're still allowed to get away with it. There's no logical reason for it. They breed bulls. They set them free in the streets. Some of them in certain parts of Spain, they set fire to their horns. They wrap rags around there, tie them, douse them in petrol, set fire to them, and they run the bulls at night. And some of them, I mean, it must frighten the life out of them. Really. But there's a 25-year-old man from Florida among 3 people gored during the bull run in Spain. Good. I'm very pleased. Because what happens is, after the bulls have had to run down this course, they then take them away, and they're then taken into the bull rings, and they then have to face the bullfighters, the matadors. But in fact, they don't really face them at all because they don't stand a cat in hell's chance, because out there are the picadors. And the picadors have got horses with padding all the way down the side in case they get gored, and they've got big lances with spikes on the end, and they push it into the bull's flesh. Push it. You know, very hard to feel sorry for people who are gored. I don't feel sorry for them at all. I really don't. But the picadors literally go in there, and it's their job to wear the bull down, and they sort of get the bull worn down by and it bleeds. It's standing there, snorting, and the blood's pouring down the side of it. And that's when they bring in the matador, a rather campy little person in a suit of lights, who sort of does his little campy bit with a cape and a sword and all the rest of it. And then you look at all these bulls and all these people running down in front of them. I mean, perhaps they're limited intelligence. Perhaps they're limited intelligence, because bulls run very fast. And, I'm always delighted when they hurt people, because people try and outrun. I don't really know what the purpose of it is, because at the end of the day, the bull is going to be killed in the bull ring. It really is quite a dreadful thing. But as I say, this is the country where they throw donkeys off the top of churches. They throw them off the top and apparently it's something to do with a religious festival. They die, of course, instantly. And the bulls just get really frightened because there's people running all over the place. It's very cruel. There's no logical reason for it at all. And whenever the bull gets somebody, I always cheer a little bit. It is, yeah. But then they sort of bring them into the bull ring, and then they dispatch them. I mean, I don't see any point of it. And apparently they award the ears to the matador. They give him. What the hell are you going to do with those? Turn them into ashtrays or something? I don't know. But they have these suits of lights. There's a lovely picture of a bull actually ripping a matador's clothes off. It got its horn between his legs, and it's ripped his suit of lights. And I can't remember if he lived or not. Anyway, either way, take your life in your hands, I suppose. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. More of your texts and emails on the programme. So we'll see if we can do better than yesterday. Steve, I hate to rub it in, but temperature's a mere 12 degrees and there's a wee tinkling of rain, says Kim. If I could send it down to you, I would. I believe next Sunday we've got to get a mini heat wave up here. Bah humbug. Kim is up in Scotland, as you can well imagine. And Maggie says, oh no, Steve, not Rishi Sunak for Prime Minister. He's got no time or understanding of the arts. It's a bit difficult to try and pick the right one, isn't it? They've all got good and bad, bits to them. I haven't got a favourite, no. I really don't. I don't like any of them because I don't believe any of them. I really don't. Ron says the news said a high of 18 today. It's already 18 in Whitton. 26 is more likely. Yeah, I know. We did mention it on the news where they said 18, and I said there's no way it's going to be 18 today. We think it's going to be up into 30. But as I say, if ever I get too hot, I'll just go out in the car, turn on the air conditioning, get out the other end like a frozen block of ice. But you're right, it's going to be, I think, 26, 27 today. Maybe the aircon was giving you the cold. Yeah, it could be, actually. Could be. It's very annoying, whatever. But I have aircon all the time. All the time. What, you mean in the car? No, I've always had aircon in the car. Always had it. And I don't get that sort of thing. There's a diabetic who was sacked. He took the case to court. He shouted at his boss. Unfortunately, he was having a sugar high. And if you have a sugar high or low, you get a bit carried away with things. And so he won £30,000 compensation, £30,000. So I'll have to try that one. Start shouting at the producer. Bog off. You've made my life misery. Made my life hell. I love it. I love it. The Six Factor now. We're down to Liz, Suella Braverman, Rishi Sunak. You see, the trouble is each of them, Suella Braverman, I'm so-so about. I mean, I'm really not that particularly bothered. Liz Truss, not really. I'd like to see her hair after she's been on the back of a motorbike, but, Rishi Sunak just comes over as smug to me. That's all it is. Penny Mordaunt, I don't think she knows really what she's talking about in a lot of cases. Kemi Badenoch and Tom Tugendhat. When you look at who's in it to start with, they manage to sort of whittle them down, don't they, quite quickly. Adolf Hitler's personalised beer glass could sell for more than 10 grand at auction. It's engraved with his initials, plus an eagle atop a swastika. He had his own thing. I used to work in a pub years ago just outside of Newbury in the countryside near Cheveley. And all the blokes used to have their own tankards in the bar, and they'd be hanging up on cup hooks. And when they came in, you had to know which was theirs and what they drank. It was the most irritating thing ever. It was a bit sad. They'd come in and go, they wouldn't even say what they were drinking. You were supposed to know when they said usual. And mainly they were sort of the young farmers and things like that. And the landlady used to put on an evening dress. Sandy, and she'd sit at the corner of the bar drinking whiskey in a silver goblet. They didn't work behind the bar. It was way too common, so they had people like me in there to work, which was very good. Although, actually, there was somebody who lived in this pub as well, who was a soldier from the local barracks. And I'm only telling you this because it's not identifiable, but we had the military police turn up one day. And I remember thinking, should we find out after? It's such an interesting story. It ties in very easily with Penny Mordaunt. But we'll tell you about that in a sec.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Henry is obsessed with... I brought peaches in today, and he's obsessed with... You eat them. I don't know if they're fattening peaches. I shouldn't think they really are, actually. They're all right, aren't they? Yeah, there's peaches out there, yeah. They're a bit hard, but, you know, hard's okay. And the donuts are out there. There's donuts and some other little things, you know, again, full of sugar. But it doesn't matter. So anyway, I'm living in this pub. And there's this bloke living in there as well, and he's an army bloke. Okay, he works at I don't know what he did, actually. I don't think he was a soldier, but he was something to do with admin or something like that. Only young. And then one day we had the army police came in, and they went to his room. And you won't believe it. Seriously, he was taken away by them. You know why? He'd been taking the landlady's undergarments off the washing line. He had an obsession with things like that. And so, I mean, you could have knocked me down with a feather. Never even crossed my mind. He seemed perfectly, I was going to say normal, if normal is the word that you can use. And he'd been taking items, because she kept missing things off the washing line. He'd take, you know, sort of stockings and bits and pieces like that. And it turns out it was him, and he was putting them on. It was even more bizarre. Honestly, it makes my life seem quite dull. Steve, have you seen the front page of the new Private Eye magazine? 2 words, disgusting, says Connie. I regret I looked at it. Oh, right. Yeah, Boris Johnson's memorial issue. Yeah. Are they right? Yeah. They're okay. They're a bit hard, aren't they? A little bit hard, but that's okay. Henry, listen, get them before Henry swaffles or snaffles a whole lot of them. That is a disgusting picture on the front of Private Eye magazine. I do like Private Eye, but I wish I hadn't seen the picture, actually. Wish I hadn't seen the picture, because it's not the best, I'm afraid. So I always keep checking, actually, with Henry's things, because he loves the Wong Key restaurant in London, the rudest restaurant in London. You said there. Can we sit up? No, you said there. Yeah, they're still rude, yes. Well, that's the reputation of the place. But it's cheap. I mean, it is phenomenally cheap, unbelievably cheap. And the food's good. It's not like it's really sort of tatty food. The royal art is probed by the woke squad. And what they were doing, the Queen and guests were viewing some works. 2,500 paintings. They say the contents may be mammothful, as in harmful, I suppose. And there's all sorts of things. And they need to find out pictures of men in pictures. Were they slaves? Were they not slaves? All this kind of stuff. And check on the Empire and the Slavery links. So what they want to do is make sure they don't offend snowflakes. Well, if you don't put them on display, they won't offend anybody, will they? I suppose. So that's one that's interesting. The love rat who ran off with a Ukrainian refugee just 10 days after she moved in with his family was barred from approaching his ex, which is interesting. This is Anthony Garnett, was ordered not to contact Lorna, mum to their 2 daughters. He's another one. He's got tattoos all over his face. And put on the cheapest suit you can ever see. It was seriously a ghastly suit. And so he's landed in court now, which is not so good. Record numbers of poorer students are set to go to university, according to the admissions service, UCAS. Why do people want to go to university? Is it because they want to do drugs? Is that what it is? I mean, I can't think of any reason why you would want to go to university. Because, but they don't learn. That's the trouble. If they learned, I could understand it. You're going to university to do what? Politics and international relations? Oh, right. When you say international relations, does that mean sort of members of your family who've lived abroad or something? Is that what international relations is? Yes, my relations are overseas now. We don't talk to them anymore. What was the other one? Politics. Oh, right. Okay. You see, I never did university. But there again, I was listening to Tom Swarbrick the other day, and it was quite funny, because he was talking about the fact that he had a private education. And I remember thinking, and I was shouting into the radio, as I'm prone to doing on odd occasions. I think people think I'm on hands-free, but I'm not. I'm actually shouting into the radio. And I thought, well, wait a minute, I didn't get any qualifications at school, and I'm a very successful radio presenter. So that's why I couldn't understand why anybody would want to sort of go through the university and things like that. They've all done it. Lots of... I mean, do you think I'd have gotten in now? No, nobody ever asked me. When I joined LBC, I didn't need to prove what qualifications I had. But I just thought it was interesting that people have said, so you've managed to get to the same position as Tom Swarbrick, without any qualifications at all. So my argument always used to be, even though now I think it's changed a bit, it's a case of, when you say to somebody, you need to get qualifications. I don't know if I think Nick Ferrari went to uni as well. I think there's probably quite a few. But you don't need to have qualifications to get to work at LBC. Nobody ever said to me, what were your qualifications? Because I failed my 11 plus, and I left school at 15. So I haven't got anything at all, and I've still managed to make it to one of the most successful programmes. It's not doing too badly. 1 million downloads a month, can't be wrong. Thank you very much indeed. But it was so funny listening to Tom Swarbrick saying, I did this and I've got this qualification. I thought, well, wait a minute, I've got as far, and I haven't got any qualifications. So you don't necessarily need it. You don't necessarily need anything like that. But interesting, to say the least. The family who was stunned when their much-loved Beagle Cross went missing, only to return later that day with a rosette from a dog show. I think that's quite funny, actually. Peter and Paula Closier became sick with worry when their 5-year-old Bonnie disappeared on Sunday morning. They scoured the home in Sussex before Paula rang the police, a vet and the dog warden. Little they know he'd been found on the side of the road by a local dog owner who was taking his own pets to a show in Felbridge in Surrey. And the dog came back with a rosette. It wasn't his dog, but it came back with a rosette. So there you go. And what else we got? Bob Dylan back on tour, as you now know. And also Pop Chaos set to continue as Nicki's eyes move to the UK. This is Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj shows she wants to... I mean, this is where she had a meet and greet session the other day, which they had to cancel because she turned up 5 minutes late. We don't want you, dear. Stay well away. 5 hours late she was. 5 hours late. David has a grey day on a holiday boat trip with his family. He went with... they were in Croatia, actually, with Victoria. They never seem to talk, do they? Have you noticed? Every time Victoria goes out with them, nobody says a word. And Corey's going to Croatia. Yes, he loves it. And they went with Cruz and Harper, who turned it... Don't these kids ever go to school? I mean, are they on holiday? Are we on holidays now? Yeah. But Dave, who had a brown quiff at Wimbledon at the weekend, has announced a Netflix documentary on his life. He'll be going back to his roots then, I should imagine. But now he's had to shave it all off because I don't think he's got any hair. I think it's white. Which is interesting. And skeletal remains found with a pair of cowboy boots at a scrapyard have been identified after a 3-year probe. There's always a time when they find you, isn't there? And they found this one in a scrapyard. Love Island's 2021 winners, Millie and Liam, have split up after just a year together. Of course they have, because it's all fake. It's all fake. They don't know each other. They've just sat there with other people, and then somebody goes, you can make more money without them. Ditch them. And that's what they do. Gemma Rowan left the villa for a beach date with Luca Bish. And as they clinked glasses, fishmonger Luca joked he was going to propose. They've only known each other 5 seconds and he's going to propose. Fakes. Absolute fake. Adam Collard was house hunting with his girlfriend before dumping her to return to the TV villa. So he's back after a toxic appearance in 2018 and revealed the demons who preyed on the underwear giants Angels. One of them was Jeffrey Epstein. Surprise, surprise, well-known paedophile. And now dead paedophile. As simple as that. Models were bullied and harassed for sex, groped and grabbed by men. firm's boss close with pedo Epstein. Mind you, I should imagine this goes on all over the world. I don't think this is anything particularly new. It's only that now it sort of starts coming out. And so they say their sexy angels made Victoria's Secret a £6 billion brand, yet behind closed doors, the lingerie company was hiding some seriously dark demons. Yeah, that's the dangerous thing, isn't it? Nobody knows until somebody comes forward and says, do you know all about this? Do you know all about this? And they go, no. Okay, let me tell you. Another dreary thing on the Fabulous magazine this weekend in the Sun. It's Christine Yawn McGuinness, The Truth About Me and Paddy. We couldn't care less, love. I don't want to be boring about the whole thing, but nobody believes a word you say. It's just a case of you're so desperate and you have to tell people about your so-called relationship, which isn't a relationship, or might be, or you've had some tough times, or nobody cares. Please keep your private life to yourself. Makes it much easier, doesn't it? I don't like the idea that you want to share your boring existence, but there you go. Fatty food makes you a bit simple. I don't eat fatty food. I'm quite good about things like that. Yeah, it's obviously something else. And Paris Fury has revealed she and husband Tyson won't be having any more children. I think at the moment they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've got 6 children, but they won't be having any more. So there's a relief for everybody. And sizzling Brits are going commando to beat the heat. And doctors say ditching your pants is good for you. Well, I don't think we want to encourage things like that, thank you very much indeed. That's not a good idea, is it? And Maura Higgins looks sensational in a bikini snap on Instagram. Well, of course it is, because, she's exhibiting herself. That's what it is. She takes all her clothes off. She's 31 now. She's got 3.5 million followers. And somebody said, yay, the best bombshell. And then another said, can I be reincarnated as Maura for my next life, please? That's the sort of people they attract. More than 200,000 people in the UK have had COVID recorded on their death certificates since the pandemic began. And so now we've dispensed with the avocado thing. They're too pricey. Well, we don't think they're too pricey. We don't think 90 pence for an avocado is too pricey. Lindsay Hoyle, sir, channels his inner Peggy Mitchell as he ejects 2 MPs from the Commons. The pair of Alex Salmond's Alba MPs jeered the Prime Minister as he voted a second Scottish independence referendum. And so McCaskill and Hanvey, get out. I love it when they do things like that. I didn't see it, no. Is it very angry? Well, I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. People should be angry about things like that. He sort of, he loses his temper, and once they find out who they are, they then basically kick them out. It's as simple as that. You're in the House of Commons. I'm sorry, we don't want you to be here anymore. Go away. Oh, order. Oh, you can see he's getting angry, isn't he? I love it when they get angry. And then they sort of throw people out and they point their fingers. And, good, you exercise that. We like that, Sir Lindsay. Definitely. I would hate to think that he was going to be weak and ineffectual. No, kick him out. So he did, which is lovely. Sir Tom Jones has denied claims he collapsed before cancelling a gig. Reports allege that he fell ill shortly before he was due to perform in Budapest. But he's going to be back. He was struck down with a viral laryngitis, which obviously, if you're going to sing, is not particularly brilliant, is it? Let's take a short break for the news at 5. We'll have more of your texts and emails, and we'll take them to 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Currently 12 degrees in West Yorkshire, says Jane. Lovely. And Denise says, I love you, but uni can be good. Yeah, but for very few people, Denise. I mean, seriously, hardly anybody. My Chloe was the first person ever with brains in the family, and she wouldn't have the fantastic job now which pays for her flat, car and son. Well, you can get a job that pays for your son now. How does that work? Good grief above, honestly, I've never heard anything like it. But, but I didn't get any qualifications. And I'd still have a better car than your daughter. I just cut, well, of course, I don't think, because it says here, it pays for her flat, car and son. That's a very odd bit of writing, isn't it? Definitely. Twitter to sue Musk over the bid. Twitter is taking Elon Musk to court because he's pulled out of this £36.5 billion deal. He's obviously found something better, you know. And looking for an awesome assistant manager. This is a frustrated dessert shop. I don't know what a dessert shop is, unless it's a shop that just sells desserts. They issued a foul-mouthed job ad for a new manager, warning Karens and Darrens, or those with long, dirty nails, not to apply. Shorty's Desserts, expletive-laden post, has been hailed as the best job advert ever. We're looking for an awesome assistant manager who wants to do an effing job to jump on board with us. We don't want Karens or Darrens, so please no wet wipes or Debbie Downers. We need someone who can hit the ground running and not have to be told time and time again and still effing this, effing them, so it goes on. I quite like the idea, actually. So they're looking for 2 years' experience with no coke, crack habit or drink problem. Oh, very limited. We can't go for that one then. That'd be awful, isn't it? Facebook users commended Shorty's for its blunt approach, with one writing, "God damn it, why do I have to live in the Austrian mountains and be 58 years old? Bloody brilliant job advert for a job. Wish I was younger and closer." Shorty's come from Cumbraen. I've been contacted for comment. I quite like that idea. The amount of people who turn up for jobs nowadays, they haven't even thought about, looking, smart, having your shoes shiny or something like that, or your nails or your hands clean, your hair nicely combed. Not in my case. But, for other people, you've got to make the effort, haven't you? You're looking for the best possible person. A cheeky compass jellyfish, perfect place to look like a swimmer's head. This is on the Cornish coast. Even on the Cornish coast, they've got jellyfish. Huge. Do I remember my job interview to work at LBC? Yeah. They took me to the pub. Seriously, just round the corner. And we were just sitting there chatting about little bits and pieces. Then at the end, he said, when can you start? I said, we've had the job interview, have we? I was quite surprised. I thought, I'd have to jump through hoops and stuff like that. No, I just had a couple of lemonades. Shandy. And I didn't drink shandy at all. Made that bit up to make me sound a bit more exciting and butch. And I remember sort of thinking, well, that's a bit of an odd way to conduct an interview. And literally within 2 hours, I had bookings coming in to newsread on LBC. So, it didn't have to show any... They didn't even ask about qualifications. Didn't even mention, do you have any A-levels, O-levels, GCSEs? Nothing. I didn't have any either. So I didn't have a tryout either. In fact, before UBN finished, I was working on LBC reading the news. On to UBN, because we used to take the IRN news. It was all most bizarre. And then I was just working in the building. 43 years later, I bet they're probably secretly thinking we should have asked for his qualifications. What have you got? But I didn't have anything. Didn't have anything at all, which was a shame. The hit list... presenters Rochelle and Marvin Humes are a happily married TV couple, but they fear they'd have to split up to take part in their dream game show. They both want to have a go at ITV's The Cube. Oh, God, how bored. Well, the most boring game show under the sun. Have you seen it? With Pip Schofield. Oh, God, it's dull. It seriously is. Marvin said I'd take it so seriously if Roche didn't get that ball in the bucket or didn't jump over the line or, I don't know. I don't know if it's still on. I suppose it must be, really. Can't think of any other reason. And the two British Hollywood stars are such fans of Meet the Richardsons, they're set to appear on the next series. So they became friends with them. And the pair whose identities are being kept secret. I'm not sure about the Richardsons. I don't quite get it. I'm a bit iffy about it. They've started taking it a bit further than it used to be before, and I don't think it works as well for me. I wouldn't go out with you if this or that, and I just prefer some of the other game shows, of which there are a plethora of games. I've never seen so many game shows on the television at the moment. Yeah, I don't mind Tipping Point. Somebody wrote to me a while ago and went, oh, of course, that they fiddled it. I said, no, it's just a giant version of the one that's at the fun fair, and it works because I used to look at it thinking, this is ridiculous. How are these coins still staying there? People say, oh, I bet they're glued there. No, they're not glued there. They don't need to glue them there. I wonder how they set up the machine in the morning, though. That would be interesting to see. Not as bad as the claw machine, which didn't have enough strength in the actual claw to pick something up. So you'd see a mobile phone in there with 50 quid attached to it. Yeah, or a fiver. Or failing that when you were doing hoopla. There's no chance you were ever going to win anything on the hoopla stall because the hoop will only go over the things if it's dropped vertically from the top of it. So, just be warned. Just be warned. But you're doing it for fun, aren't you? Doing it for fun. Apparently, soaring prices have forced hard-up families to use their washing-up liquid as shampoo. We used to do that ages ago. When I was younger, we didn't have shampoo all the time, so we'd use washing-up liquid. Just means you got more bubbles. That was all it was, really. Very interesting. Warren says, are you ready for the 38 degrees next week? Monday, I think. I've got a plan for my day remaining in the air-conditioned bedroom. He says, from the moment I get up to the moment I go to bed. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably be the same. I can't go out in heat like that. Lynn had to go and do something the other day. We got builders round and all the rest of it. And I just couldn't. I said, it's too hot for me. Way too hot. And so it's Monday, which is 35 degrees. Tuesday, Warren, is 36 degrees. 36 degrees. Just let you know it's over 100. Steve, I worked in finance for over 30 years without any formal accountancy qualifications. Just experience, says Jane. Yeah, I mean, there must be loads of people who don't have qualifications. You know, they sort of... Mind you, we've discovered before, have we not, on this programme, doctors working in hospitals... No qualifications. They just turn up with a white coat on and start... I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, they did it a while ago. You said fake doctors. People who, shouldn't be allowed anywhere near people who are ill. But, yeah, it's quite common. Quite common. People who sort of, yes, they turn up. Nobody's going to question. If you see somebody walking around a hospital with a white coat on and a stethoscope round their neck, you're not going to go, excuse me, are you a doctor? They're going to go, no, I sell candy floss. Of course not. Yeah, the clipboard. They're going to be, standing there and sort of get. Yeah, I think that would be fine. Yeah, I mean, it's just come on. Another picture of Dave with his hair that's disappeared. Happy to settle for silver as he kicks back on the boat. It's amazing how much has dropped out since he went to Wimbledon last week. It's almost uncanny, isn't it, really? Because I suspect that the Wimbledon hair was not his. I think it was probably glued on. You get a lot of people like that. Oh, good news about... Will Guyot's mother, wasn't it? That was very good news. We were very pleased about that. Very pleased. And stargazers caught a glimpse of the biggest, brightest supermoon of the year last night. The Buck Moon takes place when our celestial neighbours gets the closest it can do to Earth. So, because it keeps moving about in the night sky. 1 minute it was over there, and then it moved sort of round a bit. And I just remember looking at it thinking, oh, that's interesting. Steve, heard you talking about the City of London Museum the other day and suddenly remembered that I'd done work experience there many years ago. Many years ago. There were 4 of us from Central School of Speech and Drama. Our roles were to dress up as figures from the past and interact with the visitors. I dressed up as Mary Queen of Scots and an ARP warden from World War II. Trouble was, there were so few visitors, we ended up getting really bored and started to muck about and ran around from different eras. Well, it's moving, eras. It's moving down to Smithfield. It's a very, very good museum. I mean, it really is very, very good museum. I quite like it. It's in the Barbican, so they're moving it out of the Barbican, and they've got various things which are going to be taking place. So you must go and have a look before it moves, and then when it moves, you must go and have a look again. Reservoirs sinking to the 25-year low point. Amazing, isn't it? Only in this country. We have not yet learned how to conserve water. As I said to you before, in Vegas... They've got loads of water. They've got a reservoir full of the stuff. How can they hang on to it and we can't? Because we're idiots. Their lakes, apparently, are very low. So, yeah, well, they do keep finding bodies, but mainly in drums, oil drums. Because that's what the mafia did with people. They sort of concreted you into a bin, and then they threw you over the side of a boat. So they keep finding people now. As the levels go down, they go... Oh, another one. We found another one. In fact, if you watch The Godfather, you'll see loads of people losing their lives. Don't want to upset the Godfathers. Sri Lanka's president has fled to the Maldives as thousands protest over the economic crisis. And Samo Farah says he's relieved the Home Office won't take action against him after he was revealed he was trafficked into the UK as a child. And holiday hotspots in Spain could introduce a tourist tax next year. Several capitals in Andalusia, always love that, Andalusia, sounds so good, want to adopt the fee which would see British holidaymakers pay an extra charge for every night they spend in a hotel. Apparently, some Spanish cities already have a tax. Barcelona charged tourists £3.50 or €350 per person per night. Sources in Seville say their tax would not exceed €2 per overnight stay. It's a good way of getting money in, isn't it? Perhaps we should do it over here. Well, second thoughts, maybe not. Maybe not. And the investigation in the Mirror today, the plastic waste that is killing sea turtles. They managed to make it till, reasonably, adulthood. And this Turkish beach is the worst in the Med for deadly pollution. It gets its face stuck into a polythene bag and it can't get rid of it. So it basically suffocates. And then they get washed up on the beach, which is not so good. So here they are, last year's winners of Love Island, Millie Court and Liam Reardon, won the £50,000 prize, but they've called time on their relationship. Of course they have. They've got nothing in common with each other. They sat on an island in a fake villa, coming up with sort of garbage, basically. And apparently only two couples who won the show are still together. Only two couples. They both said they were gutted the relationship finished, but wished each other nothing but the best. And chorus, nothing will ever take away from us the amazing experience we shared in Love Island in the past year. Because I have to say that. You know why? Because if one of them goes, I can't stand her, she's an absolute bloody nightmare, they wouldn't get any work. And they've got to make sure they're going to get some work. So it's another two people out on the marketplace looking for work. But, of course, they don't contribute anything at all to any programmes they've ever been on. Like somebody the other day was talking about Gemma Collins, saying she's made £5 million and she made £2.5 million last year. And I thought, well, through doing nothing, how does that work? And apparently she's got her clothing line and she advertises crisps. Very unwise. 5:15.
Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. A mum of two died the other day after a home blaze. Why? Because apparently her child was playing with a cigarette lighter and set fire to a teddy bear, which spread like wildfire. It really is. Firefighters managed to pull her from the property in the Rhondda Valley, but she was pronounced dead. They originally questioned the boyfriend, but the investigation was dropped after one of the children in the property admitted starting the fire. They'd set fire to their teddy bear, and what do you do? Keep lighters away from children, I suppose, would be the answer. But that's quite frightening, isn't it, really? A tragic accident. The mum was only 28, staying at the house, trapped by the blaze. They got her out, but it was too late. Apparently, one of the neighbours said the child had told a family member that they had set fire to the teddy bear. Because teddy bears nowadays, if you buy them from markets and things, you've got to be very careful whether they're fireproof or not. Because most teddies are stuffed with, well, in fact, my old teddy used to be stuffed with straw. Literally straw inside him, because he kind of fell apart, actually, a long time ago. But, and his sort of, yeah, I've still got him. That little squeak was inside. It was a little, paper thing. And when you turned it upside down, it sort of pushed air into it and then flipped it over and going, yeah. I could take it to the repair shop, couldn't I? But I can't bear the repair shop. I really can't. It's like Jay Blades is copying that woman on the television where they go and pick something up from a tip and then they get somebody else to repair it. It's an identical rip-off of the programme. It really is annoying. Very annoying. I don't like it when people sort of copy other people's programme ideas, but it only goes to prove the BBC have got nothing. They must be going, what can we give Jay Blades? Oh, I know, we'll give him that programme that's being used on ITV. And so that's what they've done. That's what they've done. Union chiefs called for all workers to down tools at 30 degrees. We used to have a thing years ago, and I don't know whether or not it was ever adhered to or accurate, but if the temperature hit a certain peak, you didn't have to work because it was too hot. I don't think it was a myth, no. I'm pretty certain there was a thing that they sort of didn't want you working in the heat in the shop, and we used to go and breathe on the thermometer to try and push the temperature up a little bit. Yeah. What are your rights if you think it's too hot to work? Apparently, temperatures said to hit the high mid-30s. Although millions have the benefit, there are rules surrounding minimum working temperatures in the UK, but no laws for maximum temperatures. Oh, dear. I don't like the sound of that. What if it's too hot to work? You have no legal right to say it's too hot to work, although that doesn't mean you can't tell your boss this, and they may want to listen. Wow. They're funny. But honestly, I mean, if you've got people dropping like flies. You know, can you imagine if you're working in a place where it's really, really boiling hot? That must be a nightmare. Mind you, I'm quite envious. I saw a picture a second ago of some people sitting on a beach in deck chairs with their feet in the sand, because the sand was always quite cool under the surface. And if you found a bit of water, it was even better. And so people would dig their feet into the sand. I used to love doing stuff like that. ABBA's Bjorn finds love again. This is less than 5 months after he split from his wife of 41 years. The Swedish hitmaker, who's 77, is now dating Christina Sass, who's 3 decades his junior. 30 years. We think he dyes his beard. Oh, they all do it, don't they? Everybody does. Of course they do. It makes him look... He's 77. He looks amazing. Oh, you think it's obvious? Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But listen, I mean, for 77, he looks great. There's no wrinkle. Mind you, he looks better than she does, which is good. But he'd been married for 41 years. The wife will not lose out. She'll not lose out. She'll have loads of money. What's he worth? Oh, God, hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions of pounds. Would you not think so? I would think so. Lot of money. And, so the new strike hit the rail users. He's obviously got a bit quiet, hasn't he? But we'll find out later on today what they hope to achieve. And the answer is not. How much is he worth? 300 million? Oh, he's got to be worth more than 300 million. Bjorn is. He's got to be worth more than 300. I would think so. So there's, well, yeah, only the boys wrote, though, didn't they? The girls never wrote. I was sick and tired of everything when I saw you last night in Glasgow. Like a super trooper. You have to go through the song in your mind to work out what it was. I thought the film was great. A lot of people said, oh, it's really a women's song, but I didn't think so. I thought it was great for everybody. You could just sort of join in and sing along. They were very easy sing-along tunes, which were quite nice. Rod Liddell, in his column today, talking about that stupid festival in Pamplona. Maddened bulls running through the centre of the town, macho blokes taunting them. Some got gored for their troubles, although it's never enough in my book. Spain's a very pleasant country, with the treatment of animals is abhorrent, which is why I will never go there. It is bad, actually. I mean, sometimes the bulls fall over and they get sort of pounced on by members of the pub. They just basically try and sort of wind them all up, which isn't so good. So we've got the missing pet. There is a story about a DJ, but I don't want to bring it to you. And messy divorce from James Stunt, played out like a Hollywood film script. Now billionaire Formula One heiress Petra Eccleston could be about to put her a dampener on the wedding to recruit company boss Sam Palmer this weekend, because they are filthy rich. You know, Bernie's worth about £2 billion, which is quite nice. You know, you can cope. I could cope with £2 billion. You don't find many people with £2 billion nowadays. And if you do, I've never met them. John says, I didn't go to college. All I did was CSEs at school. And when I left, I got a job in a large advertising agency. I went there for a trial period of 6 weeks and was there for 16 years. I reckon I got the job because of my jolly personality. A lot of jobs went personality over qualifications. Yes, that is true, actually. It's if you fit in. It's if you fit in. It's no good having somebody who might be really, really qualified, but they're sort of deeply unpleasant to work with. So that it's people skills. You've got, you know, that fits in, you know, much more than anything else, I think. Oh dear, no, decide. Some very odd stories in the papers today. And Gemma Owen left the villa for a beach date with her beau. He's a fishmonger. Do you seriously think her parents are going to go for a fishmonger? I don't think so. And that's about it, actually. Apart from Adam Collard was house hunting with his girlfriend. Then the call came to return to the TV villa, so he dumped her. They're very fickle. Very fickle. On TV, he's cracking on with paramedic Paige Thorne. And until he gets outside, he's got to keep it going because he's got to convince you that it's a serious relationship, but it's not. That's the trouble, isn't it? People think it is. After Davina McCall backed out of hosting Channel 4's Changing Rooms reboot, Anna Richardson has now quit the show. She hosted the return of the interior design favourite, but like Davina, who was initially wanted to host, Anna says that the filming commitments mean she can't do this summer's follow-up series. So they've got to try various other people. I think the ratings were not so good either. Didn't really help, actually. Doesn't Anna Richardson, doesn't she do Naked Attraction? Is that Anna Richardson? Oh, it's a different one. Good Lord, how many are there? I did watch that the other day. It's amazing how many people don't seem to like each other. They pick them when they're naked, then they go on these dates, and then they sit there when they bring them back in again, and they sit there and they go, so, how'd you get on? All right. Yeah. And you think the moment you've seen somebody with their clothes on, because people look different with clothes on than clothes off. I mean, I know it seems patently obvious, but it is. I mean, some people, you look at them and think, oh, why would you wear that? It's when they tell them what they do for a living. I'm just waiting for one of my next-door neighbours to be exposed on there, which can't be far away. And when the chooser goes out and takes their clothes off, then they sort of have to walk back on again. And then the worst thing is, when you don't get picked at the beginning, they have to walk the walk of shame. The walk of shame, and they walk off with their bum wiggling about all over the place. And they sort of look, it's very odd, isn't it? It's very odd. But then they sort of look at this, and the woman, who's Anna Richardson as well, will be saying things like that. So, what do you think of the Willy? And I'm thinking, well, obviously they all complained, as we told you yesterday, they all complained it's too cold in there, as indeed is patently obvious. And then they had one boy on there. I'm convinced that some of the people who take their clothes off are sort of professional taking your clothes off models. I mean, otherwise, why else would you want to go on television and embarrass yourself? Kevin the Milkman says, most of us at the dairy don't have anything more than a handful of O-levels, but in my job, it's not about qualifications. It's about common sense, like delivering the milk and making sure it's in the shade, or understanding some of the very confused notes our customers leave out. That would be the funny thing. That would be the funny thing, wouldn't it? Leaving out these odd notes. Nick says workers are entitled to increased breaks to drink more fluid and rest and rehydration breaks. Oh, well, I didn't know that bit. Interesting fact of the day, says Perdita. If a statue of a person in the park on a horse has both front legs in the air, the person died in battle. Did you know that? You knew, producer knew that, Perdita. If the horse has one leg in the air, the person died as a result of wounds received in battle. And if the horse has 4 legs on the ground, the person died of natural causes. We're now going to go around checking all these horse statues, aren't we? Thank you, Perdita. I had heard vaguely bits of those, but I hadn't heard all of that at all. And Declan says, when I was a labourer, we had to down tools at 30 degrees because the cement would dry quicker on the outside, so the inside of the cement couldn't dry properly. Oh, can you imagine having to work outside in this heat? Oh, have I ever had an outside job? No, I don't think so, no. Don't think so. Not for years and years and years. No, I've never had an outside job. Yeah, Ricky. No, I've never. No, have you had an outside job? Oh, look, there's somebody there. Died of natural causes, King George IV. Because the horse has got all 4 legs on the ground. There's got to be something that disproves that, hasn't there? I think so, definitely. And Steve, I used to think the ABBA Super Trooper lyric was, I was sick and tired of everything when I called you last night from Tesco's. Yes, I suppose you could be. I was sick and tired of everything when I called you last night from Tesco. I suppose it could be, actually. Could be. Thank you very much indeed. 5:30.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
On LBC, text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 27 minutes to 6, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. So do the Love Island chiefs care about anything but ratings? And the answer is no. They're making a television programme, unfortunately. And it's a bit embarrassing, really, for Katie Hind, the consultant editor of Show Business. That's what TV programmes are there for. They're not there to worry about, anything. They have to be seen to have a care of duty. But at the end of the day, they're making a television programme. Don't get the ratings, it doesn't get recommissioned. It's as simple as that. So what they've done now is they've brought back somebody who used to be on the programme, who was a bit of a troublemaker before, and somebody has now told his partner, Paige Thorne, is a guy called Jacques O'Neill, he's decided to leave the show. Now, presumably his agent's going, don't leave the show, please, because that's what happens. Once you leave the show, you could disappear completely. And before the current series, ITV released a plan to further improve mental health support, because they really need to check people very carefully. If you're going to put somebody on the television and expose them to the public glare of, I'm tempted to use the time-honoured phrase Fleet Street, but we know it's not in Fleet Street anymore. But that's what happens. The newspapers will sort of find out about somebody. They'll find out what they've done, whether they've been to prison, whether they've done this, whether they've done that. And they obviously don't vet people enough on a show that could bring back a troublemaker. In fact, all of the mental health departments have sort of said you shouldn't be bringing him back. He's there to cause trouble because they're trying to spice it up. And so ITV have now been accused of turning a blind eye to the mental health struggles after it aired scenes of him crying uncontrollably. Now, to be honest with you, if you're crying uncontrollably on a TV programme, you shouldn't even have got to that stage. It's like sort of somebody coming, and we've seen it before. I mean, I was reading a story. I can't tell you anything about it because it's in court. But the well-known person who's in court at the moment has been sobbing uncontrollably because obviously a lot more people than we imagine have got mental health issues. And so, in this one here, Love Island fans were furious that bosses orchestrated a situation that led to Mr. O'Neill being so upset, especially as the network has been under so much scrutiny over its duty of care. Because we've had people before who have taken their own lives linked to it. And you think to yourself, it's the glare of what's going on in the outside world about them on the inside. And I heard one of them saying the other day, of course, when I get out into the real world, and I'm thinking, but you're in the real world. And I thought, no, you probably think you're not in the real world at all. So it's very embarrassing. A spokesman said, this is for the programme, ITV declined to comment on whether it was aware that Mr. O'Neill has ADHD. He claims he's had it since he was 9. Well, then why on earth has he been put on a television programme? They've said welfare and duty of care towards our contributors is our primary concern. We have dedicated welfare producers and psychological support on hand at all times who monitor and regularly speak to all of the islanders in private and off camera. Well, obviously not. Obviously not. He's slipped through the net. So do they care about anything but the ratings? It would appear not. It would appear not. It's very embarrassing, really, that you sort of think to yourself, these people are exposed to the full glare of publicity. Newspapers, and if they run the course, there'll be people watching them, finding out what they talk about, finding out what they do, if you cheat on your partner, everything. Everything. You have no secrets. And if there's something in your life that you want to keep secret, forget it. Because they aren't prepared, any of these people, for all the scrutiny. And the fact that your friends will sell you down the river, because the newspapers would go to them and say, oh, right, so have you got a good story for us? Oh, they do drugs. Great. We'll pay you £1,000 if you tell us the story about them doing drugs. Because I had a producer a little while ago, and he was in a bar where somebody who had come off a reality show was in there, and he was doing cocaine. This particular person, he was going into the toilet, excuse me, and doing cocaine. And I thought, if my producer chose to do so, he could go to the papers and go, listen, this person, because they all seem to do it. Not everybody, obviously, but there's certainly a fair amount of people. And I don't think on radio you have a life of fame at all. It's just you just get on and do it. Some people go into radio to try and be famous. But to be honest with you, there's always a downside to fame, isn't there? There used to be a programme on the television called Fame, and they said, fame, is here. This is where it's done, and this is where you start paying. Because if you've got anything in your life, and you get people who go on X Factor, and you get people who've been on Britain's Got Talent and things like that, and they turn out to be attention seekers. There's something the matter with them, and they shouldn't be on there. I mean, some of these people literally must have mental health issues, because I've seen people on there, and they had one boy on there, and he told the audience to shut up. And this is after he'd come back. He'd been on there before, but he couldn't sing. He was flat as a pancake. And he said, yeah, but you don't know what you're talking about and all that. We had all of this baloney. And I'm thinking, what have you put him on television for? He should have been weeded out in the interim auditions and got rid of, because he's an idiot. Absolute idiot. All the judges are doing is telling you, the hard fact. You can't hold a note. But that's what early X Factor was. It was full of people just like that. And they were padding it out, and they go, what's the dream? Want to be famous, yeah. And half of them were idiots. And they would put them on there, and we'd all look at them, and then they would cut to the audience going, a bit like Gogglebox all over again. But they were sort of doing it thinking, oh my goodness, these people are really stupid. And then they started arguing from the stage. They would argue with the audience. And I thought, you shouldn't be on this show. You're too stupid. You need to go and get some help and go and find a proper job. But they want to be famous. It's this strange world called fame, and then you get it, and then some people don't want it because they suddenly realise that you've got no privacy, you've got nothing. You look out your window and there's press photographers sitting in cars, waiting for you to come outside. No, never happened to me. Heavens above, can you imagine? Perish the thought. What, leaving the building and there being photographers for me? Good Lord above. Definitely not. An IVF pioneer. This is Lord Winston. His daughter used to work for LBC, actually. Lord Robert Winston. And he says you can't change your sex. But I thought you could. I mean, you can do certain bits. You can change the physicality, but you can't change the inner bits. You can't make a man into a woman unless it's just the physical bits, but your insides remain as a man. You're not going to give birth to anybody, are you? If you're a man. Well, you think you can? Oh, God. Well, maybe in the future you might better do it, but you certainly can't do it at the moment. Definitely not. What have we got? Midges losing the Highland sting. Don't go to the Black Forest over in Germany. In the middle of summer, midges you get bitten to pieces. It's absolutely dreadful. I can remember thinking, that'll be really quite nice. That'll be really quite nice. But we don't get them. But apparently in the Scottish Highlands each summer, the hot weather's been keeping the midges numbers down. Last summer was the worst on record. Swarms of midges, and Scotland's tourist industry feared it could lose millions of pounds. So they used to, death, taxes and midgets. Midges, they used to say. Midgets. Imagine. But no, it's apparently really, really bad. They go out there into the Highlands, and you look at somebody's hand, there is their hand, they're holding it, and it's covered in midges. Have you seen the pictures? Horrible. I've seen a thing that was, what was it? It was a fan advertised the other day, and they put their hand in it, and it was covered in midges, and then this fan kills them all off. I used to have one of those purple lights. Do you know, you find them in butchers and fishmongers and everything else, and it's if a fly goes into it, it goes... Zzz. Yeah, well, I don't know whether they were halogen, but they used to have this sort of electric plate in there, and sometimes they worked and sometimes they didn't work. But whatever it was, you have to try and keep midges and things like that, and wasps and everything else. But sometimes the wasps used to escape. You'd think that the wasps would go in there and it would be really quite dangerous for them. But, they used to pretend. Oh, we've been hurt, Steve. They hadn't. Bruce Oldfield. The British fashion designer has dressed Diana, Princess of Wales, Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall and Sophie, Countess of Wessex. He said, if you want a glitzy bodycon dress, I'm not your boy. When we made a dress for Kim Kardashian, the American press wrote that I turned Kim into a princess. Brought up in a Dr. Bernardo's home, he became a vice president of the charity. And Bruce Oldfield is 72 today. He's got a little shop down Beecham Place. I'm pretty certain, well, he certainly was there. And so happy birthday to him today. And Maxine Peake, who played Twinkle in Victoria Wood's sitcom Dinner Ladies. She's 48 today. Do you remember Dinner Ladies? Did you? Yeah, 48. You were going to say that. Of course you were. No, you weren't. And honestly, he always tells fibs about this. Also, Rees-Mogg, Lord William, died in 2012, the Bristol-born ex-chairman of the Arts Council and father of Jacob. Edited The Time for 14 years, The Times. Best remembered for an editorial in which he defended Mick Jagger after the Rolling Stones singer arrest for possession of cannabis. It was headlined, "Who Breaks a Butterfly on a Wheel?" Very cryptic, isn't it? I hope you got that. You probably didn't. But anyway, so that was there. And also, in 1972, on this day, the BBC is risking a row by reviving cash prizes in the new quiz show 3 in a Row to be aired on radios 1 and 2. The corporation had discouraged cash prizes for years, fearing they would make it seem licence money was being given away. Well, it was. That's exactly what it was. Fancy having cash prizes. I mean, they weren't really normal, were they, on radio? We used to have it. We used to have cash prizes on LBC. You could win sort of money, and then they had other things that you could win as well. But no, I mean, in the early days, they weren't. I mean, game shows used to give away cars, caravans, money. They used to give away money. In fact, on The Price is Right with Brucey, although dishwashers and stereo. Dishwasher was considered a really, really good prize to get. The reason being, not many people had dishwashers. Everybody had stereos, but it was quite nice to get some new ones. But to actually get... I haven't got what? No, I don't have a dishwasher. Well, it's not worth it for one person. A dishwasher for one person. Have you got one? You've got a dishwasher for one person? Oh, right. Fancy having a dishwasher? Oh, right. Oh, it's already in the place. Yeah, what would you do with the dishwasher? I just throw the plate away. Throw the plate away. I do that with everything. Throw the cup away, throw it away. I don't have anything. I'm into the disposable world. The easier it is, the better. Do I have real knives and forks? What do you think? I've got plastic. No, of course I haven't. I have real knives and forks. But I do throw them away, though. And mugs as well. Cups. I get them from Costco. They come in 200 packs. They're the red ones. They look like coffee mugs. And I use those for all my hot drinks and cold drinks and everything else. Who wants to wash things up? It's boring. Got better things to do than stand in front of the sink. Thank you very much indeed. 5:45 is the time. Let's get the LBC Travel with Anne-Marie Walsh.
Thanks, Steve.
Morning, nice to have you company. Do you know Ramesh Ranganathan has been married for 13 years? 13? You knew that? You're just fibbing left, right and centre, aren't you? This is the producer again. He said he still worries about being given the brush off by his wife, Lisa. The maddest thing is, he said, I still experience rejection in my marriage. I'm not talking about sexual rejection. That's something I don't even ask now. He said, but I'm talking about going out for lunch, like date rejection. Date rejection? I've never heard of that. Date rejection. So it's like going out with somebody then going, should we go out for lunch? No? Oh, okay. She obviously doesn't like me at all. He said, I get sort of nervous about if I've got a lunchtime free, just saying to Lisa, I was wondering if maybe you'd like to go out with me. This is after 13 years being married. Still people get insecure about it. Pete the Pool Man says, first pool service this morning, Cobham in Surrey. Can you guess the heating setting? 34 degrees, boiler flat out. It's like a bath. Yes, I've been in temperatures like that before. And Paul in sunny Wiltshire said, when I was a guardsman standing outside Her Majesty's residence in this weather, it was horrific. Instead of 2 hours, we just stood there for an hour. Oh, it's ghastly. Ghastly. You've got your hat on and everything else, and you stand there, and then those bearskins, they're very unrelenting in this weather. Unrelenting. I love it when you get the Americans who go down there, especially at Windsor Castle, and they try and get next to the guardsmen and make them laugh. I've seen that a few times on YouTube. And the guardsmen, sometimes they get very angry with them. And, people sort of stand in front of them and do different bits and pieces. And you think, you can't do that. They will basically shoot you. You have to be very careful. There was one the other day. They do shout, yes. And also they do knock them over. I saw one that was knocked over a short while ago at the Tower of London. They had kids standing in front and the guardsman just literally flattened him. It's a case of you don't mess about with them, but they're a bit stupid. You know what they're like. We do like tourists here. We're open Monday through Friday, half day on Saturday. Jonathan says, good show as always, Steve. Oh, look, there's one of the guardsmen. I like it. Did you see the one at Windsor Castle where they get a little boy to dress up as a guardsman? He's only little, he's only tiny, and they get him to sort of dress up, and he does the salute and everything else. It's ever so cute. Kids look very cute. It's like sometimes I'll see kids, going down the street dressed as Spider-Man or something like that, and you think to yourself, you know, or girls going down the street dressed as princesses. Mind you, some of them are princesses, but they sort of I always look at them and I always smile. Don't know why. What's your take, Steve? Says Jonathan, on the whole Boris stuff last week, and who do you think wants to be the next Prime Minister? Well, if they've got half a brain cell, nobody wants to be the next Prime Minister because they're going to loathe you. Absolutely. I don't think we've had a Prime Minister yet who has not been hated. It doesn't matter who it is. It matters not from which side of the house they are taken. Nobody likes them. No, Churchill was not liked. Churchill was not liked at all. He was thrown out, yes. And also, I told you, when they did his funeral, you know, all the cranes bow down to him, which looked very beautiful. They had to be paid to do it. They didn't like him at all. Yeah, my mum cried when he died. Yeah, because I think the British public liked him, but other people didn't like Churchill. But the crane drivers were supposed to move the cranes down. They said, no, we're not going to. So they gave them money to make them change. Oh, that's Windsor Castle. I know Windsor Castle very well. I mean, they must swelter in some of these coats. Look at this little boy. Look at him. Look at his. We're watching this little kid, and he's saluting the guardsman. Bless his heart. His mum and dad have dressed him up, and yeah, it must break your heart, mustn't it? Isn't that absolute? Look, he's just standing there, and they've made him salute. Look, it's just so cute. That is just so amazing. I mean, the guardsman doesn't really know what to say. He walks back inside. He probably goes, you won't believe what's just happened. This little kid who's dressed up as a guardsman. And I thought that was cute. You don't get many cute things nowadays, you know. Kids don't get good press, unfortunately. But that little boy did. It was very sweet. Do you know we are the joint worst major European country for flight cancellations? What all surprise. They cancel them left, right and centre, don't they? Have you ever sat there and had a naked picture of yourself taken? The answer is I haven't. But there's a sales assistant here who's married to Stephen, a sales director. They've got 2 children, 23 and 15. They live in South Staffordshire. She says, I'm constantly criticising my body. I wish I was more toned. I've got cellulite on my legs and things like that. That's something that men don't get. We don't get... Well, I don't think we get cellulite. I don't know, the producer looks a bit dodgy. He might be one of those people. But she said people have made comments in the past about my chunky thighs or big bottom. Well, I mean, I don't know what you can do about chunky thighs. I don't know if there's something you can do and you sort of... I mean, some people are just thin and some people aren't thin. It's as simple as that. Once you get cellulite, I think you're stuck with it. That's what I think, but I'm only sort of guessing. I might be completely wrong. And nice one here from Phil. He says, thought you'd like to see my basket pots and boxes watered twice daily and given Tomorite every weekend. Lovely. Makes such a difference, doesn't it, Phil? Such a difference. He said, this is my front bit. I like that. That would appeal to me. As you notice, I put some pictures of my flowers up on my Twitter feed at Steve Allen Show. And they're up there. Do you not see them? Oh, they're very nice. It's very difficult to try and take pictures when you've got so much is burdening out of all the... I mean, it really is. It's very embarrassing. Sort of so many things. And there you go. There you go. There's some of my walls. Top right hand. There, look. I mean, they're just... Loads of them. They've just gone absolutely berserk. They're very pretty, aren't they? Paul Fear, my friend, says the great Pete Murray's tip, Tomorite. Tomorite is the great Pete Murray tip. He was the one who told me about Tomorite years and years ago. And my brother bought me 6 bottles of it a short while ago, which is lovely. And you just add a splash to a watering can. So I drench them, and then go round with the watering can, adding the Tomorite in the water. And they love it. Steve says, Jane, a little bit of rain in West Yorkshire. Oh, don't say that to us. We want a bit of rain. We definitely want a bit. I mean, just to sort of basically make it a little bit better, you know, to take away the heat. But the trouble is, if you've got really, really bad heat and then you get a bit of rain, what happens is after the rain stops, it comes back with a vengeance. You know, it's really too much. A new excavation has uncovered a skeleton and the shattered bones of fallen British soldiers. This is the horror of the Battle of Waterloo. Hasty amputations. Because what they've done is the main British field hospital site they've excavated. So they found all sorts of people. And more than... How many people were crammed into 2 square miles of countryside? Would you believe, this is dead people, 200,000 men, 60,000 horses. 60,000 horses. About 50,000 soldiers never left and tens of thousands were wounded. Professor Tony Pollard says, I've been a battlefield archaeologist for 20 years and I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it. As well as amputated arms and legs, musket balls found in the orchard of the farmhouse provide evidence of a little-known French attack on the hospital as the surgeons hacked and sawed at those already wounded. There was no anaesthetics. They just used to give them whiskey. And I think that was enough. You drank a bottle of whiskey or something and then they could start doing it. The bodies were disposed of naked, meaning that buttons or regimental insignia were not present. Jumping to conclusions is a risky business until we've done the basic analysis. Isn't it amazing, the stuff that they actually find nowadays? And they're still finding stuff. It's not like they're not finding it. Even in the pyramids, they're still finding stuff. Actually, that was a question on the television the other day. It was on the... Who Wants to Be no, it wasn't. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Yes, would it be that? I don't know. Anyway, and the question was, which of the 7 wonders of the world is still visible? And so, of course, I went through Hanging Gardens of Babylon, you know, and do you know what it was? It was so simple. I wish I'd known the answer to start with. I shall remember in future. The pyramids. The pyramids were one of the... You knew that, did you? You really are getting worse. Yeah, because we've worked the pyramids. And they still keep discovering things about the pyramids. You can go inside the pyramids, you know, if you so desire. They put walkways in and everything else. And, there was the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. There was the lighthouse at Alexandria, Colossus of Rhodes. The statue of Zeus, I think, was at Olympia. I didn't remember the museum at Halicarnassus. The mausoleum. I didn't remember that. And I remember the temple at Artemis. Those were the 7 wonders. I'd love to have seen the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, wouldn't you? But the pyramids are still there. And also Colossus of Rhodes. It was a lighthouse with a proper flame at the top. It was none of this electricity malarkey. The other day, Steve... says Stuart, you mentioned Cordings gentleman's shop, and ladies, I believe, on Piccadilly. They relocated to the old Mantana shop on Jermyn Street a couple of years ago. It's a modern shop, but nowhere near as much character as the old shop on Piccadilly. Well, the old shop on Piccadilly is still there, trading as Cordings. Still there. In fact, it closed a little bit during the pandemic, but it's open and thriving. Thriving, absolutely. So that shop is still there. I pass it every single day. The former Studio 54 owner has died at Dignitas. That was Mark Fleischmann. It was very famous, Studio 54, in New York. It was the disco era, and it was just decadent. It was a bit like going to the Reeperbahn. You know, Germany and places like that. The Studio 54 had everybody in it. It was considered the height of decadence, and it would be packed out. Everybody would go there. Andy Warhol, Liza Minnelli, Bianca Jagger, you know, Tom Ford, Marc Jacobs. I mean, everybody used to go there. But in fact, Mark Fleischmann, has died by assisted suicide in Switzerland. He previously said he wanted to end his life because he was in constant pain. He was only 82. Only 82, but the place was famous. I never went, obviously, because it's long finished. Long before my time, but I remember it being very, very famous. Very, very famous. What else we got? The Rockstar Planets, Thrilling Scientists. This is the Webb Telescope. Amazing, isn't it? Everybody was talking about it the other day. Absolutely beautiful. And further fears of job cuts as the BBC News Channel disappears. Well, they've just maligned it with something other. There weren't many job cuts. They don't do things like that. They like wasting money. I mean, the BBC has spent 125 million on payoffs in 2 years. Of course they can't, because you're paying for it. I don't think we should actually be allowed to have to pay any more. I don't want to pay for the television licence fee. Perhaps I'll do something else, actually. I don't know why. A row over Dr. Zhivago souring the writer's bestseller, and it's over plagiarism. I did like Dr. Zhivago, but the thing I always remember is we thought it was set in Russia, but of course it was filmed in Spain, and all the snow was fake. What a disappointment.
On your radio. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's Conversation with Steve Allen.
The good news is, after our disappointment the other day when the ice cream arrived, we wasn't allowed into the building. Today it's arriving back again, courtesy of Ian. Thank you very much indeed. We're very pleased. I thought he was going to be put off by not delivering to us anymore. We weren't sure we could survive. Mind you, I need it this morning because it's, it might soothe the throat a little bit. Ice cream is very good because when you're in hospital, they give you ice creams. A little tub of ice cream soothes the throat. When I was in hospital, it basically shuts me up. When I was in hospital, I had ice lollies, but they were proper ice lollies, not sort of all the different... Because when you look at the back of an ice lolly and you look at what's in it, you think, blimey, some very odd things in it. Whereas these were just pure water ice, flavoured with different little bits and pieces, and very nice they were too. Former Emmerdale star Adam Thomas has hinted he'll be starring in the next series of Strictly. He played Adam Barton on the soap. He said, "Bring it all on. I love a bit of glitz and glam." He said he joked about wanting to experience the Strictly curse. He says, "Once I've had a drink, I do believe I'm the best dancer in the world." Now, was Adam the one who was picked on by Roxanne Pallett? Because I know he has a twin brother, but I can't remember if it was Adam Thomas who was the one who Roxanne... It's the brother Ryan. That's right. They're both identical. Well, they look identical to me. But there again, my eyesight's rubbish. But he was the brother Ryan was picked on by Roxanne Pallett, and she lied. Nasty little piece of work. So he could be starring in the next series of Strictly. I love so they haven't said he is starring in it. He said he likes a bit of glitz and glamour. Well, I like a bit of glitz and glamour, and I'm not starring in it. Oh, I don't know, though. I could do, couldn't I? Pub chain JD Wetherspoons has warned of £30 million losses for the year to the end of July. It blamed a wages hike and spending on repairs and marketing. Isn't it funny? You never get things like that. You get the railways going on strike and the train drivers and all the other bits and pieces. You don't find somebody who works in JD Wetherspoons going, OK, we're all out on strike now. You don't get that, do you? It's like here. I can't imagine if anybody said to me, OK, Steve, we're all going out on strike. What for? Why would you? We did used to have a history of striking, yes, but only because it was a closed NUJ shop. That was the only problem, and they seemed to like bringing people out. So we spent a lot of time standing in Gough Square. For all the radio journos, yeah. I mean, not everybody was in the union, but we were a closed shop at LBC. So if one of the little radio stations had a dispute, we came out in sympathy. I never understood why. Nothing to do with us. But I can remember that there's a very famous bit of Douglas Cameron having to do the show in Gough Square outside from the radio car because there was nobody to drive the desk downstairs, and he was coming in and you can hear him going, "Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you." Yeah, you said braziers outside and everything. You know, the burning oil drums and all the rest of it. Oh, yes. Great history. Sharks responsible for 2 fatal attacks may have done so because they were sex-crazed. Not having to deal with sex-crazed sharks as well now, and protective of their eggs. In Egypt, 2 women were killed in the water within 600 metres because it's sharks in the mating season behave more violently. Yet I've seen footage of people swimming with sharks and running their hands over their bodies and turning them over and everything else. Admittedly, they've lost their arms and their legs, but I mean, apart from that, seriously, I mean, you can always send sharks to sleep. Caressing sharks. I think people automatically assume that sharks are going to attack, which they don't a lot of the time. And this is people swimming with sharks and touching them and running their hands along. They did it with whales. I've seen them doing it with orcas, and you know how vicious they are. Nasty little pieces of work. But no, sharks, and they sort of feed them as well. They get. Some people go down in cages. I always think that's tempting fate. And look. These are sharks, and they're swimming around the people down there. These are sharks. These things, if they bit you, the blood would then attract all the other sharks. They're very friendly, aren't they? Perhaps they just want to talk to us. I don't think I'd be doing that anytime soon. Yes. But it's amazing, isn't it? That there's all these things in the air. What would happen if a great white came along? Have you seen great whites? So look at me. This is a load of sharks around a lot of people, and they're feeding them. And they seem to be okay about it. They are. Somebody just went, woo! And that was the last words they ever spoke. Woohoo! Sorry, I don't know why. Nothing funny about that. Bungling education chiefs have lost examination papers. That was always my dream, because I was so rubbish at examinations. They've given pupils the wrong marks. This is the SATs papers. And so Mr. Whiteman, who represents 45,000 members, says, as things stand, the government's unable to tell us just how many children have been given incorrect marks for their SATs this year. Well, they probably don't know. People don't know these sort of things. But it's quite... I just used to hate exams. You know, when you go there and you'd all sit in the gymnasium at school. Do you know? No? Oh, right, just me again. And they go, right, this paper is 1 hour, 45 minutes. And the time starts now. And then there'll be silence as you can turn over they say you can turn over your papers now. I used to have all the answers written on elastoplast and everything. I didn't mess around. But did you always finish really quickly? Well, I worked on the assumption. A friend of mine, he said he did that driving course, where you do it on your computer. If you've been a naughty boy and you've been speeding or something like that. He said it was the most boring 3 hours of his entire life. He said at one point, they go, and because they can see you on their screen, so you're not allowed anybody else in the room. There were 8 of them. He said, and you can see them all there, and nobody can come in. It's exam conditions. And then they go, okay, whoever the person happens to be, Pussycat Willem or whoever, and they go, what was the answer to the last question? And of course, he didn't know the answer. He said, I don't know. Asking me for. Then they tell you if you pass at the end of it. Most ghastly thing. But you can go and you can have it in a room. You don't have to do it on the internet, which was good. Steve. It's £3.15 for a Costa at Cobham Garage. Made up for the loss by taking loads of chocolate, dust, wooden stirrers and sugar. I'm one of those who takes the soap, shampoo and cream when leaving a hotel, says Pete. Oh, God. Steve, on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, they send a researcher to the phone, a friend, to make sure they're not Googling the answer. Well, they don't know who they're calling, do they? I didn't think... Yeah, they have they send somebody to every single one of the people on the list. They can't do that, no. I mean, I don't think anybody would cheat on it. There was a bloke the other day, and would they? Well, apart from that coughing major, ghastly pair they were, weren't they? Ugh, old baggages, definitely. We didn't like it. Lily James says her portrayal of Pamela Anderson in a TV series about her sex tape was born out of rage at how society treated her. Yes, we've all seen that. Haven't we? Oh, probably just me again. Really bizarre. Steve, Anita from Tooting says, I went to Rhodes in the early 90s for a holiday when I was a teen. The only thing that was Colossus was my hangover. Oh, I know. Well, I don't know, actually. I mean, I don't think I ever got drunk on a holiday abroad. I really didn't. I don't get hangovers, no, not really. Well, not for a long time. I've given up long before that. I just want to go to bed. That's all it is. People say, oh, have you got a hangover? I remember working in nightclubs and people would get so hammered they'd be sick. And then they'd just carry on drinking again. And I used to think, oh, no, definitely not. Steve, I've just looked at your plants on Twitter. They look amazing. I've been using Tomerite on my plants the last 2 summers on your recommendation. And I can honestly say they've never grown better. And the plants themselves last longer through to the end of summer, much better than Miracle Grow. Yes, it's cheaper than Miracle Grow. Miracle Grow works the same way, but it doesn't have as much potassium in it. Your wannabe Groovy Gang member, Brit in Nottingham. And Steve, says Moray, Graham P. Jolly was live on television last night. He was brilliant. A member of the Inner Magic Circle. Yes. I've used Graham for a few of my shows because my audience absolutely love him. Absolutely love him. I am also a member of the Inner Magic Circle, which is nice. And Steve, did you ever have any dealings with Radio Caroline, says Ashley? No, long before my time. I didn't have any dealings with anything like that. I didn't even do hospital radio at all. First radio was UBN, United Biscuits Network. I didn't do the hospital radios. I did a series on hospital radios. When I started at LBC, I did a series. I went round to all the different hospitals from Whipps Cross to Great Ormond Street and did features on hospital radio. Just because it's a great place to go to, where you can learn the basic rudiments of what you're supposed to be doing, but nothing beats doing it properly, because once you move into big boys radio, you unfortunately are kind of on a sticky wicket, because you suddenly realise that you stand and fall on your audience figures. no good audience figures three times in a row and you're out. And there's nothing you can do about it. And, of course, anybody else is not going to employ you because they're going to go, wait a minute, you didn't get audience figures last place. So, learn it. But the one thing is on hospital radio, which isn't so brilliant, don't give time checks. Don't give time checks. I had a friend of mine who was giving time. And I said, why are you doing time checks? And he said, well, that's what they do on radio. I said, yeah, but these are people in hospital beds. They don't want to be reminded it's 3 minutes since the last time you spoke to them. So never do time checks, but that's what people do. It's this is, that was, here we go, a time check in the name of the station. But only on breakfast shows you need to give time checks, I think, actually. Steve, I won 32,000, says Tony, on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and they definitely didn't send a researcher to my phone a friend. Yeah, I did the producer. He hears these stories, honestly. I think basically he's had a Christmas cracker. He's opened it up and he said, oh, did you know that they sent a researcher around? Because he always goes, when it was Tarrant, they'd say, OK, who do you want to... I'll call my father, OK? And what's his name? You think they'd know, but they don't know. I don't know how many phone a friends they've got. Probably only 2. But also, you wouldn't... to actually log onto the computer, you'd hear somebody tapping the things and everything else. I mean, the Major just... Yeah, it could do it on their mobile, but most of these people sound a bit doddery and ancient, so they're not going to be... They wouldn't have mobiles anyway. Women say their biggest sex regret is having a one-night stand when they're drunk. Oh, well, there you go, back to Love Island again. Apparently a shocking 34% have hated themselves for having a quickie after knocking back a few drinks. What, kebab? Amazing. Having a quickie. 29% of females polled regretted jumping into bed with a colleague, while 27% were mad about losing their virginity to the wrong person. How old are these people? Losing their virginity to the wrong person. I'm terribly sorry, you're the wrong person. Oh, right, OK. What do we do now? Well, I don't know. I want it back. Giving away things like that, honestly. 6:15 is the time. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
After coming third in the first ballot of the Tory leadership contest, Liz Truss will set out her campaign later. More than 8 million low-income households will start to receive cost of living payments from the government today. Sir Mo Farah's revelation that he was trafficked to the UK is now being investigated by the Metropolitan Police. LBC weather, dry and sunny for many, but some showers in the north, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Anne-Marie Walsh. The M4 in Berkshire is closed both ways. That's for a police investigation at junction 11 for Reading. On the M20 coastbound in Kent, there is a speed restriction in place from junction 8 at Lees Castle towards 9 at Ashford. That's because of Operation Brock. Also in Kent, on the A249, a lane is closed northbound between Kemsley and Queenborough for some emergency repairs. In London, the A23 in Waterloo is closed both ways. That's for a police investigation near to Lambeth Palace Road. And the A77 in South Ayrshire is closed in both directions between Girvan and Turnberry to recover an accident. On the train, ScotRail have a replacement bus service running between Kilmarnock and Troon.
This is LBC.
If your car gets written off, we'll help you stress less. Churchill Insurance will pay you up to £100 for immediate travel expenses, like a taxi home, while we take care of your claim. Oh yes. Chill. Churchill. Car must be undrivable. Comprehensive cover only. Onward travel to one UK destination. Excludes glass-only claims. Payment excludes weekends and bank holidays.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
I'm back, leading Britain's conversation this morning from 7 on LBC.
Bike too small. Football boots a bit battered. Sports kit looking tired. It's time to freshen things up. For the flexible way to shop everything for their new school year, say hello to VeryPay. Choose pay now or over 3 months and pay no interest, or pay later. VeryPay. Nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Search VeryPay. VeryPay credit provided subject to status by Shop Direct Finance Company Limited. 18 plus representative 39.9% APR variable.
First up in today's tour, a modern masterpiece. The new Italian stack from McDonald's. A carefully crafted burger made with 2 delicious beef patties, mozzarella and a splash of rich tomato sauce. An edible work of art. And over here in the collection, the exquisite crispy chicken Italiano. Delectable crispy chicken breast paired beautifully with a basil pesto-style sauce. Perfection.
Holiday from home with the McDonald's summer menu. Available until the 26th of July. From 11 a.m, participating restaurants subject to availability.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice heavy company. We think the ice cream's arrived. Very exciting. Very exciting. I wonder what flavour we've got today, actually. We did give them our number, but they ended up phoning poor Henry, who thinks he can get on in the act as well. No chance. No chance. Cops expect to soon catch a dim-witted house raider who was filmed with a tattoo of a name on show. That's how they find people with tattoos. They're so much easier. The shirtless suspect was captured by security cameras in the garden of a house that was burgled, and images show distinctive body art, including the name Enzo, emblazoned above his left breast. Tools worth £6,000 went missing from the home in Swan. It's £6,000 worth of tools. What have they got, for goodness sake? A social media user said, I don't want to be a grass, but it could be Enzo. That's the trouble. If you've got things like, excuse me, tattoos. Ooh, look, 4. Oh, we ended up with 4. Oh, I don't know. What's the flavour? What is it today? Is it? What do I fancy? What, is there a choice? Oh, right. Well, we quite like strawberries and cream. Is it strawberries and cream? Woo! Well done, Ian. Well done. Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. You see, that's what it's about, radio, you know. It's about and also, because I've got this sore throat today, it's very good. Thank you.
I have my one.
Oh, I've got my own spoon. They're in the lid. Look.
Oh, I didn't know. Never had them.
You never had an ice cream?
Sugar.
Too much sugar, honestly, because there's hardly anything in it. Hardly anything in it. Oh, it looks delicious. We have this as a treat. We're not supposed to have treats, but wait a minute. Trying to take. Do you know, honestly, I've got no strength in my finger. Oh, there you go. Trying to get the lid off, and I got a spoon. Was it? Look at that. There you go. You can have that, Henry. Spoon. Yeah, spoon's in the lid. Take off the lid. And there's a spoon in there. You'll like this one. So Henry's very pleased now. Oh, it's nice. Henry's very excited. Because we got 4 today. 4 today. Normally, if Ben had been here, Ben would have had the 4th one. You're not eating your ice cream? Goodness sake, honestly. Look at how much sugar's in it. Who wants to do that? Charlie says, I thought that was Presenter Truth 101. Never eat gifts from listeners. No, he delivers ice cream, Charlie. Sealed ice cream to all the London theatres and places like that. And it's Häagen-Dazs. And so you have to then peel the lid off inside. And it's very nice. So you're looking at the sugar content. Honestly, it'll be the death of you. Look, here we go. I've looked at my one. It says no sugar. It says no sugar today because it's Thursday. If there'd been sugar, I would have told you. Steve, how do they measure audience figures? Tape measure. They get a tape measure out and they go 5'10", 5'11". That's how they work it all out. It's all scientific. I mean, it totally defeats me. I've got no idea. I never bother with things like that. I just know where we stand. And that's all that matters. Apparently, filming has started on the 2nd series of the drama World on Fire, telling the story of World War II through the eyes of ordinary people. I quite like that. My favourite thing was Family at War years ago, which was it's British, and that was very good. I liked that because the Coral Atkins, the actress, used to live down in Newbury, in Berkshire. And we used to see her on a regular basis, and I thought she was fantastic. And then there was another one, which came out in Australia, called The Sullivans, which again was very, very popular. Steve says, Mickey, you may have a sore throat due to your endoscopy. Ice cream is the perfect soother. Oh, couldn't agree more. He says, I remember when I was a kid, I had my tonsils out, and I remember being told I'll have ice cream after the operation. I thought, lovely jubbly. The nurse brought over some cornflakes with literally a drizzle of milk and a dry bit of toast, unbuttered. Yes, I mean, you are absolutely right, actually, if you have an endoscopy. They don't give you an ice cream after it, but I had that done more than a week ago. So I don't think it would still be sore for unless it's a delayed reaction. I think it's unlikely, Mickey, but you never know. You never know. We were always told that ice cream was used in hospitals all the time, so that if you'd had an operation on your throat, this cooled it. And I have to be honest, it does seem to be making it. You can't eat that fast enough, can you? Ridiculous, honestly. Steve, this week, says Chris, you've been with me in Cardiff, Bath, Torquay and today Bournemouth. The Jurassic Coast is amazing. Place like Durdle Door and Lulworth Cove are so picturesque you'd never imagine they're in the UK. Chris is keeping cool in an air-conditioned hotel in Bournemouth. I just sit in the car if I need air conditioning. That's how it works for me. And one that says, Steve, I have to take you on holiday with me as I can't sleep without you. I'm going to Spain, but I wonder if I'll get charged if I listen to you out there. I don't know, actually. It depends on your phone company. Sorry, I can't resist it. I don't want it to melt. Apparently, Steve, in the US, Phone a Friend was abused using Google. As a result, the UK version bring the friends backstage at the studio, where they wait in soundproof booths and can be monitored if they are chosen. I remember Dale did a programme once, and he was doing a quiz show, and the people were cheating on it. And because it was pre-recorded, they were able to see it, and they stopped it immediately. And they said no. And, of course, we had the cheating major, didn't we? And, as I say, his revolting wife who turned up on the farm. No, it wasn't Supermarket Sweep. It was another quiz show that he was doing just before the lottery. Just before the lottery, it was sort of, might be called In It to Win It. Might be called In It to Win. In fact, I think it was called In It to Win It. Ian says, all done. Had a quick chat with Mr. Moyles outside. He's always outside. Seriously, when I came in the other day, I was outside. There was him, Jamie Theakston, Toby Anstis. I mean, I was surrounded by people who knew me. It was amazing. I didn't know any of them at all. Jamie the Skip says, I'm following in Ian the Ice Cream Man's footsteps and I'm at reception desk. I've got a skip for you. Strangely enough, you joke about that, but I was sort of thinking to myself the other day, if I win the lottery, I think I'll probably move. In fact, I'm pretty well guaranteed I'm going to move. And I thought I'd need a skip. And I would just fill it, basically, with everything and just sort of go, no, you have a... That's what happens when you move. You can have a good clear out. I would move to Regent's Park. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you won something like 191 million, of course you'd move to Regent's Park. I wouldn't want to be in Mayfair. I want to be in Regent's Park because I think the gardens are nice. You know they always look good. You've got lovely views. And I think most of the people who live there, they're not party down people. You know, they're not those sort of people you can be listening to blaring music coming. It just wouldn't be happening at all. And then I could afford to spend 40 million on a house. Because if you won 191 million, you know, of course you'd spend 40 million. I mean, good God, at my age, you can capitalise on it fairly quickly. Steve, I had a lovely evening last night at G Live, says Catherine. Went to see Miriam Margolyes. She was very funny and even treated us all with a signed book. She's lovely. She's got some rude stories. She's got some very rude stories, some of which you will find on YouTube. Steve, if that summer cold is being a pain, try a wee tad of Olbasoil on a handkerchief, says Kim. I find it works great if you feel all clogged up. I tell you what it is. It's the tickle on the throat. And because I talk for a living, it's a case of that vibrates and that sort of, so all of a sudden you have to cough and sometimes you can't help it. It's a pain, it really is. Sue says, I used to mix up Neighbours with the Sullivans. Now I know they are not the same programme. Well done you. No, they're definitely not the same programme. But Australia turned out some really, really good... Some good soaps. Very, very good. Very good. Pressure on Truss as Tory rivals steal march in leadership battle. And the ghost of Van Gogh. Now, you either call him Van Gogh or Van Gogh. It makes no difference. I couldn't care less either way. It's like bagel, makes no difference. And what they've done is, and they do it a lot with pictures, is they X-ray them. And then they can find out, because a lot of artists in the early days couldn't afford to buy canvases. So they would paint over the top of a used canvas. And so the only reason they can find out what was underneath is by X-raying it. And this one was done, and you've got a self-portrait beneath this minor work. and it's Van Gogh or Van Gogh with a hat on and things like that. So it's very clever. Very, very clever. And they did one because they found that it was the X-rayed work, the head of a peasant woman. A peasant woman. I don't know what a peasant woman is. Curators at an Israeli museum have discovered 3 previously unknown sketches by the celebrated 20th century artist Amedeo Modigliani, hidden between the surface of one of his paintings. That's what they do. They take this X-ray and then they discover that in most cases they have done other pictures. And sometimes you think, if we took this picture off carefully, we can reveal the other picture underneath. And that's what we like. The Rail Union announces 24-hour walkout and rejects the latest pay offer. Nick will be talking about this morning on the breakfast programme. Train drivers forced to use incontinence products by lack of brakes. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And Steve, I can't wait for my local supermarket to open at 7 to try and get an ice cream, says Eileen. Hopefully they'll have strawberry cream. Well, this is particularly delicious. And it's very good for the throat. Very good. I think we might have to get this on prescription. We seriously might. I mean, Henry, did you give the other one to somebody else on the desk? Did you give it to Guy? Well, he shouldn't with his weight problem. I mean, honestly, you should keep him well away from sugar. But Henry, of course, would go crackers. So he liked the peaches this morning, or the nectarines, and now he's got an ice cream. I'm not surprised they like this programme. I tell you, we've all sorted it all out, which is very nice indeed. The Metropolitan Police have now launched an investigation into claims by Sir Mo Farah that he was trafficked into the UK and forced into domestic servitude. I wonder how long it takes. Do you know this BBC programme? Because most people are going, oh, they've only just discovered this. 2 years it's taken them to make this programme. They've known it. Well, he's known about it all his life. But 2 years on making this programme, and they've kept it quiet. Bit strange, isn't it, really? Also, the Tory MP's home has been vandalised after he accidentally kills the cat. I don't know what you can do about it. What do you do if a cat runs out in the front of you? You know, you can only brake and hope that this thing doesn't sort of fall. It wasn't deliberate. I know people seem to think it was deliberate, so they've sort of started attacking his home and everything else. Some people are very stupid. Very stupid. It's 6:30. Let's get the latest news headlines this morning on LBC with Simon Conway.
84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Do you know, it's always interesting when they do, because they're still raising money for the Ukraine emergency appeal. And years ago, it used to say, how much would you like to give on their adverts? £5, £10, £25. Well, on this latest advert, I would like to give £86 or £172, which seems quite a lot of... 86, such an odd amount of money, isn't it? This is for Ukraine emergency appeal, humanitarian update. So £86 or £172. Seems quite a lot, doesn't it, really? Does seem quite a lot. I mean, you know, trying to get there. It's a bit random as well. Uber drivers are angry over the difference in holiday pay settlements. I can spot Uber drivers a mile off now. I never used to be able to spot them. I can now spot them. They're the ones who stop in the middle of the road to pick up a fare. They've got no idea where they're going. We came to Piccadilly Circus the other day, and there's an Uber driver who's come down from Regent Street, and he's turned... Wait a minute. He's turned right into our road. He's now driving into the oncoming traffic. And everybody's going... Go away, you silly man, or words to that effect. I've never seen anything like it. I was an idiot. A complete and utter idiot. I mean, how on earth can you possibly drive into the oncoming traffic? What else we got? Uber's dirty secrets come as no surprise to its drivers. I don't think... I've been in an Uber car, but only because somebody else was paying for it. I've never been in myself. I didn't realise that the more popular it is, or the busier it is, the more expensive it is. That's how it works. I would have thought it's surge pricing. I would have thought, though, the more busy it was, they would lower the prices, but they don't, do they? Isn't that odd? Black cab. Listen, I've always said about black cabs, and they won't disagree with me. It's a case of once you've got somebody in the back of a black cab, they're on the meter. It makes no difference, you know, whether there's a traffic jam you're sitting in. It's not in their best interest to get you there quickly. It's a case of they will always say to you, if you wanted to get there quickly, why didn't you say so? Because the moment you get in the blooming thing, it's ticking over. Not surprised they look happy. They do look happy. They do look happy. How would you fancy a strawberry snifter? We've got one here, haven't we? There's all these sort of different things here. How to make the coolest slushies. A frozen Virgin Mary, very popular. A fizzy watermelon slushie. Non-alcoholic Dirty Monkey. Frozen blackberry smoothies. Instant slushie. And citrus slushie and strawberry snifter. I like the Dirty Monkey one. I think that's quite nice, actually. And this is... have you ever heard of it? I'd never heard of it either, but I looked at the colour of it and I thought, that looks nice. And you know what's in it? They've all been... If you're craving dairy, this one, the somewhat Simple's recipe for non-alcoholic Dirty Monkey, banana, milk and chocolate syrup blended with ice and topped with whipped cream. It looks delightful. It really does. But the other one that I quite like is the strawberry snifter. And it's Hugh Fernley Whittingstall strawberry snifter made in seconds. Juice of 3 oranges and 1.5 lemons. Blend with 3 handfuls of strawberries and as many ice cubes as you can manage. The resulting drink is not only sweet, but gorgeous to look at. Imagine looking at that in a jug beaded with condensation. How could you not? They're nice. I like anything that's got ice in it. I'm all in favour of. The more ice, the better. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. And a lot of other people talking about temperatures in cities are rocketing, but how can you cool them down? Apparently by whitewashing roofs. If you whitewash a roof, this keeps the sun off because it reflects it back again. Never thought about that before. Yeah, it's a lot of effort to go around, but apparently a lot more buildings in the West End are having their roofs whitewashed, which is nice. They're still arguing, I believe, about the Marks and Spencer's building at Oxford Circus, or Marble Arch, isn't it, whether to pull it down. Marks and Spencer's want to pull it down and put up something else, and everybody's saying, no, why do we keep pulling buildings down? I mean, God, it's getting worse and worse. I don't know if it's closed or not. I'm assuming it'll have to be, won't it? You can't actually have it open while they're pulling it down. That would be ridiculous. So M&S may leave the Marble Arch flagship if the bid to rebuild the site is blocked. So they want a 10-storey steel and glass building. It's big. It is very, very big. And I mean, to be honest with you, I think it looks fine. Why do they want to pull these things down? So that would, if it did pull out, it would leave just one M&S store in the 1.2-mile stretch of Europe's busiest shopping street. So they won planning consent for Westminster for its plans to bulldoze this Art Deco flagship next to Selfridges, known as Orchard House. So how do they get to... I mean, it's 92 years old, it's Art Deco. How do they get plans to pull it down? It's a shame. But they've said it's cultural vandalism. That's what we do nowadays, isn't it? We pull things down only to put something else up. Why can't we keep our history? Sasha Berengi says the high-profile campaign to stop it demolishing the shop and building a new one puts its future presence at the western end of Oxford Street unnecessarily in jeopardy. Well, why don't we just leave it? It's a very nice building. It doesn't, it's Art Deco. I don't understand why they want to keep pulling things down. What do they want to turn it into? Don't tell me flats. I couldn't bear it. It'll be an M&S, but a new one. Well, keep this one. Just stick something on the roof. Yeah, make the best of it. You don't have to keep knocking things down. It is getting ridiculous. You go out of Waterloo Station on the train and all you see is cranes. Cranes, 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 cranes. And that's all they're doing is knocking things down, putting buildings up. And then people move in and, by God, they're all messy. The amount of balconies, I think there should be a ruling. If you buy a flat, they put in curtains or a blind so you can do it. Because when you look at the outside, they look ghastly. It's people, all their washing is out there and children's toys and all the rest of it. Oh, ghastly. It really is. We've got it in Twickenham. On the railway station, they built the flats over the station. And there's people's washing hanging from the balconies. It looks quite ghastly. Lowers the tone of the area. And yeah, I wouldn't mind. But they've paid a small fortune, to go and live there. And you'd think, can't you go and live somewhere else? Because I haven't sold them all anyway, actually, at the moment. Yeah, I mean, there isn't any washing line. Well, don't buy flats then, because flats don't have things like that. Steve, I thought it was Ian Dale that was sending you the ice creams. It might be the aircon that's making your throat sore, so keep it on. The more ice cream, the better. Oh, I agree with that. On the Euro Millions on Tuesday, I got 1,660 quid, but the extra number would have been 191 million. I know. It's no good going, oh, the extra. He says, make sure you get a ticket for Friday. It rolled over. Well, this has been the third rollover. It doesn't hit any new highs. It stays the same. So it's still going to be 191 million, which is very nice. Karen and Madeleine say, enjoying your show as always. You're very entertaining. Having a lovely break over on the Outer Hebrides. No heat over here. A very cool 13 degrees forecast today. Oh, that's nice. 13 degrees, and my hands are frozen today. It's very pretty, the Outer Hebrides. When you look at it, isn't it? People still live like this. I think that's really lovely and pretty. Mind you, there's no... wait a minute, where is the local KFC? I'm looking around, I'm not seeing it. It's on the horizon. I'm just looking at the sort of, the natural little harbours, and it just looks like a different way of life. I bet there's a pub there. There's always got to be a pub, hasn't there? There'll be a drink problem. Bound to be. But very nice indeed. Steve, I've got Miriam Margolyes's autobiography on hardback and on audiobook. I listened to her on audiobook for a whole week narrating her life story, and it was fascinating, says Chris. She's so rude. Seriously, she's unbelievably. James O'Brien is reading that book on his holiday. Yeah. Well, he would. Hasn't he just done her for his little programme where he interviews people? He said it's a thing of immense and unimpeachable beauty. He said it had me guffawing and weeping on the beach. Guffawing? Who guffaws? I've never heard of that before. I don't guffaw. That's guffawing, isn't it? James O'Brien started guffawing. He's becoming more conservative by the day. Never heard of a Labour supporter who guffaws, which is a loud and hearty laugh. Both men guffawed at the rub. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Apparently, 86 quid is about $100 or 100 euros, and 172 is about $200, 200 euros. Still expensive, says Jordan in Teignmouth. Steve, could we swap? Currently in Lancashire, and it's throwing it down. Oh, well, send it down here. Please, send it down here. We're desperate for a bit of rain. We don't want tons of it, which is lovely. Steve, if you like ginger, a really refreshing drink is a Gunner. Ginger, lime and bitters. Really refreshing. You can get it in cans now. Lovely with a shot of rum, says David. Honestly, we can't encourage people to drink alcohol. That would be ridiculous. Steve, Caroline from Little Italy. So home. Have you tried an antihistamine tablet for your sore throat? I had a sore throat and an itchy ear. Oh, an itchy ear? I've never had an itchy ear in my life. That sounds a bit bizarre. But, and Mandy says, you're a trooper. I certainly am. A super trooper. Talking for 3 hours with a bad throat. I know, the trouble is it's such a pain. You can't do anything about it. I mean, the ice cream's helping. But the moment I stop eating it, we go back to the coughing again. I've done my best. Do you remember I told you about the boy who died the other day, climbing in the Lake District, described as a brilliant sportsman and pupil? This is Sami Ahmed, hiking with his family when he slipped and fell. He got a serious head injury at Dow Crag. Somebody fell into Vesuvius the other day. Did you see that one? What he'd done, he was very naughty, and I think he's going to be prosecuted. There are special trails that you take to go round Vesuvius. If you go off trail... Yeah, he survived. Yeah. If you go off trail, it's very dangerous. And the reason they don't want you going off trail is because there are sometimes just sheer drops. And he fell, I think, 300 feet. He could have gone another 1,000 feet down. So they rescued him with a rope. And he's okay, but they're going to prosecute. He went past barriers saying, do not go this route. It's dangerous. It's Vesuvius, for God's sake. Did Pompeii mean nothing to you? Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it, honestly. Some people, they just take no notice, do they? I like it when you see people being stopped in America. They're having their cars towed away. There was one who came out, she effed and blind like you've never heard anything like it, which made me laugh, actually. You're not taking my car? He said, we are taking your car. You know, because, well, I was only inside for 2 minutes. It doesn't make any difference. You're not allowed to park it. I'd be very good at that. I'm sorry, we can't help you at all. Can't help you at all on that one. We're taking it. And so she said, I'm going to call the police. So she called the police. And they said they can take it. 14 minutes to 7. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway. Apparently, Connie says in Austria, We had 6 exams in English in a year. We always had 2 hours to finish it. I always finished my exam in 20 minutes. I was the best in English in class. There you go. Bit cool, isn't it? I hated exams. I thought they were the most boring thing ever. They've got a disused North Sea oil rig, which I never knew what you do with these things, but this one's just been delivered to a beach. It's going to be transformed into an interactive installation. It's 450 tonnes, and it will have ladders over it. It's in Weston-super-Mare. It's 115 feet high. It's going to feature a waterfall, a seated amphitheatre, and a 6,000-piece art installation whilst being covered in grasses, plants and trees. It's called Sea Monster, S-E-E. I mean, it does look quite nice, doesn't it? Somebody will fall off it. You can just tell, you know, there's going to be some accident there. I like the waterfall. That looks very nice, isn't it? I wonder if they'll charge you to go into it. Oh, they must do, mustn't they? You can't be doing that for free. It'll beat that rubbish we had in London. Do you remember that thing up by Marble Arch? God, what a waste of space that was. The Mound, whoever came up with that harebrained idea, they've been packed off and sent to Rwanda. It'll be the first person who has been, but, you know, you can't have everything, can you, I suppose. ABBA legend Bjorn has found a new love to take a chance on him. Take a chance, which is good. He's 77. He announced the end of his 41-year marriage only months ago. Isn't it funny? You can go 41 years and all of a sudden it just collapses. Just goes collapsing. But he and his project manager, Christina Sass, were at the premiere of his new musical. Bjorn has adapted a story from Sweden's popular children's book series, Pippi Longstock, to create Pippi at the Circus. Amazing, isn't it? I just find ABBA amazing. I do find it, you know, that you can listen to any one of their songs now, and they sound as good today as they did the first time they were written. I mean, they're still selling out at their new show. Mind you, there was that joke with the story the other day, wasn't it, where they were thinking about Steps, bringing them back, and it said it'd be so much cheaper to actually put Steps on stage. Much easier. Yoga in my garden, listening to you, Steve, says Viv in Suffolk. And somebody said you must buy a bottle of Difflam mouthwash because it has antiseptic and numbing anaesthetics to soothe and relieve. Yes, I must definitely get something like that. I shall contact Mr. Shah later, and he can do that as well. And a brewery boss who shut a pub after hearing a customer using the F word has let it reopen, provided punters don't swear. We used to have a pub opposite one of our buildings when we were in Hammersmith, and the landlord didn't want people to use their telephones. If you were caught using your telephone, you had to pay £1. And then it went into a box and the money went to charity. It's amazing how many people didn't use their telephones. This one here. Oh, mobile phones are also banned, and tablets at the Fox and Goose, and kids aren't allowed it. Well, I don't think children should be taken. It sounds like a real barrel of laughs, this pub, doesn't it? Yeah, so you can't swear. You can't take your phone in. You can't take the children in, and you can't take tablets in as well. Humphrey Smith, 76, owner of the Sam Smith Brewery, had been appalled when he heard the fruity language in 2019. He ordered the pub, which has been open just 7 weeks, to shut overnight. New landlords, Anna Hale Askew and Alex Savage, who live above the pub in Droitwich, now say anybody caught swearing will be asked to leave. Alex said, if the pub gets closed again, we'll lose our home as well. So there's no children. Amazing, isn't it, really? What a miserable blooming place. Mind you, it's Droitwich. Have you ever been to Droitwich? I went there one week. It was closed. Ghastly place. Fancy having a pub where you can't swear. Mind you, I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't been in a pub for ages. I'm not really a pub sort of person. So do you have a Cinzano lemonade or something? You know, I don't bother actually with pubs. What would I get in a pub? I don't know. I don't drink pints. Yeah, very bitter. Even more bitter. And Steve says, Helen, you're light-hearted and a laugh. Much needed. Well, bless your heart. Bless your heart for that. I like that a lot. No more debasing riders for the rock legends Pixies. Who? Who are they? You've heard of Pixies? Oh, you've heard... Oh, right. Okay. Guitarist Joey Santiago. Heard of him? No, thank God for that. Has cleaned up his backstage requests after being admitted to rehab in 2016. Now just asks for comfy pyjamas on the road. Apparently he sort of became addicted to alcohol. Now he's completely sober. I love it when people always go, you know, I don't drink anymore, and I've been clean, and I've been all the rest of it. And you think that's actually good, but the trouble is, one drink, you're back on it. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. You never sort of stop thinking about it. I suppose it's like smoking. They always say 1 day at a time, don't they? 1 day at a time, which is okay. Harry Styles' bedroom is definitely fairly busy. And again, the most successful person out of One Direction. He is, absolutely. And he's got lots of sort of pretty people here. He just seems to be wearing an odd amount of clothes, but that's what people talk about him for, don't they? I couldn't tell you any of his songs. I've got no idea, but I can tell you he wears sort of all sorts of different, what I call unisex clothes. Watermelon Sugar. What's that? What's Watermelon Sugar? One of his songs. It's called Watermelon Sugar. What a funny title for a song. Oh, well, sure, it's good, isn't it, really? The 2020 Winter Love Island winners, Finlay Tapp and Paige Turley, have been dating for 2 years. Cara de la Hoyd and Nathan Massey are married and share 2 children together. But the rest of them just split up from Love Island because they just want to try and make money. Unfortunately, not many people do. Not many people do, and that's what happens, because they suddenly think, I'll pin all my hopes on doing this, and then somebody says, well, actually, it's, you know, we've already got a load of people from Love Island. We've already discovered that most of you can barely string 2 words together, and you've got nothing to talk about. You know, reason. The reason is because they're too young. They haven't done anything at all. I wonder how much Hitler's personal beer glass is set to fetch. They reckon it's a half-litre glass engraved with his initials from the Munich bar where he launched his failed 1923 beer hall putsch. It's also adorned with an eagle atop of a swastika, described by experts as being in very fine condition. 10,000 quid. 10,000 quid, which is interesting. Well, I don't know, but it's being auctioned in Maryland, America, along with his gold watch and the last military note written in his bunker in 1945. So obviously people have got this stuff, haven't they? And they're going to, you know, I mean, the watch, I think is set to earn about $3.5 million, which is quite something, isn't it? I mean, somebody will sort of sell it to somebody. There'll be somebody who wants to buy this sort of memorabilia, and they will go out there and they will put their hand in their pocket and they will buy stuff like this. And you think to yourself, I don't know what you do with it. I mean, whether or not you'd then have to have photographs showing it was actually on his wrist and stuff like that. I mean, you know, but apart from that, what else would you do? Do you put it in a museum? Do you wear it? I think I'd really want to see somebody wearing something like that. And they're also doing dancing. Apparently ecstatic dancing is surging in popularity. It's a boost to mental health and well-being. Oh, I love all these people who think they can dance. It really drives me crackers, because most of them can't. Most of them can't. Oh, and Colleen is still solving your problems, whereas, in fact, she's not very good at solving her own problems, let alone solving everybody else's. But I love it. I never know whether these are sort of genuine things or whether or not it's sort of made up and somebody else does it and they just put her name above it. Because you think she's got enough time to start sorting out all these problems? Probably not. I do like £1 Million Porn, which is very good. Have you seen that programme? PAWN, yeah. Well, the other one would be as well, but I mean, it doesn't make any difference. And it's tonight, it's somebody selling designer watches and somebody selling a helicopter as well. I love the guys on it. I think they're fantastic.